Hey, hey, SBG solution-based gang, like, share, subscribe. Say no to rim, brothers, mothers, fear and sell no good suckers. Hype him up, hype him up. Shouts out, Sharoon, Bracy, and the wildest. Wake up, morning show, salute, big dog, shout out to the Lord. PH, give a salute, Brownsville, SBG solution-based gang.
Let's go. Good day, everyone. How are you doing today? Let me get this together. Hey, what's up, love? All right. Asian, the sensational one. Good day to you. Yeah. Good day. Good day. This feels good. The weather is finally starting to turn. God damn it. Need a break from all this madness. I need to get away. I need to fly away. Yeah. It's been a lot of craziness going on in the world, man. It's a lot of things going on. But we still going to have a great, productive day today. That's what we're going to do. We're going to have a great, productive day. This is Wild Out Wednesday, where we can have a conversation about any and everything. Or people that want to have a conversation with me, you're more than welcome. Where you disagree, agree, you got any comments, you got any concerns, you can come through. Don't be afraid. It's okay. It's just commentary. It's still in your rotation? Yeah. ATL, they be trying to hold us down to just one group, one genre of music. All of it is our music. God damn it. We started all this ish. You feel me, ATM? What you mean? I ain't doing no justice. Haitian sensational one. But I do want to have a conversation about this whole Nick Cannon, Amber Rose situation. Man, I think that the conservatives, they going on bad, bro. They, especially my black brothers, my black conservatives, going out bad, bro. How we got somebody that is a non-conservative pushing for conservatism, and then they got a woman, a YT woman, right next to him. It is a non-conservative woman is pushing conservatism. I do not understand it for the life of me. I don't get it. How is that possible? Like, that is, how can Amber Rose say anything about being Republican or conservative? I don't know. That's weird. For her to act as if she is not a part of the letter community is weird. Well, we know they have an issue with that. For her to act as if she's into marriage, and we know that she's not. That's weird. Nick Cannon to act as if he's a part of that situation, that is weird as well. But maybe they just saying, maybe I'm misinterpreting it, and maybe he just saying he's a part of just the Republican Party. And that the Republican Party, even though the things that they pushed out as of lately has not been for a certain group of people. It's weird. But maybe people disagree. Maybe people feel like the Republican Party is the party for the people of color. If you want us to bang out with the Republicans and drop the flag of the Democrats, then you all have to show us some proof. Show and prove where the Republicans have been pushing any kind of policies towards the POCs. Can somebody please show me a policy that they have that is for black folks. Why black folks should leave the Democrats and go to the Republicans. I want to see. I want to have this conversation about it. I really want to understand, because I think people have it confused. We got to hold both sides of the aisle to their words and make them move a certain way. Because I believe now that, you know, us as black folks, we ain't the number 2 population wise. I don't believe we are anymore. So we got to be careful about what we saying, that you want to just get all of the black folks to drop their Democrat flag and now go to the Republican side. It's a very interesting argument. Let me see. How are we doing with the likes? Are we hitting the like buttons? Are we hitting the share button? We could get to 1,000 views. I'm sure we could get to 500 likes. We got to do it together, though. We got to work together. That's the only way we can get to 500 likes. If we can get to 1,000 views, we should be able to get to 1,000 likes. And I need y'all participation in hitting that like button. I appreciate everybody that is attempting to grind out with me every single day as we go through these 8 to 6 to 5, however many hours we gonna grind today. Haitian, this is Haitian, that we were originally the party of the Republic. You know what? And before I get to the video, I see a lot of people, but so I want to address that. I want to address that because, you know, or should I get to the video first? What should I do? And, you know, I don't know. It was like some kind of Uber thing that they was doing, right? You know, and I believe Nick Cannon was being like a Uber driver, and he's the Uber driver that start talking about politics. I don't know. That's what this whole Nick Cannon and Amber Rose interview felt like. 2 people in a car talking like they on a road trip through American political history or political. You know what I'm saying? But the problem is the GPS is stuck on the Reconstruction era. And nobody brought a map. That is the issue that we are having. That's the real situation. Shout out to my...
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Shout out to my guy Kulu streaming live 369. A fabulous content creator, always holding me down. Thank you so much. Did you see Chrissy Noem husband got caught being a cross-dresser and wearing girls' clothes and texting girls online in an inappropriate way? Crazy work. I did not see that. Man. That's crazy. What's up, Angie? What up, Keels? Wow. I guess we're going to have to check that out, too. Because, man, oh, man, that just sounds crazy. Cross-dressing, wearing girls' clothes, and texting girls online. I don't know what's going on in this world sometimes. Woo. I mean, already this blowing my mind. So I'm going to have to look that up. Good day, Miss J. Woo, that sounds crazy. All right. So we're going to have to look that up. We're going to have to look up Chrissy Noem's husband getting caught being a cross-dresser. Lord. Shadow says, I think Republicans promote strong individual growth and wants to pull people to grow together. Well, Nick Cannon ain't pulling people to grow together. He just out there dropping babies. Like these brothers be dropping dimes. Nah, he didn't have no. He had what? Kulu, he had what? Oh my God, that is crazy. This should be crazy. We'll say what? He was being blackmailed. Oh man, hopefully it's AI. That's crazy. Yeah, fake boobs on is crazy. Fake boobs and spandex is wild. What's up, Shatera? Oh, man, that's crazy. Miss J, that is insane. I'm gonna have to pull that up. Can I show it on YouTube? Is it safe for me to show it on YouTube, or is he like oh man, sheesh, crazy. All right, Don, let me report on it. All right, so I'm gonna go find those things as let me try to get back to my thought on this Nick thing. I'm sorry, I don't mean to laugh at that brother's pain. Hey, listen, you do whatever you do on you know. Hey, to each his own. To each his own. But goddamn, that shit crazy. We'll have to go pull that up, and then we can have a discussion about that as well. Oh man. All right, let me try to get my brain back wrapped around Nick Cannon and his time traveling. So Nick Cannon, he goes out and says, what he say? God damn. Hey, and this is why, and you know, Kulu, this is why I keep trying to tell, hey, my brothers, it's okay to drop the mask. Because you could find a woman that's going to accept you for who you are and whatever kinks that you have. There's plenty of women that's willing to accept you for who you are. So you don't need to have this fake facade of something that you are not. It's okay. You a cross-dresser. It's a Chrissy Noem out there for you. The only problem that it is the whole now he texting younger girls thing. That's a whole nother can of worms. That is a whole nother can of worms. But the cross-dressing part, you know, there's a woman out there that's willing to let you cross-dress, walk around in her stuff, and she's gonna think it's funny. You know, you could put her wig on, and you could go ahead and play a character. You could go inside of her closet, come out the closet with her wig and her lace front panties, and she's gonna love it. She's gonna think it's funny. It's okay. It's a woman, it's a Chrissy Noem out there for you. It is what it is. It's what you into. That's what you into. It's not my cup of tea. I'm a little more prude. Shadow, what you want me to say? What? Also, I'm trying to let my brothers know, like, hey, listen, it is a Chrissy Noem out there for you. You could go inside of her closet. You could put her wig on and videotape a skit and say, hey, I was just doing it for comedy. Even though we don't have no proof of you being a comedian, you could just say, hey, I was trying to be funny. We see it's plenty of brothers in our space that went inside of their wife's closet, came out with her wig on, and they said they did it for comedy, even though they are no comedian. What up, ABG? See, KT, the libertarian, he even agrees with me. And you know, it's very far few in between where he ever do that. What's up, nobodies? Make sure y'all hitting that like button. That's the only way we can get to 500 likes. If y'all participating and hitting the like button, if we can get to 1,000 views, we can get to 500 likes. Oh, man. God damn it, Davy Diggs. Lord have mercy. But I want to get back into this whole Nick Cannon, right? He said the Democrats are the party of the Triple K. Put a 1 in the chat if y'all believe the Democrats are the party of the Triple K. Put a 1 in the chat. Put a 2 if you disagree. Let's see. Do y'all still believe the Democrats are the party of the Triple K? Put a 1 in the chat if the Democrats is the party for the Triple K. We got ones in the chat. Shadow, Haitian, famous nobodies. Okay. So we got 3 ones. Interesting. Oh, I said no. They saying they still are. So this is the thing that Nick Cannon was inside, that they still to this day is the party for the Triple K. Good day, Victorious One. All right. So we got 1, 2 in the chat. Interesting. That's interesting. All right. So, also something that Amber Rose said, she said the Democrats don't care about people of color. Put a 1 in the chat if y'all also believe Amber Rose saying the Democrats do not care about people of color. Because these pauses are interesting. And I'm just sitting there like, Lord, this is going to be a long ride. Let's start with the history, right? And here's the thing. Nick Cannon wasn't completely wrong. He was just, he time traveled without a seatbelt is what he did. That's what happened. He went time travel. What up, Shiesty? He went time travel without a seatbelt. After the Civil War, some Southern Democrats did support groups like the Triple K. And that's a fact. Facts. The Republican Party of the 1860s was the party of Lincoln and abolitionists, right? We understand that fact. Okay, so Nick Cannon mentioned this accurately. That's fine. But here's the part that he left out. The part every historian screams into the void about. The fact that the party switched positions on civil rights over the 20th century. That's right. America did a political Freaky Friday. That's what happened. Black voters went Democrat, and everybody's grandparents got confused. And so we got Nick Cannon out here giving history lessons like he's reading the back of a cereal box. Nick Cannon said, people don't know Democrats are the party Triple K. And I'm like, people do know that. They just also know what happened after 1870. You can't stop the movie at the first 20 minutes. You can't and act like you know the ending. That's like watching the Titanic and turning off before the iceberg. And then we got Amber Rose talking pots. It's like watching it's like watching your phone on autocorrect into a conspiracy theory. Yeah, cuz if y'all enjoying the show so far, if I gave you a little bit of a laugh, make sure y'all hitting that like, the share, whatever you can do to support the show is much appreciated. Don't forget, we are trying to reach 500 likes. So if you are one of the people that didn't hit the like button yet, please do so. That's the only way we can get there. Don't wait for somebody else to do it for you, please. And thank you. I appreciate you. Right? So it's like, watching your phone or autocorrect into a conspiracy theory, right? Because Amber said Democrats doesn't care about black people. And Nick said, I agree 100% is what he said. And I'm saying, like, y'all agreeing too fast. This is how these group projects fail. 1860s Republicans, anti-slavery. Southern Democrats, mad as hell. 1960s Democrats, pass civil rights acts. Republicans adopt Southern strategy. South flips red. Black voters flip blue. 2020s, Nick Cannon explains all, I don't get it. And this is why we need political libraries. Right, so we get it. The Democrats started the Triple K. Amber Rose, we get it. Republicans love black folks. And then we need the historian in the back seat. That's what we needed. We need a historian in the back seat. So they could correct all the things that they say. Because right, because we understand that people don't know about Republicans freed the slaves. Brother, people do know that. It's literally the first thing they teach you in school, right after George Washington had wooden teeth. And then comes out to find out later those teeth wasn't wooden, they was from somebody, they was from another human being. Hey. But here's the thing. History is not, some TikTok. You can't compress 160 years of political evolution into a 30-second soundbite. That's like saying hip hop started in the Bronx. Therefore, every rapper today is from the Bronx. No. History moves. People move. Parties move. Look, Nick Cannon and Amber is talking about political history. Is like watching two people argue about the Bible when neither one has opened the book. They're not evil. They're not malicious. They're just doing what everybody does now, taking a tiny piece of history and stretching it like yoga pants. Yes, the Democrats Party of the 1800s was racist. Yes, the Republican Party freed the slave. Yes, the parties changed over time. Yes, America is complicated. But if you're going to talk history, at least finish the movie. Don't pause it in 1870 and start making modern political predictions, because history is messy. People are messy. Politics is messy. And if you're learning it from Nick Cannon in the car, brothers and sisters, you might need a second opinion. And this is where we got to be careful of all the narratives that they be pushing out there. You understand? Let's not even get into how messy YouTube is. So with that being said, it don't even seem like it seems like a lot of people's already understanding what happened with Nick Cannon and all that. Y'all let me know if y'all want me to play the video so you could get a full understanding of what he was trying to communicate, or we could just go right into dropping a link and we can have a conversation about who did what. Y'all let me know what y'all want to do. Do you want me to play the video, or we can get right into having a discussion between each other about this whole situation, or whatever you want to talk about? Play the vid. My bad. All right. We got play the video. All right. So let me go ahead and pull that up. Let's see what he's actually saying. Hold on. All right. Everything's good.
Part of the Republican Party.
That's right. Former Democrat.
All right. So again, he tried to keep it into one small section of history and not and just forget about the rest of the history that happened. That's the issue that we have when people come up with these statements, these back of the car statements. It's not truthful in totality. It's truthful to that one point. Yes, truthful. That happened. The Democrats was against it. Republicans was for it. But you cannot negate what happened later on in life after the 70s. So you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just what it is. And a lot of people move off of this remedial rhetoric that the Democrat Party is against and all these other things because of what happened in 1860s, and forget about what happened in recent times. It's wild. What's up, Roxy? Good day to you. You know what I mean? It's just not a factual statement. Maybe I could find some other people because y'all don't believe me for whatever reason. I don't know what I ever did to make y'all believe that I'm telling you.
I'm not here to bash me.
Let me see. I'll find somebody else to say it. Let me see. Maybe this person would say what I'm saying, and then you'll believe it. Because when I say it, it's like, Terrell, you don't know what the hell you talking about. Okay. Let's see.
I want to talk about what Nick Cannon said about the KKK and the Democratic Party, because I'm not here to bash Nick Cannon, but I'm here to correct Nick Cannon. And Nick, I hope you received this very, very well. In the late 1800s, Southern Democrats were absolutely the party of the KKK, 100%. They believed in slavery. They wanted Black people to remain slaves and have no rights. In the North, the Republicans, the party of Lincoln, had abolitionists and people wanted people that wanted to have see Black people have rights. That is the truth. But here's the part that everybody leaves out. In the 1960s, Lyndon Johnson signed the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965. Those two pieces of legislation drove the majority of the racists out of the Democratic Party to the Republican Party. And that's the shift in the part that everybody leaves out, because that was a huge political shift in this country. And what that's called is party realignment, right? Where the ideas of a political party switch. Political parties are not static. They can change over time and the ideas can shift. And so that was a huge shift in the Republican and Democratic Party. After that, the racists tend to lean more conservative and be part of the Republican Party. And the Democrats now in the South, when segregation was gone, still contained a large number of Black people that voted Democrat. So, Nick, what you said is partly correct, but it's not all the truth. And when celebrities and public figures get online and say these types of things, you think that you're just saying, information that you're dropping, but you're also a megaphone yourself. You are, in a sense, a media platform. And a lot of people hear that and they see that and run with it. And so, yes.
All right. So I don't know. Did I get something wrong, or did he just kind of mirror the same thing that I'm saying? I'm confused. And I'm also very confused about Nick Cannon and Amber Rose being the ones that is saying they have conservative views. That's the part that is confusion to me. I do not understand how somebody like Nick Cannon can even consider himself having any kind of conservative views on life or on politics, where he's doing everything opposite of those things, in my opinion, from what his life is showing. His actions is not showing anything conservative whatsoever. And then people, we can say that we don't care, that you individually, you might not care about what somebody says that's a celebrity. However, it is a greater group of people that actually do care about what celebrities say. This is why these parties, when they go on their campaigns, they try to find celebrities that is a part of their campaign, whether they pay them or not. So celebrities do have a strong word in these political situations. I mean, literally, this is not the first time a celebrity got hired as a goddamn president. This ain't the first celebrity that turned into a president. So celebrities do matter, and what they say, we got to challenge the status quo and just can't let that sweep under the rug like it's all good. Nah, we got to challenge that. We have to. Because what he said was nonsense. It's crazy out here. Let me see if I can find somebody else. Okay, I see this. Hold on. Let me see what this. I see this beautiful black woman. Let me see what she's talking about. Let me see what she's talking about. Maybe this beautiful black woman can educate Nick Cannon. Let's see what she's talking about. Hold on. Let's see what this beautiful black lady talking about. Let's go.
If you have to go back 200 years to find a period in history in which your party was not racist, and as of last week, people in your party in a group chat talking about dozens of ways in which they want to kill black people. You expect people to ignore what's happening today? Let me get this history straight. There was a period of our history in which the Republican Party was the freedom fighting party. When did that change, you might ask? Little mini history lesson. At the end of Reconstruction and the beginning of Jim Crow, where you did have a Democratic South that was in fact very racist, that had the one-party primaries and put in place those poll taxes, those literacy tests, and used violence to scare and intimidate and murder people for even having the gall to want to vote. That happened. That is for real. And then you had the 1964 Civil Rights Act and the 1965 Voting Rights Act. This is when we had the shift in party dynamics. This is when you had a Democratic Party now that pushed through that legislation, that got that legislation signed because of the hard work and effort of Black people and the civil rights movement that pushed them to do it. We used our political organizing movement and strategy in order to push them to do it, and they did it. But once they did it, you had a mass exodus from the Democratic Party of a far-right racist elements that then became Republicans. That became the end of Democratic rule of the South. And ironically, ever since then, you've not had a Democratic presidential candidate get the majority of the white vote since the 1964 Civil Rights Act. This is a fact. Every presidential election since then, the majority of the white population has voted against the Democratic Party. So you can miss me with that mess about the Republicans fought slavery. Well, don't you know that the Republicans been fighting me since 1963, 64, 65, all the way up till today?
Okay. Talk about it. Welcome to the show, Shadow the Titan Wasps. Good day, sir.
I'm going to try to keep it short and sweet. I'm going to try to keep it short and sweet. I think people keep conflating the fact that Lyndon B. Johnson was the one who pushed the Voting Rights Act, the Civil Rights Act. Goddamn. And, but the problem is, that's the same Lyndon B. Johnson that had consistent racist rhetoric as he was pushing the Voting Rights Act. Like, this the same guy who, in fact, and everything he said he would do, he did. I think there's a common misconception that just because they pushed for voting rights didn't mean that they still weren't being racist. They may not have been racist in that moment, but a lot of what's happened since then, the over push to keep Social Security in order, the over push to keep welfare states, all of that stuff is designed to inhibit people from being better. When we were dealing with the Republican Party, we grew better as a people. Like, we have Black Wall Street and like, you can name a bunch of places where we succeeded that were primarily Republican areas. Just saying.
And are you saying that is still happening? All right. So the thing is that, like, what era are you talking about? We talking about in totality or just that small pocket in history? Good day.
I'm talking about
conversation with MJ. Good day to Jazz. Good day to my good people. Shout out to the beautiful Black female content creators doing your thing. And once again, congratulations, your 200,000 subs. MJ, shout out to that. What is it that you're trying to communicate? Are you in agreement that the Democrats are promoting the Triple K? And that's their movement? Is that your position?
No, I believe most of the Triple K are part of libertarians because most of them classify themselves as not Republican or Democratic. So if we're going to be honest about it, because they believe that both parties are traitors, which is what it is. I think the Democratic Party is currently pushed. I think they care more about other people than Black people specifically, because a lot of policies that are out are intended to help people that are not Black, but that are just quote unquote people of color. Or
okay. And I'm assuming you have some policies on the top of your mind that the Republican Party is pushing that is going to affect Black folks in a productive way. That's what I'm assuming.
Yeah, I can name a few just in this section. There's some aspects of certain things.
Okay, so while you get that thought together, hold on. While you get that, let me bring somebody up. While you get that thought together, I want you to get that thought. Make sure it's very concise about the policies that you want to bring up that the Republicans is pushing that are for the POCs. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show, the supreme vaginal vessel known as PhD. But how you doing today?
Wonderful. Good day, gentlemen.
And also, let me read this catch up. It said, please review Roland Martin debunking it. I believe we did, but if you really need us to do that, because you didn't like the way how I debunked it, I got you. I'm going to go look for it. Just write in what videos that you are referencing about Roland Martin so I could find that specific video. Is there anything you want to comment on right now, PhD, or you want to let him cook himself? Which one you want to do?
Just about the Nick Cannon video. I just think Black people should be offended by the fact that entertainers are the people that are always used to disseminate messages and information to Black people, not people who are learned in that particular area, or right. And so what do we think about Black people? Right? If every time we're telling them something, we have to get it to them via somebody who shuck and jive, basically. I don't even know how Amber Rose became in the a part of the conversation, but part of the issue that we're seeing, and it's coming to a head now, is that any and everybody has been allowed into the community. And the basis on which people have been allowed into the community has been Black men's perception that it will open up opportunities for them to lay between the legs of a woman who don't look like them. Absolutely. And so we got all these people who done been let in, who really ain't about us. But I think that's reflective of Black men's generalized self-hate. Right. And so they acted out in all these different ways. This is one of them. But so we're having a real big problem with that. And so how do we start shutting the door? Right. And I just believe that we cannot allow Black men to be the people guarding the door, because it has never failed. We can look at every period in history, and the opportunity to lay between a woman who don't look like them legs gonna always have them selling the rest of us down the river. It just is what it is.
I think once we could get our Black brothers to understand that what the domology is, right? Because that's what you represent, right? You saying, hey, listen, clearly, even in the movie Black Panther, because they love to use movie references, and I think this is how they can relate more, because they are so caught up in movies and celebrities. Because when we just talk real talk, Diva, somehow the understanding be missed. So it's similar to that, right? So Black Panther's the one that brought in that goddamn white man and made them break down the barrier. And the ladies there, they was like, no, King, you should not be doing these type of things. And what Black brothers need to get adjusted to is when our beautiful sisters come up and say, hey, that's a problem. We really need to hone in on that problem and say, hey, we need to, it's not worth the risk to see if this person from outside of our community is going to be actually good for us. It also happened in Sinners as well. The first person that said don't let them in was the beautiful Black woman again. Why you keep asking us to come in, right? So, and she held them at the door. Don't let them in. Don't trust that. Don't give them the money to step outside. All these different things. And we got to stop believing that self-hatred talk that you were saying earlier, that our Black women are just angry and they just want to fight and they are violent and all these other things. Or jealous.
Right? Because remember, that's what it was with, I'm sorry to cut you off, but that's what it was with, what's the lady name? That white lady who was pretending in air quotes to be Black. Rachel Dolezal. So now while she was the president of the NAACP up there in, was it Washington State or Oregon? Washington or Oregon, one of them. There were numerous Black women who was saying, hey, this is not a Black woman. And it was the Black men saying, oh, y'all just jealous. Right? And so Black women, when I'm talking about this, I'm actually not even talking about Black men. I'm talking to you to get it through to you that you cannot, you will die if you allow these idiots to guard the door.
I'm gonna hold the line. I don't know what Diva told.
We done seen you cave before, sir. DCW. What is this? 020905, $5. Sharon, is this a conversation about POC or Black people? Black people, because you keep using the term POC when the conversation is talking about Black people. Oops. Okay.
So the reason why I put up the POC, because that's what Amber Rose says. I was trying to keep it to like how she was trying to frame it. Even though we understand
what she framed it that way, because she had said over a decade ago, she is not a Black woman. And Black men kept trying to force her into the category of Black woman so they could justify acting out their self-hate with her.
Oh, shit. I mean, she is from Philly. But it is showing that our brothers got to get it together and start holding the goddamn line that Diva is talking about, because we have an issue with our Black brothers holding on across platforms, across ideas, across businesses, all these things that Black women been addressing for a very long time. Hey, look at this. This is not the right thing. And because they believe that women cannot be logical, and again, this idea of the patriarchy is, again, it is not for us as Black men, as we could clearly see. And they keep trying to get us to go against our supreme vaginal vessels. And the way how they think, they are highly intelligent. They are intuitive. They understand things that we possibly can't see. And sometimes, yes, we are the physical representation of their thoughts sometimes. Sometimes we got to follow their lead if we're going to actually trust them. I do not think about these things all day, every day. Like when my wife is outside, I'm not worried about such and such and such, because she can go ahead and lead things out there in the world. And we got to stop acting as if our women cannot lead things. They cannot lead us into prosperity. It's just a very nonsensical way to move in society and have that frame of thinking moving forward. Yeah, he froze again. And so, and I don't know why. There you go. Okay, he good. So, you got something to jump in right now, because we are absolutely cooking.
No, I actually agree with a lot of what Dee was saying. So right now, I've got nothing to contest with that. We'll talk politics in a minute. But again, I've stated this a few times. While I think Diva's explanation is very extreme, I don't think it's wrong. I think being able to trust Black women to decide what's good for Black people isn't a bad idea, because in general, they're willing to ride or die with stupid people. Why not let him be the leader of those big people? I know that's a fucked up way to say that, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, but clearly, a lot of our brothers do have a issue with our black women. They actually push the remedial rhetoric that our black women are angry, that our black women are non-logical, our black women are hoes, our black women are just the most enrolled instead of the most educated. They actually the ones with this "who taught you how to hate yourself" mentality. Who did that to you?
I mean, I only agree with portions of it, but two things can be true at the same time. To say that somebody's the most enrolled in education and still the least educated is idiotic. Those are people who are just anti-education. So, but again, the angry black woman, Diva kind of explained why it's a thing.
But it's not a real thing. And this is why people get so upset at Diva, because she's supposed to be this representation of this so-called stereotype. When she, like me and her was having a conversation, she jumped in and she's like, "Oh, my bad for cutting you up, but I gotta get this out." It is nothing wrong with that. It wasn't meant in a malicious way. Just because she speaks with absolute, she speaks with very directness, doesn't mean that she is actually a mean person. She's just very direct and absolute about what she is saying. And we should be able to address those things as is, especially if we are the logical ones, especially if we are the ones that's not supposed to be caring about the way how we give information. Just accept the information and rebuttal the information if you disagree.
So I'm gonna say this because Diva's not a good example of that. Diva's direct. There's a difference between direct and angry. And I think there's a stark difference that a lot of people don't think about. A lot of people call it semantics, but like Diva taught me something not 2 days ago. Hey, sometimes black women have to come up to all men and put them all in the same box because of how black men have treated us in the past. And it gave perception, it gave false equivalency of people who now always walk up to black women and they're always coming up in the aggressive because they're preparing for an attack that may or may not come. Like, I can see how both things could be perceptively wrong. And that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying black women are actually angry. Again, you met my wife. She's super nice for no reason. But there are people specifically who don't even have that cadence. Like, they'll come in and they'll stay aggro until you give them a reason not to be. So it gives the false perception of them always being angry. You see what I'm saying? Like, I can see what the perception is, even though it's not true.
Okay, but let's even say, what's wrong with being angry? What's wrong with black women being angry in this society where people like to try to punch down on black women? What's wrong? Shouldn't black women be angry? Isn't anger an appropriate response to disrespect and being devalued and all that other stuff? So what's wrong with being angry?
So again, I do agree with you in part. I think being angry in the situational sense, as anger is supposed to be intended for, is good. But being chronically angry is not. That's not a sign of good health. Because to always be mad is, as you said, a sign of emotional unintelligence. But black women, as far as I've known, are actually highly emotionally intelligent. So it wouldn't make sense to always be angry without actual cause to be angry in that moment. Without that, again, intentional regulation. Even
there's
to
always
be angry,
a reason to be angry.
But that's the difference in our point of view. I don't believe that we can stay angry all the time for no reason.
It's not about staying angry, right? It's about responding to, right. And so people are consistently disrespectful to a lot of black women. Now, does that mean that those women don't have good experiences and enjoy, their families and blah, 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 blah? But as a person who is not around that black woman 24/7, when you encounter her, yeah, she may appear to be angry. She may actually be angry. And there's nothing wrong with that. Just because, again, if that's an appropriate response to disrespect. And so if she has been disrespected or disregarded in some other way, then anger is probably the correct emotion.
At the time. Yeah. And what people also try to do, they try to keep antagonizing until you finally get to the verge of anger, even though and then they try to erase that whole 30 minutes or hour or all the insults that you said before I got anger. That is another issue that we keep having as well. And I just to piggyback off of this conversation, I want to play this video as well. I think this is going to be let's check this out. Is it playing?
One or two mothers 2 or 3 times a week, sometimes every day, coming in 30 minutes late with their bonnets and their pajamas and their footies, bringing their kid in, stopping my class 30 minutes late every day, and then getting copping attitude with me when I would say, you need to bring your child on time. We have a situation where in the Black community, unfortunately, there is a lack of father and parental father strong figures in the home. And so you're seeing a lot of behavior because of that outcrop of that. And instead of like blaming whitey or blaming slavery or whatever the things that are going to be blamed on this panel, I'm 100% sure, instead of blaming whitey, why not take a look at the behavior that's going on with some members of the Black community and have a come to Jesus with them about it?
Bunke, your thoughts?
So our response is supposed to be what? We supposed to just take that lightly?
They should have. One of the women should have reached over and snatched that wig off her head.
Now, if they was to do that, then they would say that we being angry.
Okay, it's all good.
But in reality, that is kind of the proper response. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of the proper. But let's see how these so-called what they call angry, ghetto, not on time, come to Jesus. We're gonna see how these beautiful Black women that is on the panel handle this situation. Let's see.
Well, I've been a teacher at both inner city and suburban schools. In the inner city, we were never scared of school shootings, right? So when we're talking about different groups being vilified, if we're looking at the history of America and who has done the most violent crimes, it's your people. In regards to the way Black women are viewed, I'm going to continue speaking, but I'm going to make sure that you're not intimidated right now, are you? I want to make sure you're comfortable. Because
no, I'm not intimidated.
That's what we have to do in order to have a platform, right? In order to be able to speak uninterrupted, you have to make sure that you make somebody else feel comfortable. So outside of what we're seeing on social media, we know that 600,000 Black women have been laid off, have been pushed out of the workforce, when we continue to be the most educated group of people in this country. And if we're looking at this panel, that's also evident.
All right, Carmen, let's...
Buzzing.
Huh?
Buzzing. Oh, that's wrong, Josh. She was wrong, Josh. She should have been nicer to her.
No, but here's the thing. A point was brought up based on something that is actually a stated point. Because again, even people who have school-age students have seen something like this. The fact that she tried to bring it up as a broad sense was idiotic. That white woman was out of pocket. But again, to respond on her level was just as bad. Because you're like, oh yeah,
right, Josh. Okay, I'm gonna boot you, Josh. Josh, I'm gonna boot you for the day, baby.
All right.
That was insane.
You on some dumb shit.
Said that. I cannot.
Yeah, you really on some dumb shit. Black Man Unfiltered Network, $10. PH Diva, do you believe a Black man married or dating a white woman is self-hate? Because the number of those relationships are increasing in the community. And if so, should they have a voice?
Go ahead, Diva. Go ahead and cook, Diva.
Wait, I'm laughing because he asked this question in the chat. And then, but when he asked it in the super chat, he added the should they have a voice. So now I see. Okay, nevertheless. What was the question again? Is self-hate? Yes. In many instances, it is self-hate. Number of those relationships are increasing. Yes, they are. The community, if so, should they have a voice? In the Black community, should they have a voice? Sharon, should y'all have a voice?
Let's every voice and sing Too urban.
You said it was silly.
He thought he tried it. I get it. You know, I think it's a fair try. You know what I'm saying? But what he's not understand that a lot we starting to understand that a lot of black brothers, they marry their own just so they could be anti-black. We start to see it now. Like y'all try to wear the black woman as a beard of your own hatred. We can hear it in your thoughts. We can hear it the way how you communicate, and we can hear it when you try to use somebody that is speaking positively about the black community. You try to go against that. We see it on a day-to-day basis. We see a man that has been married to a black woman for almost 2 decades, and what he do? He talk down on black women every chance he gets. It's evident. You use it so you can talk bad about it. Same thing like black conservatives. They use their skin complexion for protection to talk down on themselves, literally. You think we don't see the play, but we absolutely understand it. And it's more of that video too. And we're gonna keep on going through it. Like the fact that she had to call out that she was being interrupted in real time, and the fact that we have a black man say no, the way how she responded to disrespect, even though she handled it gracefully, in my opinion.
I didn't say it wasn't graceful. Hold on. Wait a minute. I said it was inappropriate because she didn't have to do that. She could have still made her point and slammed her into the ground on simple facts. Because
she did do that.
So what did she say that was inappropriate? Go ahead.
Nah, why he figured that out? Why he's on mute because he about to make a whole bunch of noise. Let me let me welcome into the show the beautiful MJ JR Boxing. You got it right after, and when he gets quiet, he's going to answer that very important question, and we're gonna deep dive into those black women handling that situation because it gets even crazier. By the way, go ahead, MJ.
Hey, welcome panel. How you doing? Yeah, I don't know. Josh is tripping. He's really tripping right now. That woman, she really did what a lot of black men say that they want black women to do instead of cursing, going crazy, talk about, I'll meet you outside, knuck if you buck, you know what I'm saying? Like she literally dealt with the situation eloquently. And she also acknowledged that the woman was feeling intimidated. And she was feeling intimidated. That's why she had to cut her off during her time, even though she was patiently waiting. And it's just like, at what point, when is it enough? Right? Because it just seems like a double-ended sword for black women. If she goes to 100 with you, that's wrong. But now she goes the way that you want her to present herself or represent herself, that's wrong too, because it seems like she has to be in a submissive mode and have to endure disrespect for them to say, oh, wow, she's really on it. She's really good. And it's like, why do black women have to endure something first for then someone else to see, you know what? That wasn't right. That shouldn't have happened to her. You know what I'm saying? Afterwards, after the disrespect happened, after the mistreatment occurred, now I can look back and say that wasn't right for her to happen, but the damage is already done. And I think that in black women's mind, we no longer want to be, a victim first, and then later on have people cry. And when we say, hey, we're victims of things, we've seen that doesn't work either, right? When we say, hey, we're a victim of A, B, C, and D, well, what did you do? Was it another route that you did something? Could you went another way? So it's like, we don't even get to be a victim when we are victims. So now we like, no, we ain't going to be a victim. We're going to shoot first, and then we're going to ask questions later.
Great point. JR Boxing, what's your thoughts?
Hey, good day to you, Sharon. Good day to you, PH Diva, MJ, and Josh. What's happening with y'all? Look.
Hey,
what's going on? Look, respectfully, that black lady packed her up, man. She did what she was supposed to. She packed her ASS up. And she did it in such a manner that was so like magnificent, so elegant on that stage. And look, shout out to the brother. If you from Houston, you know about Isaiah Carey. That's the brother that was the black brother that was hosting that panel. He been in the media space long time, Fox 26 News down there in H-Town, Texas. Shout out to him. But the way she packed her up, it was brilliant. And let me rewind for a second and piggyback off of what PhD Diva said about Nick Cannon and Amber Rose. It's crazy that they both said, yeah, I have conservative views. When you look at their lifestyle, it doesn't seem conservative to me, you know. No disrespect to any of the women in the panel or in the chat, but if I stand corrected, Amber Rose is the proprietor of the Slut Walk, right? I don't know for that to be conservative. And I mean, Nick Cannon, he kind of confuses me because if you just look throughout his transformation in time, even if you go back a few years, let's go 4 or 5 years. I mean, he was walking around with a dashiki, with a turban on, I Can't Breathe shirt, you know, Black Power, all these type of things. And now he says the things that he says with Amber Rose. So it's kind of confusing to me, but look, celebrities do it all the time. They change their face like they change living locations, I guess. But salute to y'all, man. I'm not here for a long time, just for a short time. Sharon, I got you in the Cash App. Hope you have a good show, brother. I'll be listening in. Salute to y'all. Have a blessed day.
Appreciate you, JR. Good thought. Go ahead, Diva. Let's see what BMU talking about.
Bye, JR. Black Man Unfiltered Network, $5. They shunned Sidney Poitier, Sammy Davis Jr., Harry Belafonte for marrying white and wouldn't let them speak during civil rights movement. Just their money. That is incorrect, sir. Right? And then if we gonna go down that line, then we got to think about, okay, well then why was what's the man's name? I'm looking at him, Quincy Jones, right? He stayed laid up with a white one. And so he was certainly able to speak, and he was considered an example, a shining example of Black excellence. And he ran in the same circles with Harry Belafonte. They was together. Harry Belafonte was very involved in the civil rights movement. He was able to speak, and he did spend a lot of money. He did, take care of people. But then again, he probably shouldn't have been allowed to speak after what he told Queen Mother Goddess. What's her name? Marcus. Damn it.
Eartha
Kitt, yes. And so he probably shouldn't have been allowed to speak, because when he opened up his mouth, he didn't know what to say. But those men were certainly not kept from speaking during the civil rights movement. Sidney Poitier was always talking, right? He was one of the ones who tried to avoid that type of stuff, being very open about that type of stuff. So again, maybe he shouldn't have been talking either, right? He was one of the ones who left his Black wife when he came over here from the Bahamas with a Black wife and family, and then left her to go lay up with a white woman, was laying up with a white woman, married to a white woman, and then started laying up with Diane Carroll, convinced her that they was going to run off with each other and that she should leave her husband, and ended up, when she left her husband, he decided he wasn't going to leave his white wife and left the lady high and dry. So he probably shouldn't have been allowed to talk either.
Absolutely. Especially when you name those two, Harry Belafonte and the other one. They was both with very popular, successful, influential Black women of the time, Diane Carroll and Eartha Kitt, and they both played them and both left them for white women, even though they got with them at the highlights of their careers, and that never stopped them for pushing for civil rights and all that stuff like that. And they stayed with their white women, and they was still able to do that. I mean, they even have pictures of signs of men. I think there was one picture with a man talking about interracial dating or something like that during the civil rights, so that never stopped, people from supporting them when they was talking about civil rights. They still was able to, marry and date whoever they wanted to.
And if at the time, if the and this is the part of them that I think people just can't understand. So if we was ever to get to a point, and then my beautiful black lady say, Sharon, you got the movement to this point, but I think you're gonna be a detrimental to the movement because of who you marry. I would just have to take a back seat and understand what we are attempting to do, that I should not be the face of it, and we should use maybe somebody like BMU to keep talking, because he could just use the fact that he has a black woman as a beard. And then that's what it will be. Because you can always use the excuse of I'm married black, even though we know you ain't nothing about being for black folks.
No, I don't want him to be represented.
But I'm saying, but that's what we needed. We see, and that's what we needed to move it forward. Because sometimes to get a movement to move forward, you got to deal with the dirty black folks too. You gotta get those in there as well. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is.
Absolutely.
That's what Ali said, right? He said, for us to get this fight to work, I cannot just deal with the uppity Negroes. I got to get down with some Don Kings of the world.
Absolutely not. I would not want no representation of someone being married to a black woman and say, fuck these nappy-headed hooligans. Absolutely not. Nope.
All right. Before KT, would you like to respond to anything? You want me to jump back into the video before you respond?
I want to say real quick, Nick Cannon and Amber Rose are idiots. Second, like this is what Malcolm X was talking about. The two most dangerous things are liberal and black entertainers, because they're trying to, at that point in time, he was pointing out how they're trying to turn black entertainers into our leaders instead of, like Diva was saying, just regular people. That definitely puts us in a harmful situation. But that's it. That's all I really got to say. Continue the video.
But then Diva's right, because that should be, we should be ashamed or humiliated because we continue to allow that. We're so pressed of making the masses understand us that we even say, without saying, that our people can only get the message if it's through a comedian or any form of entertainer. We can't literally sit a educator down, or professor or PH or whoever, and have them talk with them, because it's not entertaining enough. So we're going to have to, admit that about ourselves, that, we even believe that. We believe that the only way we can get through is we have to add some source or some form or incitement into it. We can't just, have a logical conversation and deal with the issues right then and there with the person who is the subject matter expert of it.
I mean, I'll say real quickly, like, that's true. But the biggest portion is not about like what we agree to. Black people do not. I've heard most of y'all get up here and say like how certain artists aren't your favorite artists, but they're major artists, right? Like, we cannot control something we don't own. That's really just outright simple, right? So when we talk about entertainers being placed as our leaders, not because black people said, you know what, we trust entertainers more than Martin Luther King and Malcolm X's, who are regular people. The American society said the ones we're going to choose to platform are people that are in quote unquote like entertainment sectors, like LeBron James and, these rappers and stuff. So that's like, it's definitely on our part somewhat, but we can't throw away like brainwash is a real thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, control is a real thing, and the system at play is to control somewhat. So like, I'm not trying to throw it on nobody, but when this thing is fighting you bigger than you,
I understand what you're. I'm sorry. I understand what you're saying, KT, but I'm just going to have to disagree. It's going to have to be our fault. Just because I like 50 Cent, right? That doesn't mean I trust 50 Cent with anything that has to do with my community, me keeping a certain amount of money in my pocket, me be able to have that extra money to invest to, further on my, my family, right? And later on, they don't have to be in the same situation I am. They can actually elevate or get in a higher social class, whatever my decision is, right? I wouldn't trust him with that just because I like his music, So we are the ones who are deciding. I don't give a fuck who puts whoever in front of my face. They could put Homie the Clown in front of my face. That doesn't mean I'm going to listen to Homie Clown. right? So we have to admit that sometimes it's our biases and what we like and what we feel is more important that we will literally align to. It doesn't matter who put anything in front of anything. Like, I mean, listen, you're from an area that probably had drugs going around. Did you start doing drugs? I'm definitely from an area that had drugs going around. We, you know, me and Sharon, we from the crack era. We wasn't picking up them little ass fucking bottles, the little crack bottles off the fucking playground. You know what I'm saying? So like at the end of the day, it is literally all on us. That's all I'm saying.
And before anybody respond, go ahead, Diva. I'd like this one right here, if you're there.
Chicago Rilla, $20. Wait, so do we want entertainers speaking for us or the boots on the ground community servants and attorneys who are qualified to helm the movement?
Great question.
Option B, please.
Yeah, I think we won't be. And I think like this is the last time I'm up because I don't want to make this a whole thing where we getting. But I think a good point to be like that Jamal Bryant situation. A regular woman in Minnesota started it. Somebody more, I'm not saying just purely normal, but just saying somebody not an entertainer. They started this movement, and I'm not going to say that we as the people said this is Jamal Bryant's movement. The media just made it seem more like this is Jamal Bryant's trial and tribulation type thing. So like it don't really like I said, it do matter about us. The problem is we're kind of in America where like what you're saying is true. Like we shouldn't be trying to appease to like the white ideology of how things go. But like, no offense, we get up here all the time and talk about how like, oh, you based on white standards, we shame each other on white standards, but say how we shouldn't really follow them. Because like education, don't get me wrong, education is very important. Like I say all the time, like our grandfathers, grandmothers, these are people who dropped out in 5th grade and stuff and still had plentiful, successful lives. So I just think like as time went on, we kind of, in order to have less of a fight, like I feel like we got tired and said, you know what, it ain't really working fighting against them. Let's see how it work with us working with them. And I think we just kind of fell into that ideology and we here where we are.
Okay. Also, let me welcome into the show, Chaotic Truth Live. What is your thoughts? Good day. How you feeling? As he get his microphone together.
What about now? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
I'm about to start my own live stream. Salute to you, Sharon. I just tuned in, and just like clockwork, you blacks.
Wow.
It's not even just you blacks. It's most of Americans, any color. Today is a historic day. And
as opposed to Nigerians.
And you shut up. And you bug-eyed, nappy-headed blacks
in Nigeria,
not talking about the greatest achievement in the last 50 years that is about to take place this evening. Do any of you bubble lip, bug-eyed, nappy 4-seed hair people even know what I'm talking about? Do anybody even know what I'm talking about is about to happen today?
What's about to happen today? Because you talking about yourself.
The Artemis 2 mission. We're going to go back to the moon. We're not going to go on the moon this time, but we're going to go back to the moon. Sharon, you didn't even know about it, did you?
Well, at least if you're going to explain it properly.
If we've been to the moon, what's historical about?
I'm tired of explaining things properly to you blacks.
You don't have to. I'm asking.
Sharon, are you going to talk about the launch today?
No.
Why not?
It doesn't concern me at this moment.
If we've been to the moon, what's important about getting near it?
Hold on. So why should it be concerning to us as a people right now? Go ahead.
Sharon, it's not just a people, a species. Everybody should be tuned in today for this historic launch. Blacks, whites, Indians, pygmies, whatever you are. Trust me, I'm going to kick in the back to the whites too. I kicked in the back to the low IQ whites on my panel yesterday too about this.
Oh, just the low IQ one. So you're saying the majority sense they're not low IQ.
He lying. He ain't talking.
Well, I mean, I'm a high IQ black. I'm not saying that you're low IQ. I'm just saying that I think that today you should change your thumbnail to focus on the Artemis 2 mission with me.
Okay, but I'm saying, what is the relevance? How's that going to help us as human beings?
Sir, space travel is the final frontier. Space travel, it brings humanity together because space is hard. It's hard. Oh, well, at least that's what they tell us. It's hard. Traveling and traversing through the vacuum of space is dangerous, is deadly. But think about the mystery out there. Think about the wonders. Think about the possibilities out there in space. Bro, just think about this, man. You said, how can this help us? But what about one day if blacks, for example, we founded our own colony on a different planet, in a different star system, with resources and new environments, new ecology, new fauna.
Okay.
Why don't you blacks think about this kind of stuff? Why do I gotta
go everywhere? But you're still not making it make sense. So we go to this new planet.
Well, it's not about
we start a whole new in this other galaxy. We create a new currency. We create all these new things. Explain to me, us going to the moon now. Why are we going to the moon? And how is it going to benefit us as people? Is the only thing, hold on. That's the only thing you have not been able to
normally yet. Because it's not about going to the moon. It's about doing something that is absolutely hard to do. And space travel, from what it has seemed to be, is something hard. Think about the ingenuity. Think about the exploration. Am I still here? I don't even know if I'm here.
Yes.
Think about the journey. It's so much out there in the universe, other than what's on this little silly little rock in infinity that we've been on for eons. And what I'm saying is,
can I ask, like, if we've already been on the moon, what's historic about going near the moon? We're not even.
I said in the last 50 years, this would be the greatest achievement of man. We haven't gone to the moon in 50 years.
Yeah, but why?
We're not going back even now. That's my point.
We're going to orbit it. Blacks.
Right. So what we're trying to get you to understand, like, it's just a good way for them to spend a whole bunch of money to do what? You want just to clap and say, hey, we did it a second time? Fine. We'll clap and say, hey, good job. You did something difficult a second time. The only benefit we have from it is that they made it out there. Fine. We'll clap it up. Hey, you made it to orbit the moon. Whatever that means to you. It doesn't actually mean anything, because for some reason we still not going to be able to in this time period to get past Earth's orbit, right? Because the moon is still in Earth's orbit. So this whole idea that you're trying to make it a complicated thing, and space traveling is going to be something beneficial to us as humans or us as Americans. All I want to know is, can you show me proof of that? And so far you were not able to articulate that.
You know what? Fuck y'all.
I mean, to be fair, he is asking us to praise a drive-by. Like, all he's doing is saying, hey, we're driving. We're doing a drive-by on the moon. Good job, guys.
He got cooked. He can't explain it. It's all right.
I can't explain it to you, bro. I can't explain it to you, blacks, man. Forget it, man. I'm done. Talk about whatever you guys are talking about. Salute. Hey, salute. And I gotta get my job.
All right, he's out. Oh man, that was funny. Hey, we just wanted to have some understanding. That's all. Oh, God, Diva.
Chicago-rilla, $5. CT, how we feeling about the current conflict number 47 in Hexeth got us in? How much is gas where you at?
He ran away, Chicago-rilla.
Haitian, the sensational one, $5. Only dummies believe we can travel outside the firmament.
It's all good. Oh boy.
Yo, I've never heard somebody use that word before. I actually want to give props to that.
Are you serious?
The ability. Yeah, I've never heard somebody actually use that word properly. Like,
what?
firmament. Yeah, that's fine.
Firmament?
Well,
yeah, I know.
Near
But a lot of people don't.
Tree. That's a basic word.
A lot of people don't think about it though.
All right, we're not going to dive into that. All right, let's focus on the focus. Let's get back to this beautiful black woman that y'all keep saying that is, angry.
Your thoughts about? Well, I've been a teacher at both.
And we see the aggression in this panel with Yolanda and here to my right, and that's the problem. But now let's talk about Kamala and Jasmine Crockett. Jasmine Crockett is the best example of somebody that instead of representing their community with grace, is just being loud, is just being aggressive, and is dancing in the halls of Congress. And then we have Kamala, which we all know she got where she got on her knees. Her story is way long, and she just got where she got because she filled many boxes in the DEI. Let's talk about merit, not about color. And we see the aggression in this panel.
So, Josh, please explain to me what you think about that lady and how she just approached those beautiful black women on a panel about being aggressive. Go ahead. All those black women being aggressive. 2 questions.
Even by white standards, that lady's a fucking moron. Jesus, like she just went and showed her ass for no reason. Again, now she's like, I'm gonna be. Yeah, that shit was stupid. She's absolutely out of pocket.
All right.
I don't know what else there is to say to that. That lady was. That
The reality is whether you breathe or not, baby, we're the standard. And that's what it is. The beginning and the end starts with the black woman. So regardless, whether you want to admit it or not, I think for the both of you, you stay on topic because what you just spoke about had nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Absolutely good.
So we're going to go back. So we're
Stop interrupting.
Let me land. So the reality is for the both of you to sit on the side of me and talk about aggression, what is the difference in what you're doing and what we're doing right now? Having a conversation. And yet we're the one, you just literally called out both of these black women on the panel, and you sit here with your attitude and you have a problem, but you tell them that they're aggressive, right?
Well, I have a long story with Yolanda.
So we talk about it.
She mad because I whooped her in the congressional race.
So the black women,
You were very
let me finish, please.
And I've graduated back to
That's not aggressive.
Let's
The reality is whether you breathe or not, baby.
And that's the comment I made earlier about 2 things can be true at the same time. Yeah, again, Diva kind of explained to me what it was, and I agree with her when I read it in depth. But yeah, what that white lady did in response was even worse. So she would have been the ultimate aggressor in that entire situation because she just went and started talking out her ass.
Yeah, but you notice how she's not perceived that, even though that's what she did. You notice that, right? Like, even when she sits in there in her arrogance, it doesn't matter that she was coming disrespectful, rude, had an attitude. Even that wasn't perceived as such a detriment to her and her community. However, if a black woman do it, it's the detriment to the community. But then now when you see women sitting on a panel being eloquent, dressed appropriate, right? Modest, if anything, right? That's not enough either.
I agree with that. I mean, you're not wrong.
All right, then. So make sure moving forward, you always represent it as that way, because for some reason that part gets confused as we move forward in these conversations. Because in the beginning of the conversation, you said, no, she did not need to approach the woman that way. Now you're a little bit backtracking. You're starting to understand the full scope of it. So now we understand the difference. When I first seen it, and I see her approach the young lady after this is the second time one of the women got interrupted. Nobody even bat an eyelash to that. Nobody even think of that as aggressive. Nobody think of those things as being inappropriate and voice those things out and say, no, it is angry white women. Give them the actual trope that we see day to day. They put it on the person as responding. That is the issue that we keep having.
So, Sharon, we had this conversation. Just because one is disrespectful doesn't warrant disrespect as well. Again, Not everybody agrees with me on that. That's fine. But at the end of the day, like, both of those statements could still be, yeah, the white woman was out of pocket, the black woman responding was out of pocket, and then the ultimate white woman who responded to all of it was even worse. It was just it was different tiers of the same disrespect, but the disrespect didn't change. Keep in mind, the black women disrespected eloquently. But
if I
just
can
because
jump in real quick.
How did she disrespect?
Hold up, this makes sense just because this isn't a case of where it's like
No, let him
one
answer.
person disrespected and
Let
the
him
next person did.
answer.
Go ahead.
Where was the black woman's the first response? Because you talking about the first response, right? So you saying that first
yeah,
response?
I'm just talking about the second response was still on point. Like, I didn't see
The
any
first,
flaws in that
okay,
one at
so
all.
now the first response was disrespectful. How?
They took shots at education in the conversation where they weren't talking about each other's personal educations. I felt like that was an unnecessary jib that wasn't needed to make her point. She was already making a strong, valid point, and to take that step back to get on that white lady's level wasn't necessary in order to prove the point that she was already proving. It was an unnecessary jib, and again, that could, as Diva called it, cultural disappropriation. What was it? I want to make sure I said it right.
Disorientation.
Yeah, disorientation. Thank you.
That is
But
crazy to me that you
like-
recognize that as disrespectful when the white lady is the one that brought up education because she's in the education and she was talking about how black people are late and all these other things. And so she said, me being a school teacher for X, and she gave a reference of why she's talking about the education. That is seemed as disrespectful to you is wild to me.
Hold on. With the way that she made that description, because she was describing anecdotal experiences and trying to put them on the black community as a whole, which isn't a thing. But most people in most businesses can say, hey, people coming in late, especially later than they're supposed to, not being dressed or prepared to come in is an issue. Like that, I don't know why that seems like it's a big cultural shock. Like, I'm like, yeah, we get that. But the way she presented it was very disrespectful. I think you can still give factual information with a disrespectful edge. Do you see
So
what
you
I'm
mean
saying?
calling something out is being disrespectful in your mind?
No. What?
Because she called out. Maybe I need to replay so you could explain to us what part of it was disrespectful.
No, you don't have to. What the white lady said was,
either I'm confused or I just don't agree with the disrespect. I don't know how that first black lady that responded was being disrespectful at all.
again, as I now understand, it could just be my perception of what was said because it was an unnecessary jib. I felt like because she felt like she attacked blacks as a whole, she decided to attack her personally. I understood where her response came from, but my statement initially was her response was unnecessary to make the
black
point
woman-
that she was already making.
So the black woman attacked the white woman, you feel like?
I felt like she pulled a personal jib, yes. And when you listen to it, you can see exactly what happened. Well,
so hold on. I want to make sure it's clear. Just answer yes or no so we are very clear. The black woman attacked the white woman verbally.
Attack would be giving it a lot more cadence than it should be. I think she took. I mean, I guess yeah. If you call a shot,
it's okay to answer.
if you call taking a shot at somebody, no, I'm trying to.
Yes,
I'm trying to make sure I definition. If a jab is a shot, then yeah.
right? It's still a
Then yeah,
shot. It
sure.
might be okay.
Yeah.
So she took an attack stance on the white woman, correct? She took a
Yes. Yes.
jab. Okay.
Based
And
on
I
what
guess
was
that-
said, and like I said, I think that's because I'm seeing it differently than y'all are.
Right, because you've seen it through a lens that is very different to everybody else. It's what Diva was talking about earlier, right? She was being very appropriate, very calm. She's answering the questions about what is happening in real time. And a lot of our black brothers, they see that as being disrespectful instead of them responding appropriately. It should be that, hey, I look at my black sister as responding appropriately to disrespect. But no, we look at it, hey, that person was doing something to you, you got to have a high standard, which also in terms what the young lady said, the second black woman, she responded by saying, we are the standard. That's why we got to blah, blah, blah. So it's...
And like I said, I can understand that. Looking at it on another level, again, I can understand the opposite side of that conversation. I can agree with you. I can see why you're saying it's just her responding appropriately. But I was just saying she didn't have to make that response for it to be an appropriate response.
Right, and that's the issue, that you want to stay on that, you staying on that level of thinking that no, the black person, the black woman, they always got to be the 100% on the uppity up and ignore all shots, all disrespect, and just respond in the most politically correct fashion that we can think of, because we are always looked at, our black women, as something negative or something aggressive, no matter what they do. That's insane to me.
I think you're misinterpreting what I'm saying and thinking that it's because they were black that I have the issue, and it's not. Had this been a reverse conversation, I would have said that white woman was out of pocket for how she responded that way. I think a lot of people try to pin me to, oh, well, you're just going against whitey. No, I'm telling you, the response to that, what happened, when she was already on the path to make it right. She didn't have to make that jab, is all I'm saying. Regardless of what race of the person that it happened with, it still happened.
No, the issue is that you keep saying that it was a jab when she was responding in kind. She responded to something because
the white woman took a jab. Right?
It's not a jab.
Because the white woman took a jab, right?
How can the truth be a jab? That means every time we say the truth, that is a jab.
No, that's not what I'm. You know what, Sharon? Okay. I'm trying to explain it because you keep asking, and I'm trying to clarify it, and I don't know how I'm not clarifying what I'm saying. When that white woman took the jab in the beginning conversation against the black culture, which she did, which was problem number one. You keep saying she responded in kind. So woman one attacks, woman two attacks her personally. I don't understand how those are two.
You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna rewatch it so you could point it out, because this is, I don't understand how we see two separate things. I swear.
Start with the white lady. Being a teacher.
I swear we live in parallel universes.
An inner city school, and I have one or two mothers 2 or 3 times a week, sometimes every day, coming in 30 minutes late with their bonnets and their pajamas and their footies, bringing their kid in, stopping my class 30 minutes late every day, and then getting copping attitude with me when I would say, you need to bring your child on time. We have a situation where in the black community, unfortunately, there is a lack of father and parental father strong figures in the home. And so
that's her attack number one. She went from 1 or 2 black mothers to now we have a problem with the entire black community. So she went from talking about an anecdotal experience to attacking a large group of people based on those 1 or 2 experiences out of maybe 30 kids that she has. You see what I'm saying? So she starts the attack. Go.
Hold on, Sharon, Shadow. So you think that the attack start when she said she started talking about the father's not in the home, and the disrespect didn't start when she referenced 2 parents, mother parents coming in with bonnets and stuff like that? You don't think that that's where the disrespect started?
So no, because I thought what she was doing is she was describing it. She was describing an instance that she was bringing up, and then she took that to try to circle in an entire community. Maybe I'm missing something right here. So
you are.
What am I missing? Is the bonnet, was the bonnet supposed to be a shot that I didn't see?
Yeah, what's wrong with wearing a bonnet?
Yes, that was her intention of bringing it up.
Right. What's the issue?
Yeah. That was
her intention of bringing it up was to be insulting to those women that she was referencing. They come in there with their bonnets and their flip-flops, and they have their kids coming in late. That's where the disrespect started. We don't hear nobody talking about, oh, this a lady who came in with a hijab on her head and she came in 20 minutes late. Like, we don't hear those type of references. We don't hear, Brenda came in with her child and she had on short shorts and all the stuff like that. We don't hear that when other people are talking about, examples of other individuals coming in and maybe they might have done something that they feel is inappropriate and stuff like that. She literally singled out a particular woman, and those are the particular stereotypes of Black women today. But you only caught the disrespect of mentioning men, and I'm surprised that you didn't even see that.
Absolutely perfect, spot on, MJ.
Hold up, my issue wasn't even the fact of the men. It was the fact that I actually caught on when she started talking about the 30 minutes late, because I can see why that could be disrespectful.
You missed what MJ is saying.
She's talking about the whole bonnet situation. I don't understand that whole situation.
So the issue is that
I see it all the time. I just don't have a problem with it. I don't get it. I don't get why people.
No, what you don't see is that she used that to attack Black women. That's the part that you are not seeing.
Okay, see, what I saw she was bringing up two situations to add to an attack on a community for no reason about the whole being late thing. I see where I was.
But Shadow, you're not understanding.
No, I understand
you're not
now,
understanding. If it was about, listen, if it was about mothers bringing their children in late and not following what the policy is of her classroom, she could have just made the reference of those two examples without giving a description, a personal description of those ladies. But you
no, that's fair. Hold up, that's fair.
Okay, so then you only mentioned when she started saying there's we know in the Black community there's a lack of fathers in the home. You was riled up.
MJ, I thought I said exactly what I had an issue with, like the fact that she used two people.
No,
in
the thing that
to explain the entire community.
Hold on.
It's not even the Black fathers, which I don't know why we're stuck on.
You can't dismiss what she's saying by talking about what you want to talk about. We can get to the part that you want to talk about.
I just agreed with what she said because she's
no,
right.
Hold on. What you did was dismiss what she said. Hold on. You dismissed what she said and you started talking about a different topic.
When did I dismiss what she said? Did I not actually agree with what she said? Because I said I didn't understand the bonnet thing was an issue.
Right.
I don't understand where this confusion is.
So the confusion is that you are not recognizing when Black women are being attacked.
And MJ clarified that clearly.
Well,
and I even agreed with that. I don't know. What are you talking? Bro, what the fuck are you talking? Bro, I've agreed with MJ now 3 times. And now with you another time on top of it. Yes, I understand exactly what MJ's saying. I don't understand where we are right now. Like, I'm actually agreeing. I understand where my lapse was now. She began attacking Black women. I didn't understand she was attacking Black women at the beginning. Why
that's the issue that we have with you. That's it. So adding
and
anything
we just
else
clarified that.
But adding anything else besides that means that you negate it. So now we there. So now what is it that you want to say without taking the fact the way that you understand Black women as a whole was being attacked? Go ahead. What's your next point?
So my next point became, again, because initially when I made the comment that I made, I was thought that they were attacking because they were attacking the entire Black community. That's why I thought when she took her slighted jab at her personally, it was a response to that comment. Now I understand, no, she attacked Black women from the first words out of her mouth, and those Black women responded in kind, which was still to attack her personally, which was still out of pocket.
Okay,
I understand. I understand what happened now, but it still says that they didn't need to do.
Hold on. So you still, even after watching that, you still feel like the Black women attacked the white women personally?
We hadn't replayed what they said, but I would have told you exactly what I felt like they attacked.
That's what you felt like. It's okay at this moment.
And again,
it's okay
I can say
yes, so you can say, this is what I need. This is what I need, my brother. This is why I asked, right? And so this way we could know what we are having a discussion about. It ain't about pinning you to. It's about so we get to that point and say, yes, this is my position. And once we know each other's position, then we can move forward with the discussion about whatever it is, and then we could go figure out who's right or wrong and all that. But we need to know each other's positions before we actually have the conversation. It's not about pinning you. It's about knowing the position, and then now we can have a discourse about the position that you have or whoever that person is. Simple. All right. So now I'm gonna play.
I apologize for stepping out of pocket. Then
so
yes,
now
that
I'm
is
gonna
my
play. I'm gonna play. So since we all in the greens now, where we at? We're gonna play the woman's first response.
At both inner city and suburban schools. And in the inner city, we were never scared of school shootings, right? So when we're talking about different groups being vilified, if we're looking at the history of America and who has done the most violent crimes, it's your people. In regards to the way black women are viewed, I'm going to continue speaking, but I'm going to make sure that you're not intimidated right now, are you? I want to make sure you're comfortable, because
No,
as a
I'm
black
not
woman,
intimidated,
that's what we have to do in order to have a platform, right? In order to be able to speak uninterrupted, you have to make sure that you make somebody else feel comfortable. So outside of what we're seeing on social media, we know that 600,000 black women have been laid off, have been pushed out of the workforce, when we continue to be the most educated group of people in this country. And if we're looking at this panel, that's also evident.
All right, Carmen, let's hear from you. Your thoughts about.
So now, where is the attack there? Go ahead.
I don't know if we skipped something, but her last statement was the only statement that she said out of that whole thing. She made her points on point about everything she said. Because I'm assuming two different women spoke. Because I wasn't looking at the screen the first time, but I thought two different black women spoke, right? And the first one, it seemed to have jumped for a second. So I don't know if we missed something, but either way, not important. The comment that even when looking at this panel, she literally gave a smug smile, looked at both of them and said, that's clearly apparent. She had already made and smoked their point. There was nothing she could have said that could have, she literally put a pin in it and then said, you know what, I'm gonna step down to your level and I'm gonna just smack you just because you ain't shit anyway. That was not necessary is all I was saying. She had already won that conversation.
But what if she was telling the truth? What if, because we know that the lady in the blonde wig is a school teacher, and the lady with the accent ran for some type of office. I don't know what type of education she has. But what if it is the case that those three black women are more educated than those two white women? And so what is the problem with saying, and we can see that would be
factual. That's right.
Right. So you don't even know if it is or if it isn't. And you're saying that she, right? So that's again the cultural misorientation.
Right. You automatically think anything that they are saying is attack and not just a fact. You're looking at the things that the black woman saying as you looking for the point of reference where it's an attack. She don't have to do that. Like, let that degenerate white woman be degenerate. You got to be the most upstanding citizen in the world. Instead of say, hey, what she's saying is just factual. It is not an attack if it's factual, simple and plain.
Right. And she doesn't have to change the way how she say it to make that those women feel comfortable about the truth.
Right.
She doesn't have to.
Why are we talking about comfort? Okay, again, I thought I was pretty clear about why I felt how I felt, but maybe I wasn't.
No, we understand. You don't think you don't think that she had to do the unnecessary dig. But the thing about it is that
they call it a polite backhand. I didn't think that was necessary, but again, it could have been a factual statement. So to be fair, it wasn't a backhand if it was a fact. So you're right. My perception of it could just be out of pocket, and that's fair.
Thank you. But the fact that when we know that black women are get the most degrees, that you wouldn't automatically think, oh, well, she's just making a factual statement. You would automatically attribute it to her trying to jab the white woman.
Right.
Right. And see, that's where the cultural misorientation comes in.
That's right.
Yeah.
And so that's why
that's that humbling shit. Like I mentioned that the other day, Sharon, about wanting black people and black women in general to just be humble, even if we have the excellence, even if we have the background to do the job, we still have to placate to other people's emotions and their insecurities of them not rising to the level. Like it's crazy.
It is absolutely insane. And hey, listen, I ain't playing humble to nobody just because they ass is dumb or because they ass can't keep up. I ain't playing humble to nobody. Absolutely not. And so, and hey, we as our black brothers, we got to stop. See, like, for example, I didn't look at anything that she said was aggressive at all, in my opinion. And this is why we got to get rid of the men that got this beard of I'm married to a black woman, but they have the ideology of the white supremacists, we got to be able to call those things out. Just because you marry black doesn't mean that you actually moving black. And we keep seeing it time and time again. As BMU came here earlier, and he was trying to do what? He think that those black women probably being aggressive as well. We would have got his opinion on it as well.
Man, look, like I said the other day, excuse my French, I'll give you $2. Fucking on black women don't mean a goddamn thing.
All right, so that's we're gonna move forward to that's right, GOAT. There's a lot of black men out here that's using black women married to a black woman as a bear to talk crazy about black women. You covering him every single day, GOAT. So you understand that that man is married to a black woman and have a black daughter, but he used that as a way to say, and he quote unquote 80% of his employees is black women. So he used all of that so he could talk shit about black women. This is what a lot of these men are doing. That's what we are expressing, GOAT. And let me see what.
Well, I've been a teacher at both.
And we see the aggression in this panel with Yolanda here to my right. And that's the
super aggressive, right up the jump, super jab.
Problem. But now let's talk about Kamala and Jasmine Crockett. You know, Jasmine Crockett is the best example of somebody that instead of representing their community with grace, is just being loud, is just being aggressive, and is dancing in the halls of Congress. And then we have Kamala, which we all know she got where she got on her knees.
Crazy. That's insane. 2 shots. And that is supposed to, and she's using those shots to represent black women as whole, not those black women as individuals.
And shit. So I was praying that one of those black women would ask her where she's from, because I can tell by her accent, wherever it is she's from, that's what the women do there, by and large, right? So if she's from Latin America, they certainly, right? That's
they with
a job. They know from when they little, when you grow up, this is what you do.
Yeah, stab your ass quick, fast in the heartbeat.
Right. They start teaching them how to make those cocktails to put men out at 8. So yeah, I really wish they had pushed back on that, because, like, I'm sorry, you could call me a lot of things, but the last thing a Hispanic woman gonna ever be able to call, or Asian woman, right, is talking about people getting where they at on their back or on their knees, because that's what they specialize in.
The story is way long, and she just got where she got because she filled many boxes in the DEI. Let's talk about merit.
That is disrespectful as well, where this woman climbed the ranks and got voted in. Sorry. You cannot say she got in because of DEI. It's insane.
Not about color. And
both of the women didn't get in because of DEI. Both of the women are absolutely 100% qualified. Insane.
we see the aggression in this panel with Yolanda here to my right, and that's the problem. But now let's talk about Kamala and Jasmine Crockett. You know,
the reality is, whether you breathe or not, baby, we're the standard. And that's what it is. The beginning and the end starts with the black woman. So regardless, whether you want to admit it or not, I think for the both of you, you stay on topic, because what you just spoke about had nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Absolutely did.
So we're going to go back.
And this is a problem that I do have as well, is when they try to say, when the hosts, this happened to me recently, when they say, hey, we need everybody to speak one at a time. No, speak to the people that is talking out of line. Just correct the people that is speaking out of turn. If you're going to say something about it, it's either you let it happen, or if when you do address it, you're going to have to address the person that is interrupting. That is annoying. That's why I try to stay out of it. I'm on my damn business.
Let me land. So the reality is, for the both of you to sit on the side of me and talk about aggression, what is the difference in what you're doing and what we're doing right now, having a conversation? And yet we're the one, you just literally called out both of these Black women on the panel, and you sit here with your attitude and you have a problem, but you tell them that they're aggressive, right?
Well, I have a long story with Yolanda.
So we talk about it.
She mad because I whooped on the congressional
So the
race.
Black women,
you were very
let me finish,
aggressive every
please.
time.
And I've graduated magna cum
That's
laude.
not aggressive.
Let's
The reality.
And she also shown that they all are educated women as well. Let's see what happens next.
Angela literally.
They really was. Let me just point out, these Black women really was on their best behavior, because I would have had the get with that Spanish lady and ask her what DEI program it was that took her from cleaning toilets to becoming a politician, right? Because that's the traditional career track for them. I mean, look, it's the truth. And the thing that I ask everybody, stop me when I start lying. That's why people be so mad when I open up my mouth, because it be the truth.
Has no home training. Angela does not allow people to speak. She always interrupts because she tries to distract. I'm not worried about Angela, because when she's moving, she ain't saying nothing. She's whining. She's trying to get the camera to look at herself. Now tell me why that's not aggressive.
All right.
Angela literally has no home training. Angela does not allow.
All right, Bonke, and make sure we stay on topic
Absolutely.
here. Okay.
I think this panel is a microcosm of what we're experiencing. No matter how we present, we're still considered the same thing, right? I intentionally lowered my voice a few decimals, and I was still called aggressive by somebody who has never met me, right? Going back to the social media trends and what we're seeing, and then the outlash at the end of the day, and Jasmine, right? She pointed this out. Black women, we are the backbone of American culture. So if we're talking about clickbait, we know that in this economy, attention is currency.
Absolutely.
So of course they're gonna come after Black women, because we continue to always move the needle when it comes to any kind of metric you wanna look at. Any kind of success metric, any kind of attention metric, going back to beauty standards, we're often emulated. And the truth of the matter is, our divine essence is what's intimidating. And so you find these very visceral reactions to us just existing as everybody.
We're going to, all right, Bonke. And
Woo! Cook, young Black woman, cook. Damn, she cooking up there. All right, Shadow ain't saying nothing, so I guess he know better now.
Hey,
Stereotypes.
No, she described exactly what I did, and I was like, damn, she's on point. Like, I can admit to being wrong, and I was wrong in that.
We gonna make Black men understand one Black man at a time. God damn it, because y'all be missing the goddamn overarching point. So I'm glad that you're able to recognize it now, and she was able to describe it very well. Shout out to you. Let's see what the Black brothers are gonna say. Are Black women vilified in America?
And anytime a Black woman expresses her intelligence and she defies these stereotypes, she is indeed vilified. The vilification is just the gateway to devaluation. So as long as Black women are devalued in this country, then they can lose 600,000 jobs in 1 year, and nobody will bat an eye. Stereotypes and any.
there is a difference between how Black women are treated when they're have a personality. That's how I look at Jasmine Crockett. She has a great personality, but why do we have to shrink who we are? Why do Black women have to shrink who they are, shrink their swag, or shrink their personality to fit somebody else's definition of what a classy woman should be? There is a difference between.
Absolutely, 100% agree as well. For some reason, a lot of people think that you got to shrink yourself to fit in. You know, I think that's crazy. I'm surprised KT the GOAT was so quiet today. I guess we hitting on everything for KT to be that quiet. Go ahead, KT.
Nah, I ain't gonna hold you. I'm with it. I only got one disagreement. Okay. I think we aren't seeing the whole overarching point, not just the Josh thing, because she used Black women as a reference to attack Black men, which is in turn attacking Black people. Like that's all I really ever be trying to preach up here. Like, I get we have our problems and we may need to talk with each other, but I think we don't realize sometimes the enemy doesn't really care about male or female. They just see black people, and regardless if you're a male or a female, they're going to find some way to shade you. You know what I'm saying? Like, so that's the only thing I can really even say. Other than that, we all on the same page. I ain't even gonna hold you. They was coming aggressive. Like the white women was coming aggressive. They responded in kind, which ain't nothing wrong with that. I was trying to point out to Josh earlier, you know, it's a difference between saying just a passive aggressive thing like being catty with somebody when they met each other versus using like race descriptors. You know what I'm saying? What is it called? Like epipaths, something like that, where you're using like what is it? I can't remember. What do you call it when it's like all black people eat chicken? Using stereotypes to like describe people and using that, basing that as fact. You know what I'm saying? So that's a whole different thing. When you attack like a whole culture of people, that you ain't just responding in kind, you really responding as should.
Well, then I will say I'm in agreement with somewhat of what you're saying, KT. The problem is that when any of these individuals who decide to do that, it doesn't matter which quote unquote gender group or even children that they decide to do it, they are attacking the community. I just wish that more Black brothers would see it that way, because Black brothers, they will see a Black woman get violated and they say, oh no, it's just that Black woman. But you was able to mention that when she used the Black woman to attack her, to make it as a pipeline to now say something about Black men, then that's when you categorized it as she was attacking the community. And that is a problem. If you don't see that when she's attacking the Black woman, she's attacking the community, we're going to always continue to get that same type of result. We have seen many, many times that they have always gone through the woman first. And then later on, the same women you laying up with, they end up calling you out your damn name.
Awesome.
They end up being Courtney, stabbing you up.
Damn.
So now I hope y'all understand where it comes from and where that comfortability comes from.
Also want to say, hey, we need to get to the bare minimum 100 likes. We trying to attempt to get to 500 likes, but it starts with you. You got to participate and hit the like button. We could get 1,000 views. We could get 500 likes. Hopefully we can do that together. It starts with you. Don't wait for somebody else to do it. Also, welcome into the show, TMZ Taz. Good day, sir. What is your thoughts?
Question. So why does this conversation only come up about Jasmine Crockett? Because, for example, like, I take issue with how Tiffany Henyard was done, but I seem to be the only person in America that takes issue to how Tiffany Henyard was done. From 2022 to now, she was called a city girl mayor. People said she was stealing money. The FBI gonna get her. She's going to jail. She's going to prison, blah, blah, blah. To this day, this woman still has yet to be arrested or charged with anything. Having said that, it's been 3 years. She lost her position because she was the mayor. Due to all of this smearing, and she's going to jail and she's stealing money, all this stuff coming from the outside, she loses her job. Now she's no longer mayor. She's moved to Atlanta. They done followed the woman down there to Atlanta and started doing some new content. Oh, they're going to get her down there. She's stealing money in Georgia. Don't let Tiffany Henyard get elected. They're literally following this woman around the country, trying to paint a picture of her that can't be qualified yet. And I'm saying it can't be qualified because the argument was she was doing all of this and the FBI gonna get her. Where's the proof of that? When is that gonna happen?
I don't know when that's gonna happen. She had a lot of allegations that seem like they can't prove it for sure. Has some security guards made an egregious amount of money? Yes. but can we also, so she's doing what politicians do at the end of the day. They try to make it seem like she's doing something above and beyond what politicians do, to act like she's doing something criminal. And I think Tiffany, she gets ran through a little bit more because she don't have any political stance, and all she got is that she is a black mayor and she's doing something to black people, and they running with that. And she fits the stereotypes of the hair, and none of people is on her side. So
the conversation, right? Like that lady mentioned Jasmine Crockett, in passing, but that wasn't really what they were talking about.
Yeah. And I feel for Tiffany. She maybe she did use the funds inappropriate on her security guard or whatever. She making sure her homie was making some bread.
Oh, my bad. I thought the question was black women being vilified. And if she's been called for 3-4 years for stealing money and they went to jail, that is the true definition of being vilified. But y'all got it.
Yeah. No, that's a Taz, I don't have no answer for that. I don't know why it's continuing like that without proof. I don't know. I'll be trying to figure it out. I don't have an answer. I'm not ashamed to say I don't have an answer.
Nah, it's valid, Taz, because listen, even though the feds haven't arrested her, it's proof. Like Sharon just said, they know factually. Like I know it was like an Escalade or something.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like they could prove, like the people. Matter of fact, the other women in them that called her out in the like town meeting, she gave the evidence of that. Like they spent money on an Escalade and like something going on a trip or something.
Yeah,
just because the feds didn't know.
I was just gonna say she spent money on a lot of stuff you don't like. She spent money on the same stuff any other mayor spends money on.
No, the people in the town, like the other people who were literally a part of the town, like Congress, I guess you could say, their ward members and stuff, they pulled up themselves. Like, matter of fact, her secretary was who did it, who exposed the whole shit. Like, you're really stealing money. This is the proof of it. And then she pulled out this piece of paper and gave it to the people in the room about like it was some money that she was supposed to be spending on something, but instead she went and bought an Escalade and went to like a trip to the Bahamas or some shit. So like I ain't saying listen, because that's politics. All the politicians
I am
are stealing
saying,
money. I'm not really mad at that. What I'm saying is you can't sit there and say, well, just because the feds ain't came and got her, why we you know what I'm saying, why we ain't supporting her. Like, why she getting vilified? I mean, it is what it is.
I certainly can. I can. That's the again. She's being vilified. If you're telling me
we playing in the white people game. That's what I keep trying to point out. Like, if we're falling into white people systems and trying to placate to white people to say this is how we gain progress as black people, well, this is always what's gonna happen. This is what I keep trying to tell y'all. Like, we can't control our fate trying to work within a white people system because it's based to placate to them. That's how you gain success. And guess what? Your black ass, when you run for the politician, it doesn't matter if you have a bad record or not. We see how they did Obama. This nigga was squeaky clean for real. Just because the nigga admitted in college he smoked weed, meanwhile you got other freaking people, Bush and them, talking about how we did coke. You know what I'm saying? Like people, we know how the system works, but that's what's going to happen if we play into the system. So that's what I'm saying. It's one of them situations where sometimes we can say, you can't cry about that. You know what was happening. You went into the game went against you. You know it could have happened, especially with you as a black person.
Yeah, I'm just only dealing with, like I say, the true definition of what vilified means. And Tiffany Henyard was vilified. And until she goes to jail or any of this type of stuff, like what was claimed on her as they vilified her, yeah, it fits the conversation. But I mean, I got you. I understand where y'all at with it, though. I just look at what y'all saying as bigger than Jasmine Crockett. Latoya Cantrell, as many black women that this actually qualifies for. You don't see these white women being called city girl mayors when they go to jail for stealing $5 million in hurricane relief funds and all of that. But I get it. You know what I'm saying? She's a black woman. Y'all gonna go along with the vilification. So I understand.
You think we going along with the vilification, you mean? Or
I'm watching y'all do it right now, literally.
How we going with the vilification of black women?
Because if she has yet to be put in any position that validates what was said about her to vilify her, shouldn't she be defended? Where
No,
is
that's the thing. We don't have to. You don't have to make a defense. That you're saying if you don't defend somebody, you're vilifying them.
Right.
But this is what I'm saying. It is evidence she did foul play with the money. Now we're not persecuting her for that.
Right. We not.
That alone should let you know, like we not sitting here up here talking trash about it. Then most people you see really don't. Like, let's be real. The ones who did was manosphere niggas who are white people placating. Manosphere is white man ideology. They just called the black manosphere because, you know, it had a little black thought with it type shit on their own, and the white man didn't agree there. You know what I'm saying? But whatever. Like, it is what it is. Those are white, again, going back to the system, white placating people, bro. I'm not even arguing with them.
Yeah, because I don't think anybody on this channel period vilified Tiffany. I don't even think I did anything on it because I just didn't see what she did was out of pocket what politics is. It's just they put a microscope on her because she's doing the same. Like sad to say I gotta agree with KT. She doing what white folks already do with these politics. They would act like they going to dinner and they would get shrimps and whatever. Right? We was just doing not too long ago, right? They spent $2 million on lobsters and crab meat at some kind of banquet.
That's wild.
They act like that's normal. So she did the same thing. Oh, so I guess I could go to the Bahamas because we having a political meeting, and she bought some hotels and a goddamn Escalade to go do it. Fine.
And brought the gang through.
Right, but they looked at her as this negative because she's a so-called city girl. It's kind of crazy, but she did.
Yeah, nah, I ain't mad at it either because Marjorie Taylor Greene exists.
She had people doing security 24 hours where we know you can't be security for 24 hours. Hey, that looks a little shaky. You know what I'm saying? That looks shaky.
Wait,
why does it matter that she's from the city?
Some of this is just like, because I said, you can't go through every situation, but even with that one, I agree that she probably shouldn't have did the 24-hour security thing. But if you got people threatening your life, you know what I'm saying? That was why that happened. And so I can agree that, nah, you shouldn't. But if we're going to have these conversations about protecting black women and ain't nobody in Dalton trying to protect her, can we really say she didn't need security? Are we saying black women aren't under threat of violence? Like, I don't do the double thing. It's just one conversation.
And so now if she say, hey, listen, I was getting threats, and so this is justify me having this person be with me 24, but she had one person doing 24 hours instead of people having around the clock, this person do an 8 hour, this person do 8, and they have an overlapping shift, or even a 12 and 12 hour shift. She had one person doing a whole week of 24 hours. That's when it's like, hey, that looks a little crazy. She didn't have it overlapping with the team.
But Shiraz, she was able to justify it. You know what I'm saying? Because that's the part of it that I'm saying. It becomes vilified when we're only doing one mayor, and that mayor just happens to be a black woman. We can look through all the mayors and see these same consistent actions, but you're vilifying the one who's black. Otherwise, it'd be about all of them. That's all I'm saying. Is again, I don't think anybody here is highlighting her or trying to put her down or nothing like that. But I'm saying there is no consistency when looking at this issue. There isn't.
Taz, what city is she from?
And Illinois. And so I agree. I agree. And this is the only time when me and KT agree. So she got caught with doing what is normal in politics, but they like it's okay for the popular the majority to do it, but it's not okay for one of us to do it. That's pretty much what happened to her. It's okay for other white folks to do it and sniff cocaine and all that, but once one of us do the same exact thing, it's going to be magnified, is what KT is saying. And so it's effed up.
Like I was saying, bro, Marjorie Taylor Greene is this. We see like foul play with her money. I'm from North Carolina. The dude who ended up coming like the senator for North Carolina named Pat McCrory. He used to be the mayor of Charlotte prior. Man, you see literally plenty of business transactions when he was the mayor solely in his benefit. You feel me?
Right.
Like he gained more than the city of Charlotte a lot of times. You feel me? So like they do that shit, and I agree with you, Tad. But like the thing I will disagree is where you're saying it's no consensus. No, the consensus is white. Media is majority white owned. That white owned majority has consistently thrown out the black example more than anything, because we see all the examples. But you're right. That's the consistent thing where the white media is the one who's vilifying the most. Like again, most black people were not like really in outrage about her, besides the constituents in the city. You know what I'm saying? That's another thing we can't ignore. Like the people in the city themselves were literally like, "Nah, she wilding."
Yeah, but see again, like if you follow this, you know that this is due to the pressure of social media. The city wasn't like that in 22, 23, or 24. That's once all of this city girl mayor, she gets all of these headlines, all of these stories start coming out. Now, all of a sudden, you got people coming out to these city council meetings. I can take you to 20 city council meetings that nobody was at. Nobody was talking about none of this. It wasn't until it went viral. That's when all of a sudden, people coming from out of state, people coming from New York, white dudes coming there promoting this to their people, and now it comes back to the black community, and y'all repeating them. It's just the reality, fam.
Why? Okay, so y'all keeps talking about city girl like she's not supposed to be from some city. Like I don't understand. Is she from the city?
They making the like city girls.
Hold on. Maybe this is a culture that he don't understand. Do you understand what city girl means, Shadow?
Yeah, somebody who was born in the city.
No.
Like in a major city.
No.
This is small town girl.
That's not what. It's not in the literal sense. City girl means like more of a hip hop, Cardi B, JT, somebody that is a part of a nightlife and a degenerate behavior, twerking and drugs and all these other types of things. That's what city girl means. Somebody that's taking advantage of a system as a woman. It doesn't have anything to do with that because she was born in a city.
It's to vilify her. Let's be real. It's to vilify her. It's
Josh,
to call
I can't
her
believe you don't know that. God
a bad black woman. You know what I'm saying? So again, that's the only reason why I introduce her, because I feel like she was vilified, but you know what I'm saying, I'm in the minority with that conversation, which is why I stopped the little series I was doing about it. But she was vilified, fam.
So I don't think we disagree about her being vilified. I just think also at the same time she did get caught with some things that is considered sketchy with being a mayor, even though it's not illegal what she did. I don't think she's going to get arrested for what she did. She did everything that is within her power at the same time, but it's frowned upon. If we was to scrutinize every mayor the same way how they did her, every mayor would be scrutinized the same way. Then she was definitely vilified. You know, so it's two things about that situation, and she was vilified because she was a black woman, and because black men on totality don't move like TMZ ties and say F that. Prove it. Lock up then. Where's your evidence that she did something illegal? And we stand on that. And this is the problem that we keep having, that we are not willing to push out propaganda that's going to benefit us. Even I don't care what negative thing Diva, MJ, KT, TMZ, and Shadow do. I'm still like, no, well, Taz, he always do this and this. I'm gonna push that propaganda because that's what he is. I'm not gonna go off this one thing. He smoked weed one day. Oh well. Even though we gotta get on one accord on pushing our people in a majority sense of the things that they're doing good versus that one bad thing that we're doing. It's what it is. I don't know how we're going to get there, but we're going to get there somehow, some way. I don't know how we're going to do it, but we got to figure out, we're going to have to start adopting some of the goddamn conservative ways. They willing to promote anybody that's saying the same thing as them. You know what I'm saying? They would negate all the negative things. As long as you on these same 10 talking points as like me, I'm going to stick to those 10 talking points, and then we're going to keep on moving. Keep pushing the agenda. For some reason, on our side, we don't do that as skillfully as them. We need more people on our side that could do streams together. You know, somebody sent me, maybe I should do a review on it right now. Controversial Shannon. He had a whole conversation with Fatty. right? Me and him probably should be doing more streams together because we have that same ideology that we want to push. That there's a lot of these degenerate men out here saying some nonsense.
Yeah,
But
she should.
For some reason, we don't connect. I don't know why. Public offender. He's also somebody that is leaning towards a lot of these men doing degenerate behavior. But whatever reason, we don't connect. I'm not sure why, Taz.
I mean, like I say, because like I was just telling Rilla in the chat, like I'm hip to that foundation she started, the little walk she did down there in Springfield. You know what I'm saying? I mean, she was doing it big, but these 501c3s and these little things she was starting up is just not any different than any other mayor. And so when they put the spotlight on her and everybody ran to that conversation, it started looking worse. And so now, like I say, it's sad because, again, that's all people know is the last year and a half and not the last 3 years, where the first 2 years they vilified her in order for y'all to even get in the conversation that you got in. They vilified her since the same people that y'all would sit up here and say, they hate Black women. Those are the ones who did the City Girl Mayor streams, though. The guy I'm doing content on right now every day, that's one of the guys who pushed her as a city girl mayor back in 2022. So just keep in mind who you lining up with when you challenging me on this. You're challenging me with that crowd, because I'm only calling out that crowd for calling her a city girl mayor when she was still in office and not charged with anything that puts her on a city girl. And again, just right quick, because there's something else I want to address too. If Jasmine Crockett can't be herself and Tiffany Henyard can't be herself, are y'all saying that Black women have to act like white women in a position, a senator, a House of Representatives, a mayor? Do they gotta act like a white woman? They can't be themselves? I don't know what I'm seeing, because again, some people say her attitude was the problem. She talked too much, she this, she that. But those white women get to do that. Those white women get to be themselves. So my question is, are they allowed to be themselves? Because that's all I'm asking for.
By our standard, we know they can be. By the majority white standard, no, they cannot. And that's what I'm saying. I don't even.
Before you move forward, when you say the white standard, are you putting Black men a part of that white standard?
No, it's always been house niggas. It's always been house niggas in America. The difference is right now, we got a problem with recognizing who the house niggas, because we don't recognize who in the field also. We make a lot of different distinctions based on your education or something. Like now that changes where you're from or your understanding of something, which just isn't true. Like, no offense, how you my dog, I ain't meaning to call you out like this, but how Josh just didn't know what like City Girl. You know what I'm saying? Like, everybody don't get it, don't me. No, shit. But listen, I'm just saying, everybody don't get it, but that also don't mean they against us, right? Like, but some people are genuinely, because again, like I've been saying already a bunch of times, it's a bunch of niggas trying to make it, and I pay my $2, I apologize, but it's a bunch of Negroes trying to make it out here, and the way that they think to do it, and it's hard to ignore, because the white people who have the money, that quote unquote money is how we get in position. The white people who have the money, they don't reward the conscious rapper as much as they would the trap rapper. They don't reward the actor who's standing on principle and saying, no, I will only play specific roles and not be a man wearing a dress. They say, hey, play Denzel in Training Day. You know what I'm saying? Then we gonna give you that Oscar. Like, that's one. It's we can't ignore that. So, I mean, yeah, they did.
And so, Taz, so let me also
Wait,
answer.
Sharon, what does it mean to act like a Black woman? Because you said that too. Like, I don't understand what that's supposed to mean. Like, what is a Black woman supposed to be?
So what Taz is referencing is that why she cannot be herself 100%, and we don't look at her just being that. For some reason, when she is being a personality, Jasmine Crockett, Tiffany Henyard, when they have big personalities, all of a sudden that is being a Black woman. But we have multiple personalities of what a Black woman is. We have PH Diva, we have MJ, we have Just Jay, and we also have Tiff, right? All different personalities. However, when they are very boisterous and willing to meet you where you stand, those are the ones that they say, oh, that is acting black. And no, it's not just a one size fit all for our black women. And we should be able, as black men, look at the Jasmines and the Tiffany's as who she is and say, no, it's okay for her to be that beautiful, bright personality, and we could back that beautiful, bright personality instead of attempting to make her less or make her humble herself to be more of white acting, right? So
so I don't think you answered my question.
When you misunderstood the black woman in the beginning, like that woman was sitting there with her hands on her hips, she barely moved, and she was just communicating. People still looked at her, even yourself looked at she was trying to take a jab when she didn't actually, and also that she was being aggressive when she was not being aggressive. So all those things factor in that, hey, no matter what a black woman does, is always going to seem aggressive just because she has a bright personality, a very vibrant personality, maybe even a funny personality, whatever the case is. And us as black men, we need to start protecting our women and say, no, she is. What is she saying? Is it right or wrong? That's the only thing. It doesn't matter how she said, what she doing, what she's saying these clock tees and she got weave and all that other shit that we try to focus on instead of the actual words she is using.
Because for real, that just right quick, Josh, because some of that stuff with Tiffany, that's what people didn't like, fam. They get to asking about money. She like, man, I ain't got to show y'all nothing. What are y'all talking about? Like, who is y'all? Make me show it. You know what I'm saying? And look, I'm not even saying that's right. I'm saying what was said about why she wasn't showing it. When is that going to pan out? When is it going to pan out that all of this was some federal sneaky blah, blah, blah? Because Jasmine was taken out of her district, right? There's almost nothing we can do to get her back in play. But I'm saying all of this negative vilifying of black women will put them in horrible positions, and people gonna act like they don't see it. I mean, I'm literally looking at people in the chat that was just understanding the conversation now say, "Whoops, nah, that's Tiffany Henyard, man. Forget that. I can't do that. That woman ain't been charged with nan crime. I mean, like, yo, like, understand? She ain't been charged with no, like,
She has. Taz, she has. Her crime is being a black woman. That's a
black woman. Not only that, a black woman having the audacity to be herself and get elected. That's audacity to a lot of folks. And
yeah,
they
like
get
I said, I'm just
especially and Taz, sad to say, especially our black brothers, they get they feel like the audacity of you to be 100% yourself, because a lot of these black brothers, Taz, they cannot be themselves.
No, hold up, Sharon. See, that's what I'm saying.
Hold up, y'all make fun of me for being myself.
No, stop.
Wait a minute.
Hold
up.
Stop.
Don't bring it into you specifically.
No. I'm going back to what I said.
Don't bring it into you specifically.
I'm going back to what I said.
No, do not have a hold on.
What does it mean to be a black woman? And you have yet to answer that.
Slow down. We are not going to have a main character syndrome in this moment. Absolutely not.
Fine. You're telling me that we need to be able to accept black women for being who they are. But it sounds like every time you say somebody is doing something that isn't quote unquote city girl, they're not acting black. I don't understand the conversation here, because MJ is a fairly proper person from what I've talked to her. Again, so I don't understand what you mean by black woman.
We all would consider, so we will all consider MJ acting black.
Okay.
All right. So also,
what's acting white?
Also, Diva would be considered acting black.
Okay, then what's acting white?
Yeah, no, hold up. So I want to answer this because I've seen that in the chat too. We both have inherently different cultural stances, ways, outlooks of things. Like, again, I said backstage y'all one time, like, black people, what's understood ain't got to be said. That's something a lot of black people really understand at like a deep level. Like, we can look at each other, like, as you may be in a room full of white people and you see another black person and you give them a nod. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's out of respect because, oh, not only is you another person, you a nigga. You feel me? So it's many different things, even down to white people, how they look at black people in things that we do. they look at us and say we're a certain way if your hair is a certain way, not knowing that that man may be a college educated person. White people standards are I even say in some aspects how a lot of people depend on education standard that is a white ideology, where it's saying, oh, you're better because you got good education. That's like white people because they don't have like much physical or anything else. So they have a standard of that. It's many differences. We don't have to even like act like that's not true.
Yeah,
So
and we got to stop acting as if we don't understand why when somebody like Glacier comes up, people look at her and say she's acting white with her tonality, the way how she's communicating, the way how she's going against the so-called black culture. All those things would be considered acting white. If you anything pro-black, right, that's when it'd be an issue. Like me being pro-black is the real issue that a lot of people have. Right,
Sharon,
so,
right quick, if you would, just can I get a screen share right quick so I can just make one last point before we move on? Okay, I'm saying this how bad it is, fam. You can ask Google who the city girl mayor is, and they're gonna take you straight to Tiffany.
God damn.
And this is what vilify is, right? If you vilify, if you speak or write about someone enough in an abusive or disparaging manner, they will become that person that you said they were. If y'all don't see that, then you don't. But I came up here to speak to the topic, right? So that topic, to me, she does qualify that because, man, I'm telling you, fam, before 2024, she was already this city girl mayor in the eyes of some of the content creators because that name stuck. It worked. She had the air quote attitude to fit. People ran with it, and she became that air quote city girl mayor to the point where now she's identified as that if you just look up that term. I don't like that, bro.
And so now, Taz, would you, with her politics, right? Would you vote for her, or would you, well, let me not say vote. Would you go ahead and campaign for her with her politics?
Well, okay, so if we're talking about in 2020, let's say, yes, I would. I think in 2025, though, I think she would have needed to tackle that issue a little bit differently when all of the smoke came. I don't think she handled it right when the smoke came.
I think that's the issue that we have with attempting to so-called push her as a person that we need to be protecting, right? Because we can't protect her policies yet.
But Sharon, just be clear. When the smoke came, she said, "F y'all, bring the smoke in." That's what I don't agree with. And to her credit, to this day, they ain't showed that smoke was legit. She ain't locked up. She ain't all of the smoke that they were supposed to bring. It ain't panned out. So I just don't like the voice of that woman saying, "Hey, come get me. Then y'all ain't got nothing on me. I won, and I'm gonna win again next time." She was talking greasy. Right? But if she was innocent, why she got to bow down?
Right. Back to that humbling situation. It's that humbling situation.
It's that humbling, yeah.
And it seems like it's programmed for Black women and Black people in general to be humble, even when they're in the right. It's understanding to be humble if you got things wrong and then you made a mistake. But when you're right, why do you have to be humble? Why can't you express yourself and stand on your square like everyone else do? And we also see so many people stand on their square when they're dead ass wrong and they don't give a fuck.
Oh, I agree with you like a mug, MJ. I agree with you like a mug. Word, look, progress. but
no, Taz has a very valid point. No, we're not going to skip past this. I'm sorry.
No, I'm about to.
So what you're saying is that this chick, who's true in herself, she's being completely her at all times. She's standing on the fact that she didn't do something, and she's quote unquote acting Black, which you still have yet to describe. So you're saying you shouldn't protect somebody. Hold on, wait.
You don't know what
shouldn't protect somebody who wasn't out of pocket.
The issue is that you keep trying to make us put a definition on acting Black.
Define something, yes, because you keep saying something acts white and contrasting it with acting Black.
And so that's the issue. And that's the issue. Only white people and Black men that are confused about their culture ask that question. This is what KT is saying, right? And it is okay. Like, so you didn't know what City Girl is. You didn't know the Black National Anthem. And we gonna get you your black card by the end of this year. Don't worry about it. You're gonna know that the favorite Kool-Aid is red. We gonna get you there. We gonna get you to understand that Friday was not a gangster movie. We gonna get you there. But we gotta slowly pick apart the ideology that you was raised under. You shaking your head no. But these are the natural things that us as Black culture, we understood that Friday was a comedy. We understand that that Craig had a mother and a father, that they both was working, right? That he had a job, that he didn't do the gangster thing what he actually did was be a man and fought the gangster with his fists instead of go ahead and shoot him, right? So it was not a gangster movie. Right, all those things is understood when we watched it. For you, it looked a little different. Same thing like knowing what's your favorite Kool-Aid. It doesn't matter that we don't drink Kool-Aid as grown-ups anymore, but we know the favorite color, the favorite flavor is red, even though red should not be considered a flavor, but red is our favorite flavor. Right. So you asking us about what is for us to define Blackness is an issue for a lot of Black brothers in these spaces, especially the conservative ones, even the ones that are married to a Black woman, like BMU, for example, or Anton Daniels, for example. And we can keep going down the list of these conservative Black men that have issue with how Blackness is so-called portrayed.
Look, even when I met my wife's family when we were kids, they always said I acted white, and I'm fine with that sentence. Here's the problem, though. But then when I can turn that question and ask a legitimate question of what does it mean to act white, to this day, 30 blank some odd years later, nobody's been able to give me a solid answer. And again, Taz made a very valid point.
So pause. Let me give you the solid answer. I'm gonna give you the solid answer so this way you can understand. Acting white is acting like you don't understand. That's what white people are known for doing. I don't know. What does it mean? Define it.
Well, you said acting like you don't understand. What if you don't actually understand?
And that's when we know you are acting white. You know exactly what it means with somebody.
Acting,
so
acting
white people and yourself know exactly what we mean by acting Black. But when you want us to define it, we know you are acting white. Simple.
You can't make the shit up.
You can't. That's the truth. It's 100% the truth. When you need a literal sense of a definition of a word, you starting to act white now. When I'm having a conversation, you say, but literally, you said the word chicken. How do you mean money? I remember because in my culture, we call chicken money, but it doesn't actually mean that by the word. That's when you start acting white.
Have you ever
See, no, you're stretching that.
No,
you said
I'm not.
choking the chicken.
No,
you said choking the chicken.
So for example, hold on. For example, when we said city girl, and the fact that you trying to understand that you went to the literal definition. She wasn't born in the city. It was like, what do you mean?
I'm raised in the country. When I hear somebody say, if I would have said KT's a city boy, it's because I thought he was raised in the city.
Slow down. So now relate that to what I just said about. So now relate that to what I just said. So
if I don't know who the city girls are, how would I even know that reference?
Because again, while I'm explaining it, you're acting as if you don't understand it. That is acting white. I'm explaining it to you, and then you want to explain to me why you don't understand. I'm telling you, it has nothing to do with actually being born in a city. It is a attribute that they say by you being a negative version or being more hip hop ish with Cardi B. I explained it to you. Or being
literally, Villa explained it better. He actually described that apparently the City Girls are a duo rap group. I went and looked them up to figure out what y'all meant. Then I looked up this woman. Hold on.
Do you understand what a city girl is?
Now, yes.
Okay, so now if you go backwards and act like if you didn't, that is acting white.
Nah, but he really didn't know. But listen to me, Josh. Listen. I know you heard that like African American vernacular stuff. This is like study wise. They say it's the most complex language because black people instantly just understand like one word will have 10 different meanings, and based on basically the way like you say it, how your tone changes, or when you're speaking it, we understand your meaning and context. It's hard. That's why white people like shame how we talk because they didn't get it. They don't understand the slang part. Like they don't get how we change a word and we just instantly get it. So that's the thing he's saying. Like it's not that you don't really understand. It's the fact that you don't understand. You know what I'm saying? Your mindset is like you don't. And I'm not saying you were raised by white people, bro. You're a conservative mindset, and it means like if you really, whether or not you would like to agree with it, it means you agree with like white ideology. Because conservatism is literally like was a conformation of like slaves to people. That's why they were saying conservative. They still included slavery with that in the beginning. Like you get that, right? Like that's conservatism. So even though they dropped that aspect of it, you don't understand you're still aligning with like white ideology and mass and overall.
Not only that, the fact that somebody like Nick Cannon and Amber Rose could even attempt to be in a conversation of being conservative is insane. That's insane.
Didn't Amber Rose make the stank walk?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a ridiculous conversation to begin with.
Right, and that's literally the problem. You have Nick Cannon and Amber Rose who participate in a lot of liberal things talking about their conservative.
Right, that's just insane. And so what we trying to get you to understand that when you act confused about the context of the conversation, you're acting white. So anytime you act confused, you acting white. Go ahead, Diva, you there? Don't be confused, and then you'll be fine. I guess Diva is not there at the moment. Aaron Toulouse with Faraz. Is acting white or being professional? No, Condoleezza Rice and Susan Rice are known for being very knowledgeable and professional.
Great question. And it's white. It's being white because it's professional to white people. Like is a black man is a black man to another black man, and we honestly knew each other, right? Like if you're my homeboy, we both own businesses, and we just came to each other like, bruh, I got this business proposal. You know, y'all work with concrete. I'm gonna need this, that, and the fifth. Like you see, I'm talking. This wouldn't be considered professional in a white setting. Like that's what
I disagree.
Yeah. All right,
Casey, if you don't mind me putting it out there, we had this same conversation recently in the tone that I'm having it in right now. Me and you spoke exactly like this.
Y'all don't give a damn about no doubt. Y'all don't give a damn about me reading super chats at all. I'm reading super chats.
Oh shit, my bad. Oh shit. Well, sorry, Diva wasn't here.
Oh, goose, 618, $2. Tell me how someone talks white or acts black. Thanks always for the conversation. You are welcome. Okay, so now we can dive into, now you can have the conversation. Go ahead, Shadow. TMZ want to address it as well. We can talk about someone talks white or acts black or is acting professional being white. Go ahead, have your conversation. Go ahead, let's do it. We can start with you, Shadow, if he's there. I'm not sure. Go ahead, TMZ. You got it.
Yeah, so I've been in professional environments multiple times in my life. I've never had to lower myself to be respected. In this conversation, I've actually always argued the opposite. The people who seemingly lower themselves, they change their tone. They start acting a little bit different. Their language changes. They won't look the white people in the eye. Those are the people that seemingly lose respect in the professional setting versus the person who's themselves. They're not acting all shy when the white folks come around. They're looking the white person in the eye. They're speaking with the same tone they normally speak with. In my experience over the years, that's been respected. It's been respected to be yourself. So I don't agree with having to act white, but there is a such thing as acting white, because that person who looks down, who won't look the white person in the eyes, who changes their tone, who removes some of the bass from their voice and whatnot, that person is changing who they are every other time they're talking. That person goes in front of the white person now, and you're trying to be someone else, which that person may call professional, but I'm professional being myself. So that's why I would call it acting white, because you don't have to do what that person is doing to be air quote professional.
KT, you want to respond to that, or are you good?
No, that's pretty much what I'm saying. I mean, I'm in agreement to like how it goes, but what he said too, like what the white people accept, like respect, what they respect is in what they make managers. You know what I'm saying? Like,
No,
they respect your work.
so for example, I get a lot of pushback, KT, by saying that I don't change whatever room I'm in. I keep the way how I communicate with y'all is the way how I communicate in those construction meetings and trying to get those contracts. I don't change. I don't switch up. I don't have no code switch to when I'm in the so-called professional setting, that all of a sudden my vernacular change. The same way how I communicate with y'all, I communicate with them. When they get hot, I scream and yell the same way they are. I'm not backing down. I'm looking them dead in the eye. I said, no, you's an asshole for doing such and such. The same way how I communicate with y'all. So I do not change. So it's no acting white for me. But the person like Wall Street Willie, he would come up here and he would say all these other vernaculars. But then when he's clearly himself said, when I'm on the phone and I'm on a call, I'm in the meetings, he had changed his tone and he have a completely different tone of voice. We wouldn't even recognize Willie if he called us with that white person voice. And we also seen that movie where it's a white voice versus his natural tone voice.
Nah, for sure. I agree with that. I'm just saying that exists because that is the white standard, and most black people in the quote unquote professional standards lean into the opposite way of where they're going to code switch. You know, that's why the word is like they're going to code switch. And like the people he pointed out, that's why I said it was a good point to start at, because Condoleezza Rice and Susan, they were never looked at as like very adjacent to the black community. You know what I'm saying? Like we seen them as black people and cool. Yeah, you made it as a black person. However, no one's ever said like, yeah, Susan was out here. You know, these people was in the hood making real impact. Nah, we look at it like that.
And then that's when I think that's when the confusion happens with the what is acting black, that you got to be from the hood to be black. That's where the confusion when people say stuff like that. Because just because you are part of the Jack and Jill community doesn't mean that you're not black.
Nah, not even gonna say that, but even down to just helping black people at whole. Like we've never seen them helping black people at all.
Them being so that's the issue that we be having as well too. Them being there is helping black people.
Nah, not in mass. I could say maybe like individually and maybe even getting a couple other people in position, but just in mass.
So then therefore it helped. Yes, that helps. Them being visibly the argument and the contradiction to what other people are trying to make us to be is literally helping black people.
Nah, I don't agree with that just because it's helping in the white society and standard. Like it's helping progress like to where white people can say, I mean, black people can say, all right, this is the first black person in there. Now they got to let more black people in there, but it takes them hundreds of years to let even a good amount in. And then by that time, it's still not even the things that we.
Hold on, you moving past what I'm saying. Hold on. You saying Condoleezza being there as a black woman do not help other black people as a representation that we can go to higher levels in professional and military political settings?
No, I think it just means like if you placate to the white people ideology enough, you'll get in prime position.
And there go our issue. We cannot do that against our own people. Once we start doing that, we are being detrimental to our own people as a totality. When we say don't be like Condoleezza, no, we have a group of black folks that is moving like Condoleezza. She is still black. We need to be pushing those people forward as well.
No, I'm saying be like Condoleezza for a system that focuses on black people, maybe not America. Because I've already admitted plenty of times I think homogenistically. Like I think we should focus on ourselves. Like America, I don't agree with the American logic of like we're all because we live in America, everybody in America help each other. Because in the long run, it's pretty much to the detriment of all of us. Because like the reason we have so much white people pushback is constantly the threat of them not being in the lead. So that's already just the natural setting is we are the minority at this point for a bit. We've been the minority. And then there's other groups who come in, you know, they make the differences. But the main thing is always white being afraid
what
of
we're
losing.
saying. So this is the reason why white folks don't mind pushing a Byron Donalds out. And this is the problem that we keep having as a community. We keep trying to make it seem like it got white folks willing to push Byron Donalds out there because he's willing to do what is needed for the white community, even though he's black. We are in agreement?
For sure.
So therefore, we need to learn how to do the same thing for our black brothers and sisters and use the ones that is so-called whatever you trying to say that's not black and say, no, you are black and push that for the black community so they can also help the black community because they have a good representation. We got to stop saying that for us.
No, don't get me misconstrued. I'm not saying they're not black. I'm saying those black people are acting white and they're appeasing to white people.
Right, and I'm trying to say that is a problem. That anytime somebody is doing something productive like that, like Condoleezza or Barack Obama, we are going to say that that person is not for the black community. We are questioning what Barack Obama did for the black community is insanity. Him being there is doing tremendous for our community, and we need to be pushing that so we can get more versions of that. That's going to be starting to be like that what is actually needed for the black community. We need to keep pushing that thing out.
Well, I think Obama was good for like black psychology. The biggest thing today, currently, I could say Obama is the catalyst for white hate resurgence in America. They were so mad a black man was president, it led to like this Trump type logic, this crazy national conservatism. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the main, even though it's good for our maybe logic, thought, you know, just to see another black face in that position.
KT,
again, the problem was the white people's reaction to it.
Do you think majority of black men are saying that Barack Obama is good for black people?
I think those that are in politics deeply, no. But I think most people aren't into politics deeply, and they just look at it.
So the rhetoric out there is that Barack Obama did not do anything good for black folks, right? That is the rhetoric that is out there on a majority scale. That is out there in the ether.
Nah, I wouldn't say that.
No, the rhetoric is out there. Yeah, we can't.
No, the rhetoric exists. I didn't say. He said in majority.
You just did. I just actually you said no, it's not out there. That's what you just said.
No, I didn't. You said majority.
Okay, so what is
like
it that I'm saying that the Barack Obama rhetoric is that he didn't do anything for black folks.
Yeah, that exists. You say yes or no? I don't think majority of people even.
You can understand me, so we could know your position. Is your position that the rhetoric of Barack Obama doing something for black folks is out there or is not out there?
Sharon, you got to stop that. We went through this already. Like you don't need to ask the position. And when I'm stating what my position is,
I'm telling you, I need you to, so I can understand the position that we are having a conversation about.
For me to explain my position. If you just having a
conversation just to talk about nothing, and then fine, then I just let it be. And
it's not about nothing.
But if we're gonna have a conversation about positions on what we are trying to communicate, it's important for you to establish your position on the conversation.
Position cannot be established by you.
It does this all the time. It's okay.
My position can't be established by us just you literally saying, I'm going to ask you a question. This is a yes or no. We're saying, I'm going to set it up this two ways. I'm explaining it in whole totality. You know what I'm saying? So to say it makes sense to you only if it goes this way or that way, well, that's literally killing the explanation I'm giving you. That's all I'm saying. So I'm saying, in whole, I don't believe most people are into politics too heavily. Do they know who our president is? Yeah. In the mind of most black people, my mama, my grandmothers, my elders.
Pause. Do you believe that most people that think Donald Trump is doing the right thing? Do you think most of them are into politics?
Huh? I apologize.
The majority of the people that is following Donald Trump and voted for him, do you believe they are into politics?
Not really.
Okay, so but they still believe that he's doing the correct thing because they believe the rhetoric, correct?
No, I think somebody brought it up earlier. People pick up like an ideology you agree with. They just seen things he said. They aligned with that.
Okay, so we're in agreement. So they voted for him even though they are not into politics.
Yeah.
Clearly.
Yeah.
Okay, so now that we established that people can vote and have an idea of somebody without them being into politics. So now when we could correlate that to Barack Obama. A lot of people in the majority sense do not believe, or at least what they communicate, that Barack Obama did anything for Black individuals. Is that a true statement or not?
No.
Okay. And go ahead, what's your proof behind that?
Most, like I was just saying, like my elders, the Black elders, you don't hear them talking about how he did anything negative. I'm not even saying how you see them explain how he did something for us, but you don't see them talk bad like, oh, he was at our detriment in any shape, fashion, or form. Now, those who are like heavy into politics and like some of us online maybe, but most Black people are just like, nah, that's the Black president, you feel me? Like even Boondocks making the episode about like, you know, Dick Ride and Obama, you remember? Like it was funny, but it was looked at like bad, like because it was like, dang, how you dissing Obama like that? You know what I'm saying? Like
no, I
most
don't know what
people
you're saying.
never
Okay,
looked
so
at Obama.
all right, I don't know what you're saying.
Black people.
TMZ Taz, do you think that majority of Black people look at Barack Obama not doing something for Black people?
No, I don't. Okay, so let me say it like this. I don't think that's how they initially identify him. I think if you start asking questions, or maybe even giving too much praise, you'll get that sentiment. But the overall sentiment that I've seen over the last almost 20 years of Obama is more of a pride thing. It's more of a, he was there, it's cool. There's been a Black president, and this is, you know, you got people who don't look at him as Black, so that's another part of the conversation. But for the most part, yeah, I would say most people that I've seen that are Black accept him as being a victory in terms of Black people. Not, oh, he ain't do nothing for us. That's not usually the go-to. People gonna defend Barack if they don't defend nobody else. they gonna defend 44, nigga.
For sure.
They gonna defend. Hey, they gonna defend 44, nigga.
I don't know. I don't see that happening at all, to be honest with you. Welcome back to the show, the beautiful MJ. How do you see this conversation about Barack doing something for Black folks?
Truly, I believe that it's not necessarily that he didn't do anything for Black folks. He didn't do enough. A lot of people pinpoint that through Obama's administration, that's how the LGBTQ situation occurred and kind of got out of control. So they felt like he was making, extra effort to other individuals instead of the things that is definitely needed, a necessity for the Black community. But I will say that, outside of that, just his representation was a benefit to the Black community, if you want to look at it in that way. Yes.
I like it. Yeah. Most of the time when I hear people bring up his name, especially my Black brothers, they say he didn't do anything for the Black community. I always hear that. I hear that more than anything about his policies, even though a lot of his policies was very good for America. People don't never talk about the good things that he did. They always talk about the things that is detrimental to the country and things that is detrimental to the Black community is what I usually hear.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Shadow. I'll wait.
No, ma'am. You can go. But I'm calling Cap because he just talked about Obama's policies being positive for America as a whole. And I want to figure out where he got that from, like specifically.
He rebuilt the economy, number one, and he was inherited a horrible economy. Number two, he also helped people with with the whole Obamacare situation when he is playing things that he did that was for America. That is a positive and productive thing for us.
Okay, so how did Obama? Because rebuilding the economy happens, especially when an economy changes. Like that's generally the process we go through. "Quote unquote," Trump rebuilt the economy as well after you know the big disease. So again, hold on.
No, hold on.
No, the
Trump did
economy
not do that. You giving Trump something that he did not do.
Okay, fine. We'll talk subjective opinion. But still, explain how to say. Okay, you're right, bro. Like you're just saying things and you're not substantiating it. I'm asking you to substantiate how Obamacare helped people as a whole.
I can give one example. The Affordable Care Act. Even though after a while it started to put a bind on actual like businesses, like medical businesses, and it did get a lot of people some form of health insurance that didn't have it before, and that they would go into the office and have to pay that, you know, that large amount if they didn't have it, or if they went to the hospital, they would have a bill. So it did help a lot of people to get, you know, get seen for screen for things that they wasn't able to do anymore.
Okay, so, and that's a great point. I guess my counterpoint became they also ended up starting to overcharge people that were going through private insurances for the same. So while I can see how it benefited people who, and I think didn't the Affordable Care Act actually affect white women or white underprivileged women more than any other group, or was it Hispanic women? I don't remember.
And this is the problem that I keep having.
But,
right?
hold on.
I said America, and now you want to point it out to now who it helped more, right? That's number one.
Because the initial comment was
number
what?
Number two, the Republican and Conservative Party was the one that was fighting it the most to make him have to keep redoing things, and it made it not beneficial overall. And now that's why people have such a problem with it. If they would have pushed out what he actually had without all this goddamn fighting and pushback, maybe we'll have a different outlook on the whole situation. So your people, your Republican Party, are the ones is the reason why we have all this goddamn negative aspect of the goddamn bill in the first place.
Sir, you brought that bill up. I just want you to understand that. And you brought it in context of saying how it helped Black people. And I'm telling you for a fact, like factually speaking, it helped other races of people more than it helped Black people. Your comment was, and I quote, "Why do people always bring up the fact that Obama didn't do much for Black people?" Because he helped every other group more. And again, that's not just a subjective statement.
Again,
that's just something. It's just factual.
I just corrected you, right? I just corrected you and said I said it that it helped America. I corrected you.
Okay, fine.
You went
okay, that's
backwards
fine.
again just to try to prove this is. I can't believe this should be happening in real time.
Sharon, is the conversation not about how Obama helped Black people?
I correct you in real time. Instead of talking to what we are communicating, you want to talk about what you want to talk about to be right.
Sir, how did Obama help Black people? Okay, let's stick to the point. How did Obama help Black people?
So let me jump in, fam, because I think this is where that conversation is going to always go back to being favorable for Obama. When you look at the current situation, when you look at the current president and juxtapose him to a Barack Obama, who I would probably call the greatest orator of my lifetime, it's a wash. I agree with that.
No, I agree with that.
And so I think that transfers over into the understanding of doing something for the people. Because if nothing else, people was inspired by Barack. Fam, people think it's the end of the world every day now. Nobody, this ain't a good feeling under Trump. And I think that's where that conversation has to start at. The ability to just look at it for what people felt better under Barack. It was a celebration in the streets when Barack won. There was a protest in the streets when Trump won. You see what I'm saying? So there's a difference. And I think that aura is what creates the conversation. Not just what did he do, but what did he do in terms of the aura of the country, how people felt, the movement. And I do think Barack had that to his benefit.
Yeah,
Okay,
that,
So
that adds to
I
the
can
Tiffany
actually,
Henyard thing. That
Taz,
adds
I
to the
can agree
Tiffany
to that.
Henyard thing.
I have a question. I just came back in. So what are we talking about now? Because when I left, it was villainizing black women, and then it was Tiffany Henyard, and now it's Barack Obama. So I'm just wondering, like, what is the conversation now?
The
So I was trying
conversation is how we get vilified no matter what we do, especially the upright standing ones, right? So now Donald Trump is doing everything great, and Barack Obama did nothing for black people or America whatsoever is going to be the new argument. So that's how I transferred into it. It went from vilifying black women and not understand how
To
it hurts
vilifying black men?
to vilify a black man that did nothing wrong that they could prove of, but because he was such a good so-called, he's a house Negro,
Okay, so I just think it's interesting because, like, okay, if we're talking about men, then they're like, if it's something negative, then there's a they want to pull the conversation towards women, right? So what about the women? Okay, so now we start out talking about women being villainized and the victim, and then there's a desire to pull it towards black men. Oh, okay, well, black men the victim and villainized too.
What the villainization of Barack Obama is about the code switching that the black people that get into Congress and doing all the right things and have a certain way of communicating, they are not considered black, and we do not push and promote those type of black people because those black people ain't really for us because they really just acting white.
Wait, so what code switching did Barack do?
Right, because he made it to be a president. When he becomes president, and when he's a Harvard student and he communicates properly, all of a sudden that is acting professional, and acting professional is acting.
Nah, hold up. That was never the argument.
This man was raised by a white woman and two white grandparents. Of course, that's how he gonna talk. When he was talking in a way that black people could relate to, that's when he was code switching.
Well, regardless, a lot of black folks think that we should not be promoting those type of black people because they ain't really for us. They haven't done anything for us. That's how we got there, because we started talking about Condoleezza. And
and that's what I'm saying. I won't make that. I was never making that argument because I felt Obama tried to do things for us, but I also understand politics, even the situation when I was like, I think I was.
Do you think? All right. So, do you think we should push out people like Condoleezza Rice and say more black women need to act like Condoleezza Rice?
Not really.
Okay, so there go the issue. That's what I'm trying to say. You're telling them that's not what you're saying, but that's exactly what you're saying.
No, because you're talking about just somebody trying to work solely for the benefit. Like I'm saying from the beginning, we're trying to appease a white system. So if you're a black woman thinking in that mind, but it's in the mindset from black majority, think that way. But what I'm having the pushback for is, why would I tell black women to align their mind and ideology with the white society that's against us all in terms, just for what? For us to survive today, to die tomorrow? That doesn't make sense to me.
All right. So do you believe? Hold on. So do you believe MJ represents what part of the black community?
I think. What you mean?
The part who's sitting up here with her locks all long and beautiful and luscious and issuing a personal challenge to me, and my locks done started locking, so I'm coming. So you just
you coming? You said he was coming last year.
I'm still coming. It's a process.
So that's what we talking about. What do you, when you see MJ, she communicates very well. She ain't using a whole bunch of slang and all these other things that will be considered, I guess, black to you. What is MJ a representation of?
That ain't true though. Like, just because you're educated doesn't mean, like, because not even being funny, not saying she's code switching, but in these spaces, in order for you to not seem stupid, you need to not talk like hood. People will literally mock you for it. So let's not act like, you know what I'm saying, even down to that, we're placating to how people need to see us to say that, oh, you're an educated person. You have to talk a certain way and do certain things. But
wait, do I talk hood, don't I?
Don't I
No,
talk
for
good?
sure, for sure. No, I said
Right.
that.
And
I
nobody
ain't
has
gonna.
ever said anything
Look,
like that about me.
we wasn't talking about you. I wasn't talking
But I'm
about you,
just
Diva.
making a
Chill.
general statement, though. You're making a general statement,
No, I'm not, because we
right?
talking about. I'm talking about. I'm sure he asked me about MJ as an individual woman, and listen, I'm not talking about no in general. Like, cause me personally, I look at black people and understand
Okay, so
some are
KT,
educated
slow
and
down.
playing the
So
game.
hold on. So you believe if we knew MJ as a politician, do you believe she would be communicating more like a Condoleezza Rice?
Yeah,
Or
probably.
would she be huh?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, so now that we're so if we didn't know her personally, and all we knew her is in a professional center talking to the press and doing her job. That's all you know her as. You don't know her as her individualism. Would you look at her and say, no, we don't need that for our community? Or you say, no, we need more MJs in our community?
I mean, no offense, that's hypothetical, and you kind of changed the question before I can answer it. Because I was gonna say but I don't think. First, let me answer the first thing. I don't think MJ talked like this when she with her homegirls. Like, I ain't saying that like she don't talk with some education. I'm just saying.
So you
I don't think all
do you
the time
think
she's
so?
like this.
So what you think Condoleezza talk like with her homegirls?
I think her homegirls is white girl. I think she on the same level. You know
Okay,
what I'm
so
saying?
this is the problem that I have with y'all avoided questions. Y'all don't stand on anything, bro.
I don't stand on anything.
You're not.
I'm explaining. You asked the question.
Okay.
I gave a
It's
straightforward
okay. It's
answer.
okay.
and I
It's
don't stand
okay.
on
It's
anything
okay.
for
You
my
don't
life.
want to stand on a position. I get it. And this is when Diva be coming with the idea that black men be cowards. Y'all don't want to
Nah,
stand
see,
on
you throw
anything.
people in and
And
stuff to make it not
and
true,
this is why,
Sharon.
because you're not able to stand on a position. If you never knew MJ and you only knew her in a professional setting, would she be communicating
That's what
just
I'm
like
saying. That's a
Condoleezza Rice? You said
hypothetical.
yes. So
That's
now, how would you from
And even if she
if
did, that
MJ is
doesn't.
not talking like if you look at MJ and you want to say, I don't think she's acting like that in front of her homegirls, but you say Condoleezza Rice is acting the same way in front of her homegirl. That is the problem that we have.
That don't make sense. You said from the beginning. Listen,
don't tell me what I
already
said. Just address what I'm saying. Don't tell me what I'm
I
saying.
already
Just
have. Like,
address
I don't know what more you want me to do. You act like if somebody don't give the answer that you want, it's that's just the wrong answer, and that's unacceptable until it gets an explanation that aligns with what you want.
You're having a meta conversation. It's okay. You can't have the conversation. It's okay.
Okay. See, why you gotta do that? Why you gotta make
Because
this all about
you're not
some
addressing
insults and
the
you can't
okay.
do
The
it
reason
and
why
then,
I'm doing, I'm gonna tell you.
Jesus.
I will tell you the reason why, because you're not answering the question. You're not addressing my statement.
Sharon,
You're telling me what I'm doing.
Listen,
You telling me what I'm doing. You telling me what I'm doing is not addressing what I'm saying.
Because what you're doing is not allowing
again,
me
you're doing
to
it again.
even address
What I'm saying. If you only knew MJ
Sharon,
in a
if I don't know
professional
her,
setting,
if I don't know her, that doesn't mean she's not black.
If you only knew MJ in a professional setting of a politician, what would you consider that different from Condoleezza is what I'm asking.
Yes.
How?
Because, as I said, if we're seeing, because I'm just going off what I've seen Condoleezza around, is people she's in the public with. It's a lot of white women. Now, if I see the same with MJ in public.
Pause there. If MJ is in the political realm, you think she's going to be around who?
White women, white people.
Okay, so therefore they're in the same exact setting. There's a bunch of white women around Condoleezza. If we only knew MJ to be in a political, she's only going to be a bunch of majority of time white women. What would be the difference?
No, I'm speaking of like they've caught MJ. I mean, they've caught Condoleezza Rice going from the store, her and her friend just so happens to particularly always be a white person, or things like that. You know, paparazzi moments where she's just in public, living public life. She's not.
Okay, so they just say the same thing happened because those are her colleagues, right?
Yes, hold up, stop, because we're not talking about colleague work. We're talking about personal space.
Answer the question, bro.
I am. Jesus.
You are not. You're giving examples that have nothing to do with the conversation. We are trying to get an understanding of how you saying Condoleezza is not good for black folks, but if we knew MJ in the same thing, she would be good for black folks. Explain that.
Because like I'm just saying, when we're talking about her in aspects of public life, if all I'm seeing her with is white women, MJ included, No, I wouldn't think she has black people interested in mine. Now, if I'm seeing her in public instances with black people, yes, of course I would, because that's who you.
Okay,
you're spending your time outside
you
of
have no
colleague.
reasoning. It's okay.
I literally just gave you reasoning. Why are you spending time with because these aren't colleagues. Again, you're trying to make it, these are, shoot, they work in an atmosphere where your white colleagues. Okay, you're not at work. You're in New York. You're in LA. You're not on a job assignment either. You're just chilling with the homies. And your homies particularly are white people.
I said okay. I'm not muting you. I'm saying okay. I don't think y'all. Shit is weird to me that y'all don't understand how to have a conversation. Welcome to the MJ. Would you like to answer anything about code switching or anything like that before I pass it to either man?
No. Only thing I'll say is I don't code switch. The way how I talk here is how I talk offline, and even amongst my friends. And a majority of my friends are Black women. I do have other friends of different ethnicities, but yeah. We all speak the same. I'm speaking like a normal Black woman. And even though I'm from New York and you were thinking about catch me outside, what it do though? I can say those terminologies is the same, but those are something that is not really in my vocabulary every single day. I speak the same way, I act the same way.
Yeah.
MJ, quick question. When you're in court, is this exactly how you talk as well? Because if so, then this is you at 100% of the time, right?
Yeah,
Like,
this is who I am.
Yeah.
When I'm at work and I'm speaking to anyone, generals, commanders, you name it, I'm speaking the same exact way.
Right. And this is why we have this issue of what it seems like is our Black brothers have an issue with education. Because Condoleezza, you look at her like, no, she ain't for Black people. For the only reason is what you see on the surface.
Who you're around. I mean, it's really simple. Like you're trying to
It's
change.
not
That's
simple.
what I'm saying.
It's simple to not cut me off, but for some reason that doesn't happen.
But it would be simpler for you to stick to the thing, so that way, like you're about to go on this whole side tangent.
So what? That's what I stop telling me what I'm going to do. Like that's a negative thing. What I'm doing is what I'm doing. So again, you keep addressing what I'm about to do, what I'm doing. It doesn't matter. Just have a conversation to the topic. You don't got to say what, you don't got to mention what I'm doing, because I never mention what you're doing. I'm telling you that you are not in the conversation. You are moving it somewhere else. But I don't say, hey, KT, you're being this and I don't do that to y'all. For some reason, y'all feel like y'all have to discredit me on what I am communicating. It's weird. Y'all do it time and time again. However, when I'm just having a conversation about Condoleezza versus MJ, and we just knew them on, even if we just knew PhD, but on a professional setting, you won't be hearing her saying bite. Right? Because that's not normal for her to say on an everyday term.
No, I'm saying she understands it. And I've never said a single thing about education.
Why you think
any level. That's all I'm pointing out, Sharon. You're starting to say it's about education, and I'm saying
we're not communicating.
We can if you're putting out the improper thing to communicate on. That's all I'm saying. Because I'm not against education in any shape, fashion, or form. Again, I said it's just the people they are around. Now, MJ, she understands bike. And not all Black people understand bike. That's my point. You know what I'm saying? Like it is what it is.
What's bike?
Bike as in back?
Yeah.
Bike.
You wild for that, bro.
And look, and KT, look, MJ was like, huh? What you mean? Again, you are wrong.
Right. What is this bike?
So again,
I'm really confused.
So and
you still confused?
I just want to know, KT, are you going to admit that you was wrong? Let's see.
What you mean? Most people up here understand what bike was.
All right. You
said she heard
wrong?
MJ. She don't.
She didn't know. So were you wrong? So were you wrong?
I'm gonna say that's suspect.
Were you wrong?
I'm wrong on what? Does she know what? That she understands black stuff? I guess so. Maybe yeah.
This is what I'm saying. Y'all don't want to stand on anything, even when it's proven in real time that what your assumption was. Your assumption was incorrect. That's the problem that we have. Your assumption was incorrect, and you still don't even want to stand on that you was wrong in real time. It's crazy to me.
What assumption was incorrect?
MJ understand bike.
Hey,
So
hey,
is this
Taz,
good or
hold
bad?
on,
That's my
Casey,
point. Like,
Casey, hold
if
on,
you're
hold
saying
on,
this
Casey,
is
hold on. Stop asking questions. Taz, am I tripping right now?
Nah, bro. That was funny right there, bro. Yeah, I just think, hey, I mean, y'all say it all the time. I really don't get a chance to see it. Usually, I be thinking y'all be hard on him, but this is a rough one right now, though. KT, you gotta keep up, bro. Because yeah, I think everything else is everybody else here on point. I don't know where you're getting lost at, but yeah.
No, I'm asking like, am I wrong in thinking that she would know what this is? I mean, yeah, I get that she didn't know what it
It's
was.
regional. Yeah, it's
I
regional,
would say
baby. People in Georgia and Florida know what that means for real. Other people have heard us making the joke, and so they have learned through context what it means. But most people,
Like,
I wouldn't expect most black people to know unless they
unless you
from
like
Georgia,
listen,
Florida.
I'm not
maybe
from Georgia
Plies,
or
maybe
Florida.
Plies might be because that might be the only other person outside of being down there where you could get that from. You're like, listen to Plies. You know, he said it a lot. I think that's the first time I heard somebody really point it out for real. But other than that, yeah, you wrong for assuming.
And I'm glad we finally got there, so people can stop acting like I'm doing something to them.
I'm not. Why do you see now you bring up this third party thing? Nobody talking about. Stop it.
I'm calling a spade of what is actually happening versus your perception of what should happen. That's the issue that I think that we keep having is the perception aspects of things. So I look at MJ as a beautiful black woman that I will push and promote other black women to be as well. I will push the way how Divac as well, Voice of Venus as well. Whatever other black women out there, how their personality is, as long as they being true to themselves, I will push that as well. I'm not going to put our black women in some kind of box and saying that Jasmine Crockett is not how a black woman should act. To me, she is very articulate. She communicates in a person that disrespects her. She responds in the proper emotion at the time, in my opinion. I don't look at none of those women as any kind of negative, even when they curse me out.
See, but that's a problem.
Yeah, no, I see Jasmine as a good example of
Who said that's the problem?
being black. But
That's a
also
problem.
like I'm
What's the
confused.
problem?
Totally. That is the problem. Just because she's black doesn't validate what she's doing. Especially we're talking about Tahoe Tiff, right? Tiffany Haddish. Like, come on, man.
You don't even know
It's
who we're
one
talking
thing.
about. That's what I'm talking
Right. He doesn't know what we're talking about. He's talking about Tahoe Tiff, you know, the queen.
Yeah,
Come on,
that's what
man.
she bought.
Like
That
we're
was the
not.
remember I was saying the whip.
Yeah, we're not talking about that. She's trying to put a blue collar,
right
a
there,
working
though,
class
man, like,
expression. Let me express my opinion, man. She's putting a
but can
blue
you get the
collar
person right?
expression on white collar
Can you get the person
degeneracy.
right?
Like let white
Tiffany
collar
Haddish ain't
degeneracy
Tiffany
be
Henyard.
white collar degeneracy.
You do know
Are
that,
you going
right?
to semantic
Tiffany
me?
Haddish is an entirely different person than Tiffany
When I
Henyard.
say Tahoe
this is
Tiff, do you know who I'm talking about?
Hold on,
When I
we
say
can't hear
Tahoe
you.
Tiff, do you know who I'm talking about?
I got you. They can't hear because of the microphone difference. All right, go ahead, Ambassador. It seems like Taz and Diva right out there. So we got Ambassador, Taz, Diva.
Right, because he's about to hit me with some somatic stuff. I'm talking about the lady who was in charge in Illinois, Tahoe Tiff, right, who was doing all the using city expenses for her Tahoe and for her trips and doing all this stuff. Was it illegal? No, but would we consider that white collar degeneracy? Yeah. Okay, playing around with city money, using your position to say, well, hey, what you gonna do about it then? You know, that is white collar degeneracy. And this thing where we're going to be like, it's okay because she's expressing herself in a working class black woman type of way. That's nonsense. That's nonsense. You know, let the white collar degenerates be the white collar degenerates. All right.
Okay.
You don't need a new expression of it.
Okay, go ahead, TMZ.
So the very reason I came up here was to make that point that he just came up and openly expressed. We're not talking about Tiffany Haddish. The mere fact that this man don't know we're talking about Tiffany Henyard, but can identify her as Tahoe Tiff is what I'm talking about. I don't have nothing else to say.
Goddamn. Go ahead, Diva. That was crazy.
Yeah, I was confused. I don't really know what he was talking about. I'm just trying to get a read on what I guess the men think is a good representation of Black women. One that they can support and not try to tear down publicly.
I'll start, fam. How about one that won't kick you off the panel? I'm just
okay. Look, ain't nobody got to promote me. I do a good enough job of doing that on my own. So leave me out of it because I don't give a fuck.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie.
Look, a real answer though. I, again, the reason why I said Tiffany Henyard when I came up, I feel like if there's nothing on her that we can truly see and use against her and this and that, I just don't think it, like, stop looking for anything to talk about Black women about. The city girl thing came from her not attitude, and people didn't like it and whatnot. The same way they came for Jasmine Crockett, same way. I just feel like supporting Black women is easy. Y'all get to be yourselves. As long as you ain't bothering me, why should I bother you? So I don't think there's a such thing as the billboard or perfect Black woman. Y'all all Black women. And you should be able to be yourself as long as it ain't crossing lines, harming nobody, negative messaging. I just don't know when you ask that question, what you would be looking for, because I support my sisters. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is.
I'm saying if she was doing all that city girl stuff and pushing like solid policy, like maybe transparency of government, she wouldn't have that problem. Is that she was responding to what people were saying about how she was governing. Now, and I'm not going to, just lock arms and sisterhood up to create that, because that's just a middle class politician issue in general. You get into a policy, you get into a seat, the white boys are being degenerates, and you're like, hey man, I have a seat just as much as everyone else. I should be able to do what they do. That's an issue in general. And I'm not going to lock arms with her just because she happens to be a Black woman.
Well, you should. You should.
Nah, that's actually why
we should support our own no matter what. Because not doing it doesn't help us as a community.
No,
at all.
Not supporting.
You want to bring out whatever negative thing that she is and don't do it to the other side is a problem. When they want to call her a Tahoe Tiff or a city girl, whatever, and we're not doing it on the micro of all these other mayors that's doing the same thing, that is a problem. If you're going to call out Tiff, then you better call out every other mayor that's doing that same exact thing. Name them by name and give them their own degenerate nickname as well. The problem is y'all want to give her a nickname, and it's okay for people to keep saying her as a nickname. They want to call her Tahoe Tiff. I never even heard that one. Tahoe Tiff and City Girl Mayor. If you're going to do that and you want to say you want to call it out evenly, then we better hear who is the mayor from another city that's doing exactly what she is doing that you are calling out. Go ahead and name him or name her.
No, but this turn back into what I'm saying, because that city girl mayor thing didn't come from Black people. Like you're kind of complaining because you're going like Black man.
It absolutely did. It absolutely did.
Yeah.
She
called herself Superman.
It absolutely did.
Okay, hold on.
I called y'all out when y'all did it.
Let me get this straight.
I called them out when they did it.
And Ambassador, you are saying that a white man came up with the idea to call her a city girl mayor?
These were not things. I'm not even going to say, no, listen, because I'm not going to say who made it, because I don't know who made it. That's why I'm going to be very honest.
No, but that's what you just said.
What I'm going to say is who portrayed it most nationally was white people. That it wasn't a problem when Black people, you know who noticed it when Black men were saying it, other Black people.
How did they pick it up?
You know who really noticed it when the national news, white media outlets are the ones who started running this as a national problem.
They picked it up
because it's another Black face to choose from.
See, you didn't shift the conversation into something easily arguable, man. It's very simple, man. White men have the protection from the collection. All right. Even if we said it, it's not going to get the same amount of media attention. And we all know that for the most part, with specific
Y'all only
things,
want to
particularly
vilify black women.
white collar degeneracy and and school shootings and stuff,
You
that is
don't get to
and
say
all that
that.
other
Wait,
stuff,
no, you don't
they
get to
have
say that.
that. They are the majority with that nonsense.
You
But
don't even
they
have an
can
example of a
obfuscate
white
that.
mayor. No, bro,
All right,
you
so
don't have an example of a white mayor. How does he get to say
I
that
don't
when
have
he
to
can't even
generate
talk
an
about
example of a white mayor like.
I point one
hold
out.
on, y'all. So no, you do have to generate an example, because if you saying we gotta call balls and strikes, then you're gonna have to give us the example
I'm
on the
not
other
saying
side.
that.
There's
I
what
just
other
pointed
mayor
out
it is,
Pat
even
McCrory.
if it's another black mayor, whatever the case is. But you're gonna have to give us an example of the other versions that you are holding to the same task as well. The problem is y'all holding her to a task, and y'all ain't holding nobody else to the same task.
No, you're
I pointed
responding to
out
the
Pat
mass
McCrory.
media. Mass media is picking up on it. Mass media isn't going to pick up on us calling most of these people degenerates and pedophiles and all this. I don't know if I can say pedo. They're not going to pick up on that. So you're going to say that we don't call them pedos
mass
because the
media picked
media
up
in
on y'all
general ain't
running
going to pick
around
it
here?
up?
Hey man, hey look, bro. Mass media picked up on y'all running around here saying black women wear bonnets. You ain't just hear them hoes sit up there and say that on that panel.
Because they don't have the protection of the collection. That's my argument.
Okay, so my question
You
is,
listen what is being said. Why are white people are saying anything about bonnets? Because who started it first?
Because it can be a
Black
small
women wear
handful of
bonnets.
Negro. It can be a small handful of Negroes who are complaining about bonnets, and they pick it up. It's their mainstream media.
But
But
it's not a good thing for us to call out black degeneracy, correct?
No, most black men
no,
don't
because
want
I'm
black
not.
women wearing bonnets
Stop,
is a
bro.
problem.
No, I'm answering it, and he's like I don't know what he's doing.
Slow down. I need questions. When I ask the question, I want to answer, not to just go off into a random something else.
I'm
If
saying
black men are
no.
bringing up city girl mayor, and then that gets attached to her nationally, that get attached to her nationally because black men was doing it. Also, bonnets, black men bringing up bonnets as a problem, and then national media picks it up and use it as a situation. Should black men continuously point out the negativity in black culture in the public? Yes or no?
They should
specifically
point
with
out.
regard to black women.
Yes. Because it doesn't matter. All right, you're mad that the media is going to pick it up. So you're going to police a minority of black men because white media is going to pick up any negativity and push it out there.
Okay, perfect.
Well,
That's
the
your
thing
answer. Go
is,
ahead.
okay.
Hold on. I'm bringing to you, Diva. Go ahead, KT the GOAT. Same question.
Most black men don't see women wearing bonnets as a negative. That's a part of black culture. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's just
That
something
was
that
not
black
my
people
question.
do.
You got men. You got the men wearing bonnets
So
now.
saying, pointing out, because you saying just because it's a group of people
I
that say
asked you a
something and
question.
they choose to highlight that.
Can you answer my question? Yes or no?
Repeat the question, Sharon.
If black men calling this woman the city girl mayor in a negative light, and then national news picks it up and destroys her career. A black man calling out bonnets, and then it's getting picked up in a national light, and people are using that in a negative light towards black women. Should black men keep on pushing out this negative stereotype on black women?
Most don't. This is what I'm saying. Most don't.
Okay, so you're not going to answer the
But
question.
he's asking you, should they? Should they? Yes or no? Not what they're actually doing.
That don't. So we're not talking about reality no more.
No, we're asking a should question. So should black men do it? And now either you gonna answer that question or you ain't, baby.
No, they shouldn't.
Okay, thank you. That's not hard.
But they don't. That's what I'm saying. So, because somebody choose to focus on, bro, if they choose to put on the media a group of black people who worship Satan, what we now all saying black people worship Satan? No.
What we're saying is black
Doesn't make
men are
sense.
saying that they worship Satan. That's what we're saying. They're saying that black men said it, so they should stop saying that.
Well,
No, and I agree with that, but I'm saying the bigger problem is what.
It's okay. Go ahead, Diva.
It's ridiculous.
So
That's what it is. It's
initially,
ridiculous
I
statement.
was gonna ask, right? Because he said, I think it was Ambassador said, black men are calling out, the bad behavior of black women. And so I was gonna ask, but that don't even matter because it's irrelevant, right? But black men, when there's something positive about black women, y'all will turn it into a negative, right? And so that's not calling out anything. And so you're calling out explanation, it really don't hold water, right? Because if we were so committed to calling things out, we would be calling either both ways, right? Go black women, yeah, the most educated. That's not who y'all were. Go black women, starting the most businesses. No, y'all didn't do that. Y'all found ways to turn it into a negative. And so if y'all talking about negative things about black women, is calling it out, then explain how y'all are able to take something that is positive and try to turn it into a negative. What is that? Because that's not calling nothing out.
I don't see the point of addressing that, actually.
Okay, you don't see the point. Okay, you don't see the point of addressing it. All right, so KT to go. Do you?
Hold.
That's crazy.
Hold the line.
This bitch just said he wasn't gonna address it. Okay, let's get his ass out of here.
I mean, I can address it. I'm saying I don't see your point.
Don't even worry about it.
Because
even worry
what?
about it, baby.
Because they didn't co-sign black women are the no, because you said two things that are just like anyone listening. It's kind of like what are you trying to say? You're saying black women are the most educated.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm talking about your behavior as black men.
No, I'm using the points you said.
The education was an example. Y'all will try to turn positive things into a negative in order to have a way to disparage black women. That's what I'm asking you to
addressing
explain.
what you're saying because those are two good points. Like compared to who? It's almost like you guys. It's the same thing with the Tahoe thing. It's like you want us to lock arms and just repeat something that's just not. It don't make sense. No. Compared to who? Same compared to black men, sure.
Compared to y'all.
Yeah, exactly. Compared to black men, sure.
Okay,
but
and so there was something to celebrate,
you don't get points,
right? Because they doing better than you. So there's something to celebrate. And so why is it not worth addressing?
Because the full statement's not being said. You're just say you're the most educated compared to black men. But when you just say when you go out there and say that in the national thing, you're saying what compared to Asians?
Okay, let me get this stupid bitch up out of here. Sharon, watch your cash out because that's not even the point I was making. So for you to focus on that, you stupid bitch, you are being willfully stupid.
Give me some other examples. I'm like, okay, well, what else is something positive that was said?
Okay, black
this
women
is your argument.
Businesses at a higher rate than other groups of people. Y'all still found a way to turn it into a negative. So the example doesn't matter. What I'm asking you is to explain if your rationale for disparaging black women when there's no evidence of them having done anything wrong, right? Because they would have prosecuted the girl or whatever.
No, because there's something wrong and something illegal. No, but something wrong and something illegal is different. Please. And then you're gonna say I'm not answering the question when I point that out.
Dude, shut the fuck up.
Let her finish the full thought so you can address it and address the statement and not let's not focus on the meta version of the conversation about what people are saying or what they are.
Go ahead and move on. Go ahead and move on. Just watch your cash out. You finna get your black ass out of here, bitch. And you a half breed too, nigga.
No.
I mean that wasn't necessary though.
No, just let it.
Come on, that wasn't necessary.
No, just let it go.
Family.
No, AR, see ARs and just let it go. Man. Just let it go.
All right. All right. So maybe KT the GOAT could answer the question. So what Diva is trying to communicate. We have examples of black women being the most educated and black men still found a way to turn that into a negative. So it's not just about black men calling out bad behavior. They also turn something that is in totality a productive thing. They have found a way to make it a net negative. Can you talk to that, KT to go?
Yeah, I know that there's a very prevalent group of men who do feel that way. The only thing I'm saying is in mass, most black men don't feel that way. Now, I've seen arguments where people will say because they don't care that much, that means they don't feel that way, which just, in my opinion, isn't true. Because like what you see is like something to be praised. The next person doesn't have to. It is what it is. But
okay, so you don't believe that is happening?
No, I just said I know it's a group of men who say it, but that's my point.
So
like if we know attention is currency,
talk about those group of men then, if that's okay.
No,
with you.
If we know attention is currency, why do we spend our time and attention on the small group? Like we should focus on more like, because there are men who are against that. You just pointed out people who think in your ideology and things of that nature. Like I just don't get why it would be like.
So do you think it's more people that is defending Tiffany Henyard about being a city girl mayor like Taz? You think it's more men like that, or is it more men that is pushing out the propaganda that she is a city girl mayor?
I think it's more men that just don't care. It's like I said from
I'm
the
not
beginning.
asking about the ones that don't care. I'm talking about the ones that is pushing, the one that is pushing things forward. The ones that are pushing things forward. It doesn't make sense to have a conversation that I'm not having. I'm having a conversation about the ones that are on the side of Taz that saying, hey, no, we need to make sure they have proof behind what they're saying Tiffany is, versus the one that is pushing out this rhetoric that Tiffany is a city girl mayor. Which one is it more of? Is it more Taz, or is it more men out there that is pushing that she is a city girl mayor is what I'm asking you.
There's more men saying she's Tahoe Tiffany.
I don't know why this thing's be so difficult for these brothers.
It ain't difficult. I just answered the question straight to what you said. Let's man defending her.
Ambassador, who you think that is more of? Is it more of the Tazes of the world that is willing to put people to the fire to prove that she's a city girl mayor, or is more people that is out there calling her, like yourself, Tahoe Tiff? Are you there, Ambassador?
Oh, I'm good.
Yeah, so who you think it's more of? Go ahead. You there? Oh, yeah.
Oh, I'm saying, I was good. That's what I was
Slap the
saying.
taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see it.
Yeah, damn. You got a 50 on your head. It says, "Bye, half breed." Yeah. Damn. Maybe AR going to have some protection for you.
That was for both of them. No, I'm just playing.
That's crazy.
And I think the problem is that a lot of our brothers, they want to give too many brothers the benefit of the doubt. I think that's what KT to go want to do. He want to give brothers the benefit of the doubt and say that he don't believe majority of black men are putting black women under the bus, even with the positive and productivity. And I don't think he recognizes it. What's your thoughts on that, MJ, of the men that want to keep giving black men the benefit of doubt?
I will say personally, I would think like the benefit of the doubt is not bad. I wish that it was all across the board, and we see that it's not, right? We have had men come up here and say, hey, we're not the quote unquote, I guess the degenerates that you're talking about, but you never, lift us up or put a spotlight on us. And that's why I don't understand why they have a hard time understanding when we say when black women are doing, positive things that should look and deem positive, why we're getting a negative backlash to doing something that would be deemed positive in any other race or community per se, right? We have other races of women who are doing great things in their community, whether it's education, getting a certain position, going to space, you name it, right? And it doesn't look like, and this is to me personally, it doesn't look like they're getting any negative about why that's not a good look. And I just like I said, I think the grace should just be across the board. If it was across the board, I don't think most people would have a problem with that.
Taz, what do you think the issue is of men keep giving black men this benefit of doubt grace?
Especially on social media, it's the environment. I mean, I think the environment is set up in a way in which it's productive, it's conducive to platforms, it benefits a lot of men to simp for men, or however you want to say it, I would even say the foundation of a lot of these conversations started with men's platforms. And so a lot of these conversations are going to go back to defending men, supporting men, men being right, the need to correct, check, and hold women accountable. I call it the foundation of this black YouTube, bro.
That's crazy. KT the GOAT, do you understand MJ's and Ty's sentiment to this conversation about giving black men the benefit of the doubt?
Yeah, but that's not what I was even claiming in any shape, fashion, or form. It's not giving nobody the benefit of the doubt. We started this conversation with you saying you were in agreement to me with that. We don't have to defend somebody.
Can you please stop doing that? That is one of the most annoying things. Talk to the conversation and we'll be fine.
I am. You're now, you changed the conversation from what I was stating to make it now talk about what you've changed it to. So
Exactly.
now we're talking about something I never stated.
Because the conversation has moved to where we at now.
No,
And
no,
so
you changed it from what I was stating.
Don't go backwards into the conversation. Let's keep the conversation moving forward. We don't need to go backwards.
So we were never having a conversation. We were just having something that you would like to direct in a certain manner, and then you want me to address those things, which isn't a conversation. Like, that's a narration, which is okay also, but that's what I'm saying. You can't now say
pause there. Hey, Taz, me moving the conversation in a forward moving direction, is that me having a narration?
No. Nah, I didn't hear a narration. Absolutely.
This shit is crazy to me.
So if I literally say, I made this comment, then you say,
do you disagree with what Taz just said? Before we move forward, you disagree with what Taz said?
Yes.
Okay, fine. And then that's just
because
where
if I'm making a specific statement, then you.
I mean, because you could have took that anywhere you wanted to go. Is my thing. Because to me, narrating means he's setting the narrative and he gets to lay it out. I mean, you had the floor.
He literally just explained how I literally he agreed I made a different statement, but he's now saying because he asked a different question that's moving the statement forward. I mean, the conversation forward. You didn't even address what I brought up. So, and he's admitting that. So that's narrating. You're now saying,
wouldn't that be moving the conversation forward though?
No, but that's narrating.
No, I'm saying if I completely ignore what you say to move the conversation forward, how am I narrating?
Because you're not having a conversation at all. You're literally skipping the actual conversation because we're both so you're not having the conversation, right?
No, I'm moving the conversation
forward. But you're
forward
saying you have to address the next thing.
Just right quick, KT, I just want you to think about what's happening right now. This is why he was trying to move the conversation forward, because now we're stagnated right here. You see what I'm saying? So that's
but we don't have to be. He can answer the question. We don't have to be here. He could just answer the question. Y'all are just all in defense. And I agree when he asks a different question about a different thing. You're just like, I agree to that. And I can understand that.
I think he missed having a conversation with everybody but you. That's what he said. He ignoring you. Not that he ain't having a conversation. He just said that since you want to literally be stagnant, I'm gonna go talk to the people that's flowing.
That was not a question that was brought up prior. It wasn't something brought up after. And now how are you saying he's not having a statement with me? It's something he literally addressed to me. That's what I'm saying. Y'all throw these capes and flags on to defend somebody else, and then y'all swear somebody shouldn't do that for the next.
I get my tape. You're right. Can I get my tape on it?
Because if you're moving forward, you're narrating.
Let me get on my narrative.
It's not really that.
Let me tell my story. All right, cool. So listen, the point that I really think that what a lot of people gotta do is shift your definition of black is not the only thing that is black. A lot of people say, since you're not my type of black, that means you ain't black. And it's just a bad narrative. I think that like one of the smoothest presidents we ever had was Obama. I don't know if we'll ever see a president. Now, did I agree with his policies and some of the things they did? No, I didn't. But when you look at as put together as a politician, didn't really have any scandals. Like I said, that really kind of, I think, was a good example on how black men supposed to move. And like I said, I'm talking outside of his politician views. I'm talking about just how he moved with his wife, his kids. We ain't never heard nothing about his kids. I think he was a great example. And I think when they see Obama, what they do is they don't see themselves as being a good example for the black community. So that's my point.
Now we done heard some things though. I mean, I agree with most of what you said, but no, we done heard some things now.
Yeah, no. We hear a whole bunch like I wasn't a big fan of Obama talking about black men need to be mentored by gay people. I thought that was a bad take. But I'm saying if we were viewing him, not the podcast Obama, but we see Obama as an office, you can say that he actually made black people look good outside of the policy, without a doubt.
Bar.
Yeah, I find that hard to disagree with. I can't disagree with that because even during his presidency, they had to come up with like some of the weakest stuff. Like, look, he got on a tan suit. You know what I'm saying? Like they really was reaching to scandalize and vilify Obama. So I can't disagree with that.
And he was so good that they had to start calling him not black. That's when they other races start bringing up that he has some other mixed up stuff into him. Like that's what I'm saying. It's like people's like, oh, he ain't really black. That's why he's good one. That's like if you heard the narrative that people was actually these, and I'm talking about the media. I understand black people have the opinion on it, but what the media was running with, they was running with these narratives for that simple fact. But yeah, I think he did a great job as being a husband, being a father, and being smooth. Like it didn't matter what was said to Obama. It seemed like it didn't faze him compared to what we see is going on with Trump, what we see going on with Clinton, Bush. Them, it looked like it affected them when certain things were said.
And speaking of not being all the way black, AR, what is your thoughts on?
That was crazy.
Wow, man. What's up? Good afternoon, man.
You know it's crazy. AR never get mad at my little nonsense, little jab jokes. Everybody else, they be making it so
fun
serious,
games, man. Yeah. What was the question? I'm sorry. What was what were you asking me?
My question is, why do my black brothers not see that they use the positive things that black women are known for in a negative light? Why do they do that?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's a threatened thing. Like maybe it's an ego thing. Like they feel like because black women are doing better or doing better than them, doing good or doing better than them, that they lash out because they're not doing good enough. And whether that's black men as a whole or black men, a large minority of them, whatever grouping it may be, I think that's the reason they lash out. And I just find it weird. And I wonder how some of these people are in relationships, and it's not a shot, I'm being serious, or how the relationship works, I guess I should say, how the relationship works. Because I know when my girl and I have back and forth or whatever the case may be, and I'll say something and it seems like I'm not necessarily attacking what she's saying, but I'm also not understanding what she's saying. I'm like responding, I guess, in a way, rather than understanding. And she'll say like, babe, it seems like you're not hearing what, I feel like I'm arguing. I feel like I'm trying to make my point or my feelings known rather than having the discussion and feeling like you are, she doesn't say emotionally intelligent, but that's essentially, being emotionally intelligent, recognizing it. And so when black women come on a panel or go on a podcast or whatever the case may be, and they say these things that they feel like this or they think this, and it's like, why do black men or people feel like the response should be, no, you're wrong, instead of saying, why do you feel that way? Or, okay, I don't mean to come off that way, so I'm sorry, I'll try to do better. Because there's nothing wrong with saying I'll try to do better. Even if you don't feel like you did that, like, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. If that's the way it came off, I'm going to try to do better in the future. And I don't know. I don't get why people don't go take that approach, generally speaking. I think
is that your black side that be arguing with your woman?
Yeah. I don't. That's why I don't go to mirrors. I don't even look at mirrors anymore.
I'm curious. So y'all done with the code switching conversation, right? Is that like we moved on to
we kind of still in the realm of the code switching.
Well, no, because I don't think
we want to dive more deeper into that they are willing to call Tiffany out and Jasmine out. And
that was another thing too. Whenever you're done,
and that's part in with the code switching. Gary, that's another thing. Go ahead, AL, before we get into either man.
Not necessarily the code switching, but you guys. It sounded like when I hopped on, it sounded like you guys were kind of talking about conversations to be had depending on the audience, essentially. And certain conversations that you might have with your family, you're not going to have in public. And so, certain conversations you have with a black audience, you shouldn't be having with a white audience or a mixed audience necessarily. Because just it's completely different things. And I felt that same way. So it was kind of weird hearing the pushback saying, I don't know who said it, but it was like, no, I don't care if the audience is all white. I'm going to still talk about problems in the Black community. It's like, that's not the audience to talk about the problems in the Black community, because they're not here to, one, they didn't experience them. And two, you don't know if they're here to actually address the problems or if they're going to be using that to further their own agenda. And so like you go on Fox News and you talk about problems in the Black community for what? That's just going to be ammo for them to, you know, placate their base to say, oh, this is why Black people are doing this, or, you know, all the other bullshit. And so I don't know. It seems like everybody, if you bring it to the lowest level possible, I think that people understand. But when you make it bigger, they lose the understanding. So if you just say, hey, would you have this conversation about how your mom used to beat you when you were a kid with anybody other than your siblings and maybe your other parent, they would say, yeah, I would like probably try to stick it to them and maybe those close to me, and not tell the whole world necessarily. But I don't know. It's just, I don't know what some people think. I would like them to explain themselves so I can better understand.
So I don't add that into code switching, having a conversation. And
no, it wasn't code. Oh, okay.
Okay.
I was just talking the general thing about having a conversation, with people that are not of the community.
Yeah, I learned that most people who got problem with code switching is broke. They ain't never been in a room that caused them to have to speak in a different professional way. I want to say that first. And then the second thing that I say is I should know how to, we always say, it's not what you say, it's how you say it. I hear it all the time, right? And then I get in a room full of white people that I'm doing business with. I shouldn't be dropping the nigga word. And then you can't justify, oh, you say it with your friends. That's not the environment for it. So like this idea of like people try to say you are a code switcher because you're using different words. And it's almost like if I was to go to Brazil and majority of them speak Spanish, it doesn't make sense for me to try to go speak English. Like it's a whole different environment. So I should, if I able to speak Spanish, I need to try to communicate with them with a language that they will understand. So I think since we take consideration of the person that we're speaking to, now they look at it as code switching. I think that's crazy, and people just not professional in my opinion.
I think what you're explaining is a little different, even though I know that is in the definition of code switching. What you describe, you describe the definition of it. But I believe when we say code switching, we're saying that you act a certain way in your life, and then when you go to the job, you act a completely different way. And people just see you, they'd be like, "Oh, who are you?" And they would look at you as a different person.
Well, that's what I'm saying. When I'm on the panel, I cut you off like I just did, and I ain't gonna be cutting somebody off in the business meeting. It's a different environment. Like that's what I'm saying. It's like we gotta have some depth to us as Black people that we.
And so what I'm saying with the code switching thing, no matter where I go, if I'm in a Chinese environment, white environment, a business environment, I'm still gonna have this same demeanor that I always have. And I don't think majority, if we was to have a strong standard of a foundation of who you are, you don't need to code switch.
Well, have you seen
I just understand, but I also understand what you're saying, that I wouldn't use certain words. I wouldn't say deletion if I'm trying to say kill in a different environment than what I am on YouTube. And even though in the definition, that's technically code switching, but I think the different environments, I'm just aware of where I'm at and what words they will understand versus in the construction world. I do not think in the context of how we having a conversation, we are going by the exact definition of code switching. And I think that's where we will have, So
I don't think me using different words is code switching. What I think is code switching is if I start using a whole different tone. Now the tone of my voice sounds different. Like I'm trying to have a white voice versus a Black voice, right? Like those are the things that I see code switch. When people say, "Oh, you won't say this to your homeboy," or "You won't say this," I say, "Cause that's my homeboy." I talk to my mama totally different than I'm gonna talk to MJ, cause she's my mama. Like that's the point that I'm saying is like I think people try to say since we talk to people different, like all people are the same, that's code switching. And I think that's the BS that we have to deal with in the Black community.
No, it is, and that was my example from the beginning. Like literally, if you're talking about how you're going to talk differently to white people because they understand differently, you're placating the white people when we talk in their white tone, or even giving them a level of going to their level up, down, wherever you want to call it.
So, but I talk different. Hold on.
For them to understand.
Well, respond to what I said. MJ's a black woman and my mother's a black woman. I talk to them two people different. So am I code switching?
I would say yes, absolutely. Yes.
That is crazy that y'all think we supposed to talk to everybody the same.
Right quick. Wouldn't you agree though that the code between you and your mom is different than the code between you and MJ?
Sure, let's go with that. Let's say yes.
And so that's what I'm saying. That's why I would say it's a switch. And it should be. That's your mother.
Okay, but I thought we was talking about code switching in a negative aspect, because I think that was the context of it.
I mean,
if that's the case, we all code switch. I know for a fact that y'all talk. Hold on, let me give an example. I know how y'all talk to these women on these panels. Y'all definitely don't talk to y'all woman like that. So that's what I'm saying. If that's the case, that means that we all code switching.
No, yeah, we're just talking about code switching to white people shit. Like that's what I just brought up. Like if you're code switching to placate the white people, like you said, when you are around white people in a certain business area, you're going to talk, you're going to act differently. You're only doing that to placate to them.
No, see that's what's wrong. Hold on, that's what's wrong. If I was in business with Sharon in a business situation, I'm still gonna have that level of professional. It have nothing to do with their skin color. It's about I'm in a professional environment.
Yeah, like
No,
I
it's
mean,
not true.
I
Like,
don't
if
want to
you-
necessarily call that. Oh, sorry. I don't want to necessarily call that code switching, right? Because if I have a white female friend and I have a white female coworker, the things that I'm going to speak about with my coworker is going to be referenced to business, and what I would speak about my white female friend outside is going to be completely different. So the conversation that we're going to have is totally different, and I feel it's okay to have the conversation of how you supposed to have it with the individual you're having it with. So I don't understand necessarily with the code switching per se, because I just thought that was just a natural thing where everyone, depending on who you're speaking to, you do want to have a certain level where you're with that person, communicating, right? I mean, we do it with our children, right? Our children don't understand what adults are really talking about. So what do? We go down to their level so they can understand it, right? So I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. We should put things in the places where they need to be at.
But the reason it's code switching for us is black people, because white people not changing how they act pretty much anywhere. They're not.
You are crazy.
They not.
You are crazy. You think white people don't change when they come around black people.
In the hood, and all of a sudden now, and when they do, it's really disrespectful because they don't actually even know what the hell going on. Stop acting like that.
But
now, if you go to an all-white party, hold up. If you go to an all-white party, like a party with all white people, you're going to not be in there talking. You're not going to talk in there like you do around the whole group of your peoples in there. That's just period. That's what I'm saying. They don't change. That's why we're brainwashed not even brainwashed. It's natural. You're right. Because we're constantly have to be at the peasel of them. But they don't change how they act anywhere. If they're the manager of a business and they act like an asshole, they do that at their house too and everywhere. Like we don't. And
we had Hillary Clinton talking about she walk around with hot sauce. And you gonna tell me that they don't change? Like if you really listen to what you said, they do change when they come around black people.
No, they don't. Saying they try to appeal to us sometimes doesn't mean that they don't think like every time we get around black people, we got to change how we is. Matter of fact, they genuinely most of the time, like if you're not going to act how I understand, you're a behemoth. Like, I mean, you're a savage.
They literally change. They will literally change their handshake. We've seen the white coach from I think UConn, or her black players. She said, the white player said, "How you doing? Shake my hand." Literally, that happened.
Yeah, and most of them do not do that.
Okay, then we also have. Okay, I'll give you another one. We also have Gavin Newsom. When he was in front of a black audience, he said, "I'm not even really that educated. I'm not really that smart and all that. I barely even read." And then when he's around a white audience, he said, "Man, I read about 3 books a month." Literally, that happened within a week span.
Yeah, no. Again, that doesn't change the fact. Like,
it does change the fact because I'm giving you example.
It doesn't. You can give me
I'm
25.
giving you examples of it happening, and you saying that it only happening to those individuals, and it doesn't happen on
only. It doesn't happen, Sharon. Listen to me clearly.
Finish their thoughts.
You interrupted me. Go ahead.
I'm giving you examples, multiple examples. How can you still argue the fact that this is not happening in real life, that white people do, in fact, code switch?
I never for one said white people do not code switch. What I said is I agree with MJ. For us as black people, it's natural. What I'm saying is for white people, it is not natural. They do not like the typical white person. And if you can point out examples of it happen, doesn't change how the typical white person acts. They do not see black people and now start talking in a certain way or anything. They really just kind of like, you know what I'm saying? Now,
yes, they do.
No, I'm telling you, no, they don't.
You think you're around more than me?
Yeah. Fuck yeah.
No, you're not.
Yeah,
absolutely not.
Yes, I am.
No, you're not. And
yes,
Sharon, check the back chat. Literally studies have been done on this.
I think it's just insane that I don't understand. I really don't understand, bro. I don't get it.
Listen, I literally just came back from the gym, Gold's Gym, and the white owner, when he sees me in the morning, he goes, "Hey, girl."
Literally code switch.
Yeah, I just think that maybe what he believed white people is somebody told him, and I don't think he's really around no white people. Or they just don't respect him enough to code switch. That might be
so now it goes from y'all be shaming me because remember I ain't around black people. I stay in a mostly white state. And like, even though it's a pretty poor state, it definitely has people of position, like high position, even in America.
No, the thing is that the problem that you have is that we are giving you real life information. You're not willing to adapt to the information.
I've literally said I accepted that.
Okay, so did I interrupt you? Okay, so the issue is that we giving you new information and giving you examples of the new information. And you're just not willing to accept the new information in real time. Also, somebody is bringing up an article about it as well. I'm pretty sure after we read it, you're probably still, I don't know. We'll see what happens after we read it. We'll see what's your thoughts on the new information at hand. So we got white liberals present themselves as less competent in interactions with African Americans. And I just also, before Diva brought this up, I gave you an example of Gavin Newsom. Right? And then now we go straight into an article that is also pushing that forward. Because if you think that is just happening with that one white man and it's not a pattern throughout politicians and throughout professional settings, throughout construction settings, like you absolutely insane. And, you know, I don't know. It's weird. A new study suggests that white Americans who hold liberal social political views use language that makes them appear less competent in effort to get along with the racial minorities. Do I need to keep reading or that's good enough? KT to go.
The argument most white people are liberals now? I'm confused.
No, there's a whole term called, the soft bigotry of low expectations, which is what kind of that is, where you have this bigotry towards.
And they better code switch.
Yeah. And y'all
better not walk up and say no crazy stuff to me that they'll say, like, yeah, you better code switch.
I don't know how I'm in an article about how they aren't competent. It's showing how they are naturally feel the need to code switch. Because that's the only argument I made. I'm just saying we naturally do code switch. Because we understand we're in a larger world and we have to kind of work with them areas that aren't like our own personal areas. I'm just pointing out white people.
All right, so that's what he's pointing out. The problem is when we hear you say that, it sounds like you putting black folks in a lesser position is what we hear. And this is the issue that I keep having with my black brothers. Y'all not understanding what you're communicating, what it actually sounds like to the viewers. And what it sounds like to your other black brothers and sisters. It sounds like you are putting them in a position higher than us, which is a little sad for me when I hear it in totality, to be honest with you.
I think it's sad if we hear like the truth and say you're putting stuff down.
I didn't say. You're right. I mean, if you can't take new information,
is there not more white people than black people in America now? I'm confused. Like,
I don't know what you're confused about. I don't know why you're asking that question, because that was never that was never in question. If it was more white people than black people in America, that was never the topic at hand ever. So bringing that up, I have no idea what that got to do with anything.
Because I'm talking about how like
it's
naturally.
okay. I understand you believe that it's some kind of correlation to it, but it's not. Go ahead, PhD.
Go look into the research on impression management. That's all them, and they're constantly doing it with everybody. Nevertheless, Just Indeed 94, $2. Shadow, give us a possible black specific policy. Tezzy K, $5. Sharon, stop adding people to conversations that can't form a coherent thought. Also, when someone can't take accountability, that's suspect. Just my 4 cents, $2. Stereo or past practices. Keep it above. Lord Ashton, Shiesty Avengers Ashton. Hey Ashton, $5. MJ just used code switching with kids. I'm up out of here. Laugh out loud. Just my 4 cents, $2. Oh, stereotype or past practices. Stereotype. Aaron to Lucas, $2. Most white folks be humble AF in front of blacks. Right, and you know that ain't who they really are.
Shout out to PhD for code switching on the ain't never heard talk this soft. So we got on this conversation. Nah, I just think that
That's not code switching.
I know. I'm just saying. I was being facetious. Hey, so the point that I was making is we should actually be considerate of others around us, especially if we're doing business. Like I just don't understand that mindset. Is this me and I'm just gonna be me to get everybody? It's such a selfish mindset. I'm just gonna do me and I'm gonna do it how I want to. And I'm talking about everybody other than PhD, but PhD can do herself. Like she's excluded from it. But the point that I'm making is that I'm just considering others around me, and I think other people is not negative.
I guess that's why I'm considered crazy, MJ. Because I literally, the way how I communicate that with everybody. My children, I talk to their ass the same way. I might curse their ass out too. They get on my nerves enough.
He lied. Listen, he was like, hi. He started talking like a 2-year-old when he talked to his 2-year-old. When he was talking to his 2-year-old, MJ, I'm telling you, his 2-year-old was 2. He wasn't using these words. He was using them kids.
Like babies.
I want you to use all them big words you was using 2 minutes ago.
Hold on, Edie, man. Do you think your dad is a mean dad?
Not always.
Sometimes?
Sometimes.
And why am I a mean dad? Let the people know. They want to know if I'm mean. Do I scream sometimes?
You scream at me all day.
Thank you, baby. Go ahead.
You just code switch right there. That was code switching right there. You think you talk to her like you talk to us?
Yes, that's how I be talking. When MJ come on, I talk just like that. I'm like, hey, beautiful, how you doing? I speak just like that to MJ. When PA's even come up, I say, good day to you, supreme vaginal vessel. I speak to her just like that.
What you think, MJ? I want MJ to take it. MJ. His tone changed.
Somebody call CPS on this mug. I ain't gonna hold
Hey, be careful. Don't put that in the ether because they will.
No, yeah, chill. Let me chill. My bad.
Don't do that. No, but for what I know, Sharon, the way how he speaks now and just how he was speaking to his daughter, I have seen him speak the exact same way.
So you tell me when you had a newborn, you was talking like this?
Yes. I ain't never Google Gaga my children a day in my life.
Dang, that sucks.
First day, as soon as they come on, they look at me like, hey, what up with you?
So you was never like, hey, baby. No. Oh, that's crazy. That's the best part about being a parent.
I ain't never did that.
The Google Gaga part.
No, I do not Google Gaga my kids at all. Never. I want them to start understanding from the jump. I ain't the one to play. I quit school because of recess.
They understand
I don't
that
play.
in 3 months. Nigga, you got to watch it. I'm going to send my $2. But this nigga ain't shit. I just want to tell y'all. I couldn't say friend. I couldn't say any other word. But he ain't shit. Like, okay.
So I want to get back to the conversation about the professionalism and where we have our own slang that we use that's outside of the English, vernacular, right? I think it's our mindset, right? We internalize the fact that if we're not speaking quote unquote proper English, that in some way is unprofessional. We need to start looking at it as it's just inappropriate in different settings. It's very appropriate if we're speaking to people in our family, very appropriate if we're speaking to someone with our friends or in our community or even at a party as such, but it's not appropriate in an office with many other individuals that's there, maybe some who don't even know what we're actually talking about and what we're referencing. So I think that we just have to just change our mindset. We need to stop pinpointing our slang as unprofessional. We just need to get that out of our vocabulary. It just needs to be in a certain place where it needs to be at. That's all.
And we got to also understand that slang is an American thing. White people use slang all the time. Like when you start understanding like y'all and all these words that they use, that is not proper English. I think we just try to villainize black people's slang.
Everybody has slang. That's the thing. Everyone has slang. Every culture has their own, vernacular that they use amongst themselves. They just don't have like what we do. We say if we're talking how we talk amongst ourselves is unprofessional. And then we allow other people into the conversation to tell us, yes, that's correct. It's unprofessional. And we just need to stop doing that.
I mean, that's the only thing I'm getting at, y'all. That's the thing. I don't think because I've worked in a black business space and I've worked in a white business space. You can talk, like you said, amongst your people. And even how you said that, like, everything is about our community and each other. But the professional, quote unquote, aspect, let's be real, that's like supposed to be where white people mostly at. Like, it's not about us like really even in agreement. Again, it's like woke, right? Like the word woke, how it was always like an understood black people thing. And then white media, national media, the white populace get a hold to it. And for the last 10 years, now woke is like, don't say woke. It's bad if you woke. Like,
so what profession?
It's hard to kind of shape the narrative when
the black professionalism. What business was that?
It was both. It was a call center still.
Or both of them was the same. One was a black owned call center and one was a white owned call center.
No, I'd just say one was like a black populated. Like in North Carolina, the one I worked at in North Carolina, like everybody, the floor operators, all of them were black people. And then here, it may have been 5 of us, you know what I'm saying?
So it sounds like you just felt more comfortable, so you spoke more.
No, it's not. I felt more comfortable. It's even how like people even come in contact. Let's not act like white people walk up to you.
Let's talk about you. You talk the same in both environments?
About me. Yes. Well,
so you talk really different, or it was?
I talk.
So you was code switching.
Yeah. What the hell? What the heck?
And that's why you blew. That makes sense. That makes sense now.
No, you just code switched with your child. We all code switch in different.
I did
manners.
not. I did not.
Never arguing whether
I literally
or not we
did not
code switch.
Hold on. Let's not get it confused. I did not code switch with my child.
Okay, that's your story, and you'll stick to it. But I'm not arguing whether or not we code switch.
Explain how I code switched.
Listen, I'm not arguing it.
I want to understand so I could.
I'm not. Maybe I will be able to understand your point of view. I don't know.
So why bring it up if you're not willing to? This is what I'm saying. Like, y'all don't want to stand on no position whatsoever. Y'all just bring up things, say things, and then y'all just act like y'all didn't say it all of a sudden.
We've already been through this, Sharon. Jesus, like that's what I'm saying.
We have not. You didn't explain how. Because this is the problem that you have, right? MJ just gave an example how I don't code switch. The example that you try to use, because the same way I spoke to my child, I spoke to other people in that same vernacular and tone. So that's not code switching.
Sharon, bringing up an example where you did the same thing with other people doesn't mean that's the same way you're treating things. You never tell your child. Don't have the comprehension to understand the conversation. You do not say that to your children.
Right, because my children have the.
Okay, that's what you believe.
Hold on,
Children are geniuses. Cool, that's on you.
No, because my children understand the conversation. So if it was a situation where they did not understand, I would absolutely say that you do not have the capacity to understand this conversation. If that was to happen, that has not happened for me to say that to them.
Okay. Your kids are just geniuses. They just understand.
It don't have nothing to do with them being geniuses. It has everything to do with them being able to understand what is going on, be self-aware about what we are talking about, and keep the conversation to what we are communicating.
Sharon, that's why I ain't really want to argue, brother. You got it.
You should have just stood on it because you could have stood on it.
I've
You just
already
ain't want to
stood
stand
on it. I'm still standing.
Okay, so
on
how
it.
is he
I'm not
code
about to keep
switching?
arguing about it.
Okay, so how do you?
I just said it. Damn, he's not telling his kids they don't have the comprehension to understand the conversation. He's an MF and lie. If he say the moment I told my kid 2 + 2 = 4, they was like, "Yup, understood," and explained how this happened. They didn't, like their children. They don't always have the comprehension to understand what's going on. But if y'all want to sit here and act like, you know what, Sharon said it, so it's valid.
Hold on,
that's on
David,
y'all. I'm not really trying.
What's 2 + 2? Did you hear the answer?
The first time you said it to her, she did not know it. That's what I'm saying. This is what you be trying to do. You'll make a parallel to something similar, but it's not even what's happening. I said from the beginning, from the start, because you have to teach kids ABCs and 1, 2, 3s. Your child did not just walk up to you. All your kids just walk up to you like, "Hey, bro, this how you do multiplication, Dad. This long division, my Negro."
Right. So after
you're saying that.
So now we understand what you misunderstanding. After I explained it to them, they understood it and they was able to do
it. It doesn't matter because your conversation was they never didn't understand.
I'm not cutting you off. This is what you're not saying. Once I teaching them something new, and then we have a conversation about how we get to said answer, that is them having the competency to understand. So I don't have to tell my children that they are not competent enough to have this conversation or understand, because after I explain it, they could even explain how they got to the answer as well. Not just regurgitating me, but explain how they got to the answer. So therefore they are competent in that conversation.
I stand on it. You want me to tell you how I think you code switch? Because he's scared to stand on it. And I can prove it. I know you code switch.
No, hold on. Before
I'm about to explain it.
Hold on. No, I don't want you to explain somebody else's point. The craziest thing I ever heard is that why people just cannot explain what they and him saying that the way how he said it. Either man, does that show that he understands what competent means?
No.
Thank you.
It doesn't. Even if he was wrong, if he would have just stood on something, it would have made it seem like he understood the conversation. But I don't know. But you do the code switching.
It doesn't make sense to say. It doesn't make sense to say. I'm still saying he's code switching. I've explained how, and then say he's not standing on nothing.
Well, no.
Yeah, I think hold on. Listen to me. If 12 people agree with you, but you was wrong, was you not right? No. Haven't called saying, "Hey, what you think about this?"
What's homeboy name? Hey, MJ, what's homeboy name? Get Rich or Die Trying. Even when I'm wrong, I could have been right. So therefore, I was never wrong because I always could have been right.
That is the realm of possibilities.
You make a parallel. You make a parallel that ain't the actual thing.
Living in that gray zone.
What's Shadow looking at? What Shadow?
Shadow, goddamn it! Let me put your goddamn yes. You showing us everything is like we was at the bottom of a goddamn swimming pool just now. Goddamn it!
Oh no, I'm at KFC.
Right, but we don't
let us see the people walking by
eyes and ass and all that. You just guys looking at asses. Goddamn it! Shit.
Yeah, you had us looking at different thighs and legs and stuff. All right, not the KFC.
You had it.
So hold on. I think it's different. Hold on. It's different too of me talking to my kids and I think that they have not got to the level to be able to comprehend versus talking to a grown man. I think that they should have learned this too. Do you understand why the statements will be different based on age?
Yeah. No, Shadow's frozen. I think KT's there, but this is just sometimes it's just amazing how the
Sorry, buying lunch.
It's okay. How the miscommunication is happening. Sometimes I really believe.
I think it's on purpose. It's no way that people really think this way. I think people say, you know what, I'm gonna come up here and I'm gonna act stupid. Well, that's the hope I got. I got the hope. I hope that people act it. I hope that they don't really process the world in the way that they display. Because I'm like, how can you be successful if you don't stand on anything? Like, you got to stand on something, saying like, okay, this is my viewpoint, and I'm willing to stand on it regardless of what anybody else.
Negro, where did the viewpoint change? Like y'all
Wait,
like
when
throwing a bunch of
you act like
accusations with
you
no
can't
explanation.
evolve either. Like, I don't understand how evolution isn't part of it.
Hold on, y'all. MJ's gonna bring us back to an actual conversation. Go ahead, MJ.
No, I was just saying, check your Cash App. Continue.
So the point that I was saying is that we gotta get to this point where, like, we stand on something that's black men. Like, we can't have this expectation that women gonna follow us if we not willing to stand on something, regardless of what other people think. That's all I'm saying. I don't care what you think, but at least just stand on it and say that, hey, you know what? This is what I believe. So, and I believe it's okay to code switch.
All right, so we got KT then Josh.
I don't know what I'm talking about.
About the code switch.
What about it?
What's your
are you for it? It sounds like you for it because you said you done went to a couple places, right? So what's your stance? So should we be doing it or should we not? Or you just the exception they can do it?
I already said it is it.
Slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see you try it.
It says, goodbye, KT. Let's move the conversation forward. And so, like, and we understand what code switching. A lot of people don't understand that if we was to have a standard for ourselves, you don't really actually need that much of a code switch. You could just be your standard at all times. You don't need a mask on to say, hey, I'm going to talk like this with this person, and switch. You can switch the environment. So when I'm talking in construction, yes, I'm using more construction terms that where I could go through shortcuts. A lot of words that we use is not actual words in construction. You know, we'll say VAV and other types of acronyms, and we understand what each other's saying. To the natural person walking by, it sounds like a completely different language altogether. They don't have a conversation about what a heat exchanger is in real life, right? It's only through us construction workers. So I think if we go by the exact definition, like what Eda Man brought up earlier, then yes, we code switch with environments. We have certain conversations in different environments, but our actual who we are as a human being doesn't actually have to change it. We actually stood on something as who we are. We could take that mask off and be who we are at all times in these different environments with different languages in these different environments. But our core person, we could still be that as well if our core was in a good representation of us in the first place, in my opinion.
Well, yeah, I just think that the core of us ain't good people. That's what it comes down to. We're a little chaotic, and that's okay. I think it's okay with being ratchet. I know a lot of people think that they think that's a problem. I like a little ratchetness in my life, but I'm not gonna take ratchetness when I'm trying to close a $500,000 deal. That doesn't make sense, right? But the question I'm asking you, can I be ratchet and professional? Or do I have to choose one? And I think that's what they call code switching, is that I have both of these sides and I want to be both.
So I think that's where the environment goes. I think being ratchet, it depends on what you mean by being ratchet for me right at this moment.
So let me ask a question.
Yes, go ahead, MJ.
So Sharon, would you consider, let's say for example, everybody's going on a vacation on a boat and they're supposed to be drinking, dancing, and all the stuff like that. Do you feel that even being ratchet in that type of environment, do you think it's appropriate, or is it just ratchet the act in general?
Right, that's an excellent point. I would not look at that as being ratchet if people was just having a good time with their bathing suits, dancing however they felt dancing at the moment. I would not consider that ratchet. That's a great point.
So ratchet has to do with the environment then?
Yeah, I would assume so. Acting so-called ghetto and being belligerent, cursing for no reason. I think that's when we start going into the ratchet behavior. And now we understand, and with my definition, we could also understand that I do not see it as a race thing. I see it as an active thing.
So if you don't, so let's say for you, you don't consider it a race thing, but can you agree or disagree that other races might view it as a race thing?
Absolutely. That's one thing I could absolutely agree on. It is a group of people, they would do the same exact thing, but because black folks are doing it, now that is considered ghetto and ratchet because they see some black people doing it. However, we see that other races do the exact same kind of partying where it becomes to drunk men. We know Spanish men are known for being drunks and falling asleep on the street and fighting and all those things. And for some reason, that is just considered okay. That's just a strong man. He was working all week and he's tired. But as soon as we do it in the same fashion, that would consider ghetto, ratchet, and degenerate.
And my last question, and I'll let Shadow, whoever wants to go. Do you also believe that people within our own community can share those same views as someone outside of the community, pertaining as that is something that's just strictly for a particular race?
Absolutely. They actually use their skin complexion for the protection to talk negative about black folks. What they tend to do is act as if they are not that same person. That's why a lot of them use the N-word when they describing black people, because they trying to take themselves out of that descriptor that they saying is in a negative light and putting themselves above the N-words, because black people and N-words are now different from one another. But when we had the conversation in totality, all of a sudden, it doesn't matter if you Jay-Z level in a Rolls Royce or you in a Benz, you know, the Kanye famous quote, you still just a nigga in a Benz.
Yeah, so and I think what it means is we even see them try to shun their own people by telling them that they're acting black. So you see them like when they see like people being ratchet that's in their community, that's like, why are you acting black? And you trying to act like black people because they attach ratchetness to black people. But I don't think it's no problem. When I go to Carnival Cruise Line back in the day, I thought that was the place for them to be ratchet. I think if you go to the club, it's the place to be ratchet. When I'm playing spades with my drunk uncle and he yelling and spitting everywhere, that's a place for him to be ratchet. I just think that we can't take those type of behaviors into certain environment. I think that's the point that MJ was saying. But it's still ratchet. I disagree with Sharon when he said that that's not being ratchet because of the environment. I think ratchet is ratchet. It's just you can be in ratchet in one environment and not the other.
But so what about, again, I know we're not talking about them, but what about when there's white people who act black? And I'm doing air quotes for a reason, because it kind of stems into everything we've been talking about.
What about them? Is this your cultural misorientation rearing its head again? Because why you worried about white folks? It is.
No, because
let's talk about white folks.
Why. Because one of the things, no, that's not what I mean, dude. What I'm saying is, like, in the context of that conversation, that's one of the issues that we had, like, in the area. There were young white kids who were trying to, quote unquote, emulate black culture. And one of the things I brought up when I was younger was, what makes you say that is black culture? So
yeah, well, that's the problem I have with it, Shadow. The problem I shout is we don't never say the people making a whole bunch of money is emulating black culture. Like, that's the point. Like, we only use the negative in black culture, but we never say, oh, that guy's successful like Jay-Z. He acted like a black man. Oh, that guy's he's successful like LeBron. He's acting like a black man. We only take the negative side to say that that's black culture. So we was to take the positive side too. I'm cool with that statement, but we're not just negative people.
Great
And that's
point,
what my
Edie,
question was.
and that was actually a really good point, Edie, man. And this is and how we got to that, which is kind of interesting how we turn back around, right? Because what we see in social media, even the positive things that Black women do, these people that's on social media, so the Black men don't get mad at me that's not on social media, that they turn that into a negative. Nobody cares about your degrees. Nobody cares that you only make $300 a month less than us. Nobody cares about you moving the needle forward for the past 10, 20 years. Nobody cares that you're not like they keep saying everything that is positive about what Black women have been doing in the past few years. They try to turn it into a negative is the issue that we're having in today's time. So that was a great point of how they turn positive into a negative, especially when it comes to our beautiful Black women.
Why do you think they do that? Like, what is the agenda behind that?
I believe the agenda behind that is to make themselves look better and that they are needed. A lot of our brothers feel like they are not needed anymore.
Yeah,
So they have to attack something else other than themselves. They have to put the focus on something else and say, this is the reason why this is happening, instead of just addressing the things that's within them and say, hey, I've been moving in a negative way for a very long time, and I need to cut that itch out so I could push the community forward instead of pinpoint somebody else. And we know the real issue with it is if Black men would say that they are not the leaders, and then it would be fine and nobody would be upset. But the problem is a majority of Black men would say they are leaders, but they don't want to take the role of actual leadership.
Yeah, I think it jeopardized their leadership, and I think you covered that. It's like if these people advance and I'm not advancing, what happened is I get left behind. So I gotta try to force them in this box or force them into this bubble, because if I can keep them there, I can control them. But if they actually get out of the box and they expand and they're doing more things, that put me in a situation that I can't advance. So I just think that they want to keep women beneath them, and that's why they have to make everything negative. Like I always said this, Sharon, I said women making more money is a good thing. Like, and I done heard like people say, oh no, the reason inflation is higher because women in the workforce. I said, you are an idiot. Listen, like the best thing you can do, especially if you struggling, is get with a woman who got money too, and now y'all can kind of come together. So it's just this old chaotic way, and this is what I hate when people say traditional men. These men today ain't no traditional men. Like they are modern men, and they say they want traditional women. Is just BS. It's just BS.
So can we dissect that just a little bit before we move on? Right. So you said that they do it because they're trying to pigeonhole Black women into a position where they are needed by Black women, right? And it pretty much, I guess, hides the fact that they're not really, living up to their capabilities, or, per se. So if you're saying that, then why is it so effective for them to do it like to the public and to get other people to agree with them?
Oh, because it's negotiation. It's a negotiation tactic. So listen, so they're negotiating. First of all, if you believe that you're worth 100,000, and I can convince you, and I can get the whole public to convince you that you're worth 50,000, I can buy you for a lower cost. So a lot of this negotiation, because all these dudes, quote unquote, who supposed to be giving these advice, they got a woman, right? So I think that they're trying to negotiate. When I done had conversations, MJ, with these guys offline, they said, hey man, if I could just get her to lower her standard, I will be in her standards. So that's why it's the mass push, in my opinion.
And that might have some significant meaning, because the whole reason when we reviewed the Kendra G video, that man was attempting to bring his now ex-wife to her show to show her how other women like him or desire him, and that she should now treat him better because of that. So it might be a backward ass negotiation tactic that clearly hasn't been working for the past 10 years, but they keep on trying to push that same remedial rhetoric to get women to fall under. Yeah.
It has worked a little bit, right? We're going to have to admit that, right?
Yes, it
Because
has.
all the bashing of Black women's education, moving up the corporate ladder and stuff, and other races and even our government taking on and listening to that has forced 300,000 plus Black women out of those well-earned positions. So this is why I wanted to dissect it a little bit more, because now we have to look at it as agenda and not necessarily just some dumb Black men doing dumb things that can inherently hurt the community.
Well, yeah, I think it was. So the negotiation tactic was, first of all, let us beat up, because it's actually not a bad plan what they did. Because I'm talking about from strategy point of view, right? Because the strategy point of view is, let me beat up on them, beat them up, and then Black women had got to, not all, to a point that they was gonna prove that they was worthy enough. And I saw women proving, okay, yeah, I am more than my degree. And it's like I said, it's not all of them, but it did work, because it was almost like reverse psychology that was happening that I seen with what's going on in the world today.
Are we ever going to get, on a majority sense, our brothers to recognize that pattern and that they need to start moving in a way that actually is better for themselves? Because
you're talking about from Black men, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's what me and you part ways. I think the majority of men do. We just hear loud minority. I know it feels this way because we in the space, right? But even when I go to other spaces, it's large men that do got it together, that are married. Like I said, it's a whole married space that we don't talk about, right? So I do think majority of Black men got it together. We just focus on the minority that are degenerates.
But I still think that's a problem collectively, because it keeps the negative impact of how Black women and Black men are, represented in society per se, right? One of the biggest arguments from a lot of these guys in the space is the fact that when we bring up truths in regards of behaviors that we see from Black men, us speaking about those truths is putting them in a negative light and pretty much shadowing the ones who are not operating in that way. And the argument is to start uplifting the ones who do, positive things and doing what they're supposed to do, and pay no attention to the negative ones, because they're always going to be a part of our community regardless whether we want them there or not, right? So I do think that there's something that has to be addressed, going forward. And I'm speaking just for collective Black men and Black women. We got to get a hold of that. But I definitely believe that the men need to take leadership and ownership of that, since it's definitely been confirmed that they started to create this, like PhD said, the culture of disrespect. And I'll drop the mic.
And not only that, because if that logic was true, Eden Man, then they would use that same logic on the Black women that are doing great, because majority of Black women are doing a good thing. They are moving in the proper direction, but what we see is them focusing on the negative. So that's why even somebody like Jasmine Crockett and Tiffany would be put in a negative light. Somebody like Kamala Harris would be put in a negative light. Condoleezza, she was still put in a negative light somehow, some way. They'll find a way. Oprah, and we can keep going down a long list of successful Black women that they'll find a way to put a Black woman in a negative light. So they themselves, with their own logic, do not focus on all the productive, beautiful Black women that is moving forward.
I know, and that's what I'm saying, Sharon. I think is majority of Black men and the majority of Black women are good. I think most of the time these two people just never in the same room at the same time. That's why we don't have these prosperous relationships, right? And so my point is, I don't think it's just, and it might be just my mindset when I say that. I think majority of people, like when we look at the unemployment rate, I think the unemployment rate right now is what, like 5%, or and I think that's considered high, right? So that tells me 95% of people are making income. Like that's what I'm saying. Like when we start painting these pictures, and even when we look at Instagram, when I was listening to this guy, he was like, that woman's bad, and I was like, yeah, that's a bad woman. He said, oh, you're manosphere. And I said, no. I can compartmentalize that this woman is moving bad, but I'm not projecting that all the women move this way. I think that's the error, is when we try to project it over the whole population of black men or black women. But we do know that it's people that's doing bad in both sides.
I don't know. I think that y'all are socialized in a way that creates most of you being degenerates.
I think especially in the 90s, for sure. I think it's slowly changing today. I think that's why we have such a impasse today, because we have so much more conversations on the open, and normal people are having conversations as well as the crazy people. And so I think that's why it's having such a backlash between maybe, I guess, me and the red pill or the manosphere space type of individual thinking. Before, it wasn't normal people having normal relationships, communicating on the internet.
Well, let me ask this question, because I made this statement and the content creator didn't want to verify. I think the conversation we have is a millennial conversation. I don't think this is a young conversation, right? Like, and I'm not saying that it's not no red pill in the young space. I'm not saying that it's not, but the back and forth that I'm hearing is old people that think this way. What do you think about that, Sharon?
I believe young people adopted that situation. There's a lot of young men that believe that they are the leaders simply because they have a penis, and that the woman, even at a young age, that woman's supposed to follow him because he's the man, not because he earned his respect as a man, or that he even have a track record of making the correct decision, but simply because he is the man. So it trickled down into the younger generation. They just don't have a strong enough voice yet to be heard in those spaces, but they believe it. And then by the time they get 30, 35, that's when they're going to start voicing the way how they felt for their whole life. And it's going to keep on having this big old loop, because not enough people are just stopping it and nipping it in the bud. And that's where I believe my channel comes in. I'm attempting to nip it in the bud so young men can have a possible different perspective, and then they can figure it out on their own. After that, they can hear that manosphere talking point. Then they can have somebody with actual results talking point, and then they'll figure it out from there. But with them just having that Andrew Tate shit, I heard plenty of young men, 12 years old, regurgitate the things that people like Sneeko Andrew Tate has communicated.
Well, so this was. Have you ever seen that movie? It's called 17 Again. All right, so it's 17 Again. It's like this.
You talk about Zac Efron, right?
Yeah, and he switched with his son, right? Him and his son switched bodies, and he became 17 again, right? And back in his day, the most popular people was the bully. The most popular people was the jocks. That was the most popular people, right? And then when he switched into his son age, the most popular people was like maybe kind of, I want to say, I don't know no other words, so like the nerds, the geeks, those was kind of people who was popular based on what was going on. I just believe, and it's just in my mind, is that, and I might be jaded because I talk to a lot of young men, and I've taught at conference. I have sat down with a lot of men, and they're just not moving this way. Like Generation Z, they're not moving this way where they feel like they gonna pay all the bills. They feel like they don't need a woman's money. Like all of the things that I'm hearing the older men are saying, I'm not hearing those young men think that way. Now, are they gonna think that way to Sharon's defense? They might think that way when they get older, maybe. But they're looking at, they have grew up in a world a feminist that their minds are different from the men in the past.
Wait, but so you aren't familiar with the survey results that were just released a couple weeks ago, where they surveyed Gen Z males to find out their views, and no, they're actually much more conservative than millennials. They endorsed to a high degree the idea that that men should be the leaders in relationship just because, and that women should, do what men tell them to do. So,
hello, everybody.
And Gen Alpha's worse.
Hey, how you doing?
I
came up here to. Huh?
I would say we don't know about Gen Alpha yet. I think it's too early.
Oh, yeah, Alpha is very young, but we do know about them too. So they have been saying that these young men, right, listening to the red pill, it's in the schools, that they don't even want to listen to their female teachers. They're saying the teachers are reporting that the males in school don't want to listen to them because they're females and they don't think they're supposed to be working, and they definitely shouldn't be taking orders from women.
Well, I don't think that's new. But what I'm saying is, you think that's the majority?
Yeah, that's what they say.
You said that. So 51% of the men that's in school.
Oh my God!
No.
51% isn't always the majority. I don't know why that's only the majority if it's just 2, right? I don't know why y'all do that though.
No, I was just trying to understand that you were saying if we had 1 million people, 500,000 people feel this
yes.
way. Okay, that was the point I was making. I got you. Okay.
And we just got to stop ignoring it. I don't know. I think if you're around enough young kids, you would see it happening, and you see that you have to explain things a lot more to our younger brothers. You just see it happening all the time. You saying, well,
no. Maybe it's because most of the kids that I see.
Okay, put it like this: if you was to tell a young kid today how to throw like a girl, do you think it would be differently from how they would throw like a boy?
To explain a young kid how to throw like a girl would be
to
different.
a young man. Use to ask that to a young man. Would he describe that differently in physicality from how a boy would do it?
Yes, I think if I'm understanding your question correctly, yes.
Okay, so and that's the problem. So it's not a grown people thing. It's also young people as well, because that shit got passed down to them. So they look at young girls as doing things girly instead of the way how a boy throw the ball is going to be the same way how the girl throw the ball. It might not go as far. It might not go as far. So like they will.
I get it.
No, you know what I'm saying? Instead of saying, "Oh, a girl would throw it the same way," you can ask a young man, "How do a girl fight?" But literally, girls fight the same way as a boy. That is not as physically powerful as a man, but they still have technique and skill set and everything they can fight.
Yeah, they definitely play that.
So it's just that simple mind state alone that in today's society still you could fight like a girl, you could run like a girl, you could do this like a girl, like it's any kind of real difference about it. It's no difference of mechanics of how they do it. It may be a power difference, but the mechanic difference is not.
Have any of y'all seen the Manosphere documentary? I watched it yesterday.
It's on Netflix.
Oh, I just watched it too. Yeah.
My wife was watching it.
So if you watch the Shadow, then you know that what
it's a bunch of young men.
Yeah, you know exactly what is being said up here right now to be true.
It was 12.
It
was 12 and 13-year-olds running up on Sneeko and those other dudes that I don't know their name.
Right. They know, because I don't know nobody named Sneeko. You know what I mean?
No.
But I think I'm not.
Go ahead. No, I was just saying that I'm not arguing that it's not happening. I believe that the Manosphere do have a input. Like they gonna have some people at the conclave with their baby oil. I ain't arguing that. I just don't think I didn't think that it was happening to the majority of men that was striving to that. I think it was they had their group, and I think their group need to be adjusted because they
fun
can't
that you're thinking that, either, man. But I'm giving you examples of how it is happening to the majority, but you just ignoring that fact. That's the crazy part.
No. I accept it. Hold on, I'm not. Listen, I'm not these dudes. I accept the premise that I might be wrong, and that's what I'm saying. It's like from the conversations I'm having, maybe it's because the people that I talk to come from a 2-parent home. The people I talk to is into like gaming. They're like into different stuff. And it might make it when my anecdotal, I'm projecting it on the world. I'm okay with saying that I was wrong. And that based on if we have enough information saying that it's actually more young people being affected by this, I think I have to concede to that.
Yeah, because this is the second.
I think Sharon's conflating too.
Of course,
somebody said in the chat that most of the content creators of Red Pill are old. That is not true.
Yeah.
Right, y'all know those two, I call them freaking frat. They are in their 20s or 30s, right? The Sneeko dude look like he's in his 20s, right? We could go on and on to these people with millions of followers. They don't just have 50,000, they have millions of followers, and their followers are teenage boys.
So Barb, I get that, but we also can follow Speed. I don't think Speed is Red Pill, and he got millions of followers. I like if I go find like the young people, the biggest. Go ahead.
Well, I'm comparing Red Pill. You went to someone who you say isn't Red Pill just to say they got millions of followers.
No. What I'm saying is that when I go and grab the top Twitch people, right, they have the most influence from the young profession. Most of those guys are not Red Pill from my perspective.
But that don't have nothing to do with the conversation. Even if we say the top 5, they don't have no perspective on. They just doing nonsense. It still don't take with the fact that the people that was in that docuseries of Netflix, majority of the people that was running up on these content creators were young men, very young men. And this happened organically within his document series, right? They was going to the store, and then a bunch of young boys ran up on Sneeko in the middle of the street where he was in a coffee shop. That ginger dude from Louisiana, was a bunch of young men that ran up on him in the coffee shop. So it doesn't, just because we could point out a different genre that have millions doesn't take away the fact that millions of young people from 20 and down is being affected by this manosphere talking points. And the ones that is pushing forward this manosphere talking point, they do not care that they're affecting young men in a negative way.
Okay, I get that. I get it. I just thought Red Pill come later down in life. Like when I hear people in Red Pill, that's after they got divorced, they done got their heartbreak. Like I thought trauma actually produced Red Pill.
Yeah, but these men are teaching them the heart. They are afraid to get their heart broken now because they believe it will happen. They believe don't get married because you're gonna take 50% of all your earnings. So now, even before they even have a girlfriend, they are Red Pill.
Yeah, they have that thought. Yeah. And this is why they still have the idea, even though we have more women playing sports than ever, they would still say you could throw like a girl. You could fight like
Sharon,
a girl.
That's such a weird ass. Like you were right at first, then you say that, and I'm like, bro, you're doing too much.
How am I doing too much?
Shadow's so funny to me.
Like to say that
and disagree.
No, man, stop. I'm an actual athlete. Like I actually do physical things. What you're saying, there is a physical difference between males and females. That, and even the way that they initially start that action untrained. The fact that you're saying
that's what he said. He stated that.
No,
right. So you agreeing that they think that.
He said there's no difference between male fighting and female fighting.
No, he didn't say
He said the mechanics. Hold on,
do not fight the same.
Let me get you out the valley. He said the mechanics are the same, but the level of strength is different.
I'm not even talking about the level. I'm talking about the way little boys stand whenever they first start fighting, and the way little girls stand because of the awkward. Again, they're two different body types. And again, you may not.
They both stand
they
like an
don't stand the
untrained fighter.
same way. They do
They
not
both
stand the
stand
same.
like
They do not swing the same. That's
Yes, they
crazy.
do. Once you
Okay.
teach,
All
once,
right. No,
That's why.
yes.
Hold on. This is why they said that they used to tell boys you're fighting like a girl, because that was
Right.
how they first started fighting.
He up here making the point, Sharon's point, right in real time.
It's crazy how they do that. It is crazy.
He be like, Sharon, you're wrong, Sharon, but I'm gonna tell you why you're right.
Right.
Again, what y'all is not.
Hold on,
There's
can
a
you see
reason
my
it's
screen,
called
Shadow?
fighting like a
Shadow,
girl.
can you see my screen? Shadow, can you see my screen?
Yes. What about her?
Okay.
What am I looking at?
I'm like a girl.
My hair.
Show me what it looks like to fight like a girl. Now throw like a girl.
Aw.
So do you think you just insulted your sister?
No. Yeah, insulted girls, but not my sister.
My name is Dakota, and I'm 10 years old.
Show me what it looks like to run like a girl. Throw like a girl. Fight like a girl. What does it mean to you when I say run like a girl?
I mean, run fast as you can.
Do you get what he was saying now, Shadow?
The interesting thing was the older women. Well, they were young women, but the adults, women were doing the same thing the men were doing. So they had been conditioned by that time to think less of themselves, which is crazy.
Right.
Insane.
That's conditioning.
So now Mr. Sharon is wrong. Go ahead, Shadow.
I want to say that's why girl, when I was a young girl, I was considered a tomboy. Instead of just being a girl who played sports and was good at sports, I was considered on the boyish end. Right.
So go ahead, Mr. Shadow. Go ahead. Let me hear.
So again, I guess I'm gonna say this in the weirdest way or in the straightest way possible. Teaching young boys to throw a knife and teaching young girls to throw a knife, there's an actual difference in how they stand, even in the beginning.
Wow.
The way they utilize it is different. Fine, I don't really give a fuck that you don't believe it, but I actually do this.
You
This
cussing
is
ain't
actually
gonna
part
do
of what I
shit.
do. I'm just
like
saying.
I don't know what you sound like an idiot, a clown, because you just threw in a cuss word and think that made it big. Like, what are you doing?
It just emphasized the point that I was making. Bum, you do the same thing with me.
But
what are you talking about? Yeah, fine. We're disagreeing. Then I'll disagree my way. You disagree yours. Okay, then disagree then.
Wait, let me ask you this. I think you have two sons, but I'm not sure. But if you had a little girl, right?
I got two sons and a boy. I got two sons and a girl.
Okay. So you taught your boys how to throw a football. If you went out there with your little girl and taught her how to throw a football, wouldn't you teach her the same way you taught your boys how to throw the football? And therefore, she would be throwing the football just like your sons. Right?
Yeah, nah, all he's saying is like...
oh, my God. Can you let him speak for himself? Because I'm about to get him to understand my father taught me how to throw football. My boy cousins taught me how to play football. And therefore, I was playing football like you play football. There was no certain girly way of playing football.
So my daughter, I can't talk football because I didn't teach my kids how to football. I did teach them judo though, which is the difference in actual physical bodies. And I actually had to use my youngest son. Yeah, he was smaller. My daughter's the tallest of all of them, even though she's the youngest. You actually have to teach people differently. And that was all I was trying to get across. I knew we were going to go back, but I understand where you're coming from. when you're teaching.
What that
but
has
what
to do
I've
with
learned,
gender? Okay,
what
see,
I've learned.
hold on. This is the
you
problem.
You just said,
hold on.
I'm finna answer the question. I'm literally finna answer this sentence. This sentence is going into what I'm saying.
Hold on. The problem is y'all got to get it very concise. We are talking about gender, so keep it to gender to prove your point. If not, then we will all agree that each individual, you're gonna have to fix their stance individually, because everybody's gonna have the incorrect stance because they are not trained in it. But now you're gonna have to confirm that through gender as well.
Okay, there are similarities between young girls and young boys that you have to fix over repetition. There are things that a 9-year-old boy first starting out boxing and a 9-year-old girl first starting out boxing, they're not standing the same way. Even the things that they're doing in those microseconds are not the same. And you have to fix each of those things individually. That's all I'm saying.
That's insane.
That's fine. Insane doesn't make it wrong, though.
Yes, it does. You are absolutely wrong.
Really.
Literally, hey, look. As long as men keep pushing that same remedial rhetoric, we are having this continuance of a problem that women are doing something differently from men. Like the only difference is the physicality, especially as they get older, right? When they hit 16, then we could say it's actually a physical difference. But before then, their strength levels is saying that's why they sports could interact with each other before then, because pretty much they are the same. But when they hit 14, 15, 16, that's when you actually see the physical change start to happen. So this idea that it's going to be a bunch of girls that are just going to have this weird, quirky girl stance versus you get the same young man that ain't never did nothing athletic before, he's going to still somehow inherently have a boy stance versus what the female's doing is insane. Don't even make sense.
There's literally a minor difference
I was
between
beating
males
up
and females.
boys up until high school. I was even
doesn't
taller
change.
than them. I was even taller than them. And then somewhere in that high school, we went away for the summer, came back, and everybody was taller than me. I'm only 4'11" now, so imagine, I was this height when I was little. Everybody thought I was gonna be tall because I got this, height really early on, but then I stopped growing really early on as well. But what I'm saying is, so I was beating up boys. I was playing sports just as good as the boys, better than the boys. And then everybody's body started changing. But
like, listen, hey, Bob, we'll literally pull up non-athletic men, try to do something athletic. They was literally jumping to, he swings like a girl.
Like a girl. That's right. If they don't know, they don't know how to stand.
Right. You would not say, oh, damn, he got a stance like a boy. No, you would literally put his stance in a female position, even though that is a grown-ass man. You still won't even look at it as he had a female stance. You're not paying attention that is possibly just a non-athletic stance. No matter what gender you are, if you don't know, you tend to have this awkward stance. No matter who you are, if you're not athletic off the jump, if athleticism doesn't come to you naturally, you tend to have an unnatural athletic stance. Simple and plain.
And that's the point, though, Sharon. Sports come more naturally to men. So even like a man not being, sports come more naturally to men. That's why you're a tomboy if you're acting boyish. Are most women like tomboys?
I just told you I was taught. I was out there playing with boys. That's what I was doing. What you mean it came natural? If I was better than them, then how did sports come so natural to them?
More naturally to men.
Okay, your idea. Hold on. Your idea of naturally is that it was catered to a certain gender more than the other.
You can even say that if you want to.
Okay, but then, no. If I'm saying that, then that means it's not natural. That means it was catered to them. So they was raised up in sports more than the other one. Because they say, hey, you should play with dolls and you should play with a basketball. That is the actual difference. Not that it's naturally different. What is natural is that grown folks push this remedial rhetoric on to children, and that's why we've seen. Even without I didn't even break a thoughts, please. And this is why we even seen the women, grown women on that video was doing the same remedial rhetoric that you are saying, because they was held back as young girls to do only what girls are supposed to do.
Yeah, like sport, even most sports were made by men. Like it's not like hell sports made by women.
Okay, so
like,
do you think the argument is about who the sports is made by?
No, I'm talking about what's more natural.
It's dumb as hell.
Okay, so now natural, right? So natural means that you don't need no help. You naturally have that gift, and we just got to fine tune this natural ability. That's what you're saying, correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so and that's where we have a disagreement at. Boys or girls are not naturally inclined to be athletes.
That's just not true.
And we can see, because I could pull up more men. I could pull up more men that do not have an athletic bone in their body, and somehow they will throw the ball the same way how a non-athletic girl will throw the ball.
Yeah, so the NBA be the prime example. Like, they got examples of where
why y'all go to the sports?
Because that's what we were just
but most
talking
people
about.
most people not playing sport. You going to professional sports players.
We were talking about sports.
No,
I'm
listen,
just sticking
you
to
said
sports.
that most people. You're saying most people. Now you're talking about a select group.
If you want to cut me off, I was explaining all this, Bond, please. So what I'm saying is we could show literal videos where the Olympic female team, like the professional women, have lost the high school boys.
Dumb as hell.
You know what I'm saying? Like we could show the
like
physical.
they don't.
Okay, so hold on. So what you're saying is that those young boys are physically run faster and they physically stronger than the grown women, is what you're trying to point out?
Yeah.
Okay, so what do that have to do with the conversation that we having?
So because that's why you would say, like, again, because I just pointed out, it's
Hold
on.
Slow down. Because I think you misunderstanding what we are representing.
No, I think you just kind of skipped over.
Hold on, I need you to understand what I'm saying, because you are saying something else. We are not saying that men are not. We know that men are physically stronger than women, so that is never the argument. So we clear with that. So we're not talking about that a high school group could beat a grown women group. Fine. We don't have that argument at all. Men are physically stronger.
That was never what I was arguing.
But that's the argument that you are having. You saying
no, it's not. I just pointed out how it's more natural to men.
Okay, so now them being how is it more natural? Please explain that part. When they was 5 years old, how was it more natural for them versus natural for a girl?
Yeah, I don't understand. How can you correlate strength to what is more natural in the aspect of sport?
Sports are built around certain aspects of strength. We talk about soccer, legs.
We talk about sport on strength, not all.
Hold on.
I don't know what major sport isn't.
Hold on, please. Slow down. That is just not a true statement. Sports is a skill, not a strength. Because there's a lot of people physically stronger than Steph Curry that do not have the skill set that he has. So let's focus on what is natural, right? So natural means that you are born with that, and all we gotta do is fine-tune comb that. That's what we having a conversation about, not strength. Strength is something that you develop.
I'm talking about how it comes more natural to men than women. Sports.
But it don't.
How can skill come? All right, so we're talking about how skill becomes skill is more natural to men, not strength.
We're talking about
that's what we're talking about. I want you to understand
overall skills like building a house.
Hold on, please. Do you understand? We're talking about skill, not strength.
We're talking about sports skill, right?
Skill, not strength.
So now we're just talking about building a house.
No, we're talking
about sports. That's what I'm saying. Y'all, it'd be weird sometimes. Y'all move off this.
Please just understand what I'm trying to understand. We talking about skill, not strength. So please don't bring in physicality in skill set, because we know it's plenty of people that got better skill, but they're not strong enough. This is why they have, for example, weight classes in boxing, right? Because they skill level is the same, but they strength level is different. That's why it's nothing to do with skill. So now, please make a sense of the skill set at a 5-year-old compared to a boy and a girl. Why they skill set is so different.
In all sports, some attribute of it. One of the attributes is strength. How they
That's not a
find kids,
skill.
it is. Everybody's not as strong as everybody naturally. That's just natural effect, like natural facts.
Skill.
Everybody doesn't have to go to
But we talking
the
about
gym to have a
skills,
good
though.
body build,
Hold
right?
on, hold on. So
No,
just
I
because,
just
hold
talking
on,
about what's
please, hold on.
natural to men
Hold
more than
on,
women, which is sports.
hold on.
That's not a skill.
That's not
No
strength is
one
not.
said it's a skill. I said it's the
But
attributes of sports. Sports don't just
we
include
okay. So
skills.
what I'm trying to get you to
Jesus.
understand. No, we agree with the strength factor. When young men go to 15 and up, the strength factor makes sense. But a 5-year-old girl and a 5-year-old boy, in the majority sense, they are not stronger than one another. Are we in agreement?
Yes,
No.
I can actually agree to that.
Wow.
No,
So
they are actually pretty close in strength. Yeah, at that age.
Not close in strength ain't like that's what I'm saying. I'm just saying no because he said, are they the same? No, they're not the same. Like inherently, even most 5-year-old boys are stronger than most 5-year-old girls. Like,
no, they're not.
That's not
They're
true.
It's not true. It's
Oh
not even
my
all
close.
right, and,
goodness.
and the example you're gonna give is a girl being a bully to boys, which is a rarity.
No, what we're gonna give you is the actual
Not
truth behind biology. Biology wise, it says that they are not different in strength when a 5-year-old and a 5-year-old.
Right.
Jesus.
They got
That's
a little
biology,
girl,
bro.
a little black girl. She wrestles. I'm not sure what it's called, taekwondo or whatever it's called.
No,
right?
she's in MMA. I know who you're talking
Oh,
about.
that's what it is. You see her?
Yeah.
And she looked like she about 5-6 years old. How old she look like?
Yeah, she's about. I think she's 7 now, but she
7?
got her first
Okay.
championship. Yeah,
She
got her
be
first
tagging them
championship last
down,
year.
don't she?
Yeah,
Boys and girls. Yeah, she be
her
tagging
dad's a
them down.
professional
The
fighter too.
skill. Oh, that's what he is? It's a skill. It's not
It's a
that
skill.
she's stronger or this, right? It's her dad be teaching them what to do, how to get around, how to get out of those grasp and things like that. That's skill.
And shout out, this is shows that we do gotta get men, right? Even at KTAs to break the ideology that a 5-year-old girl and a 5-year-old boy actually has some physical difference for real. Like that's crazy. It's
I mean,
called
as horrible as this sentence is, that's why PDF aren't particular about the gender of choice. That's why they usually go after both because they look so similar. That's actually one of the psychologists.
well, we're not going to dive into that. But what I'm saying is
I'm just
that
saying I understand.
It's okay. Don't say it again. But what I'm saying is that it is clear that it's a reason why they have a distinction after 12-year-olds, why they don't have leagues that is co-mingle anymore, because that's where the testosterone thing starts to actually kick in around 12, 13, 14, 15. That's when it starts to skyrocket and actually be a real difference. And this idea that you could throw like a girl is just stupid in this day and age, but people still pushing that ideal out there.
I taught my kids how to play basketball, even though I'm short, but I was really good at basketball. You know, my husband, he taught him how to throw the football, but I was out there teaching him how to do that as well. I played sports. I ran track and everything. Okay.
Right. And then we used to go into an MMA background when you just do grapple. It's a lot of women that is professional at it. They have a skill over a naturally strong man. They could possibly put you to sleep because they just have a skill of you, not because and they're gonna be much weaker than you. Can ragdoll them around physically because you're stronger than them and heavier than them. But they know the skill set to use that against you and put you in some kind of a chokehold and put your ass to sleep.
And the simple fact is that same skill is what men who are weaker than other men use to win. We all know that not every man's strength is the same. So how does the person who is not the same level of strength of another man, how does he win? He uses skill.
You're right. He uses skill.
Right.
Whew, man, we have a long way to go for my brothers to understand what is actually happening in the world instead of just arguing possibilities.
It's this ain't that you shadow, but it is at KT. I'm gonna just be blunt. It's almost like they father with boys and girls. Well, I don't know if he got a girl, but I think he said he do. And they think this way, and that's crazy. I'm not when I said they, I'm not referencing you, Shadow. Okay, because I know you would get upset, but I'm not referencing you because I know you know better. I know you pushing back and just say you just like to argue. But if something makes sense to you, you'll come to you get it. But KT just gonna fight this same topic tomorrow if it comes up.
And I just want all my brothers out there to understand, we are not saying at after 14 that we saying that men and women or young boys and young girls should be in the same league together. It should be a separation at that point because the physicality is different. However, what we are communicating right now is the skill level. They both will have a skill level. Matter of fact, it could be a woman to have more skill than another man. And we just simply talking about the skill. We recognize the physicality part. We get that. And nobody's denying the physicality that naturally happens with men, especially after 16.
But the red pill men also said that men think differently than women better. And that's why even if the sports was chess or checkers or, that they say that men are better at it.
Speaking of chess,
actually, I think little girls actually learn faster than little boys, especially in like combat sports. Like teaching my daughter how to hip toss over teaching my sons. My sons was harder because they're hard hitters.
What the fuck is going on? This is not for real. This is not real life. This is not real life. That you saying that your daughter learned? You saying that your daughter learned a skill faster than your son, but yet you saying that man, you cannot make this shit up.
No, I mean I can acknowledge the fact that girls can learn faster because most of them do. Most little girls can learn a skill faster than little boys, but most boys have over time. They master that skill over time. It's a weird bell curve. Like women to jump up really fast and kind of plateau.
I ain't gonna lie to you. This is insane. I ain't gonna lie. This is
you saying plateauing isn't a thing?
I'm saying what you were saying is ridiculous. That you was arguing that
there's a difference in how you have to teach boys and girls.
There's such thing as throw like a girl, run like a girl. But your young daughter learned how to hip throw quicker than the boys, and you saying so? What those young boys, your sons, do they hip throw like a girl after they learned how to do it properly since she did it first?
I mean, a hip toss, it's a hip toss. Gender doesn't really matter once you put somebody over your hip. So
Jesus Christ, I understand the conversation. Okay.
Yo, after Shadow just made that statement, oh my God.
That is crazy.
After what he said earlier, we are not in reality.
It can be.
This is not life.
How did that happen in the last 15 minutes? Like that is. We are cooked. We are cooked.
Is it not weird that I said that there's a difference between little boys and little girls, and then I explained that my daughter learned faster? Those aren't necessarily the same.
It's okay.
Like that's a really weird ass thing that y'all are acknowledging.
It is okay. You're not understanding where that happened at. It is okay. And recently, the national champion of little kids in chess, which is considered a sport. Chess is considered a sport, by the way. It is a young black girl. So shout out to that beautiful young black girl that is recently the national champion of chess. And she beat a whole bunch of different young boys to get there.
Wait, is it considered a sport now?
It's always been a sport.
I thought it was still considered. I thought it was considered an academic.
No, it's always been a sport.
All right, cool.
Yeah, you got to get a scholarship.
The most famous person with it.
All sports aren't physical.
So, oh man, that was wild that happened in real time, bro. And I don't understand.
I'm glad you learned something, Sean.
Me too. Welcome into the show.
Can I look at the? You can hear me good?
Yes.
All right. So Shadow was right in what he said, right? Okay, so naturally, boys they tend to play fight more than girls do, so it's just a natural proclivity.
What did you say?
Nothing.
No.
That was insane. That was insane.
My day has been made.
Crazy. I don't even know what to say about this shit no more.
Well, what he gonna come up and say basically? Well, he already said the part that Shadow was right, but he don't know what the topic was. Now, if we change the whole topic, then Shadow is completely right. In that girls and boys are different. But remember, the topic started out, is there a way that boys and girls do things differently? Is there a girl way of doing things and a boy way of doing things?
Right.
Sharon, you play basketball, right?
Yes.
Again, you didn't think I'm trying to distract, but you know that when people toss, one of the ways they say a girl toss is when they shoot with both hands in the back of the ball instead of the first arm hook shot. You know what I mean by what I'm saying there?
I know what you're trying to say, yes.
Right. Like, I think that's one of the definitions of shoot like a boy, shoot like a girl.
Yeah, but it's just not a true statement. I could show you plenty of men that cannot shoot a basketball properly. Grown-ass men. They can't even make a free throw because they're not strong enough because they just don't know what the hell they're doing.
And I've always known how to shoot a basketball. Okay, one hand underneath so I can get that push up, and the other one is to control it. So
that's my girl.
And I guess another thing, like I guess being from also where we from, it's a lot of young girls that are straight that know how to play basketball. And they've been playing basketball since we was trying to shoot the ball at 5 years old. Those young girls were trying to shoot the ball at 5 years old as well. So that is the weird part to me. So to have this idea that young girls throw like a girl versus they just need to learn the mechanics of how to throw is insane to me. Maybe also because my wife also played college basketball, right? So I have a different understanding. I grew up around because since I was very skilled in basketball, I was around a lot of high-level female basketball players. So it's just weird that people actually believe that the term do something like a girl still actually exists today. It's just a weird thing to me. Mon, do you believe that is a such thing as throw like a girl, fight like a girl? What's your thoughts?
Let me get him out of here. Let me get him out of here.
Dang.
Well, I think you can. I think you can throw like a girl.
Show me how you throw like a girl.
Well, I'm a man. I can't do it. I'm a competent man. I can't throw like a girl. But I mean, when you think about it, right? I don't watch female. I don't watch girl basketball, but I glance at it, right? And a lot of times I do see them performing their layups a little bit different than the men do. Performing a lot of their shots are a little bit different because they don't necessarily have the strength. So it's going to look a little different when they do it. Not to say that it's to the extent of what men are probably exaggerating about.
So, but you talking about strength-wise, how far they can shoot it,
and especially if they had to use a male basketball.
Not the actual mechanics. We talking about mechanics, and you talking about strength.
No, but strength is a part of sports. This is what I keep trying to explain, bro.
We know it's part of sports.
We're not talking about the strength-wise. We understand the different levels of strength.
So you're not talking about sports.
So are you saying throw like a girl means that you throw without strength?
Yeah, could we talk about sports? Yes, that's the
that
whole
is
concept.
So you saying that because hold on, so you mean to tell me that the difference is that one could throw 50 yards and another one throw 30 yards? That is throwing like a girl because he that man could only throw 30 yards. That man is now throwing like a girl.
Yeah, if you throw weakly, we're gonna be like you throw like a girl.
Go ahead, Mike. Do you agree with that? So that Katie saying it's about how far you can actually throw, not the mechanics.
No, I don't think that's the what I would say. Literally, I don't think I don't think that will be literally throwing out like a girl. I think it would be more mechanics.
Slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see it.
Yeah, damn. It says, that means somebody put $20 on my head that quick. Goddamn, they put me on your head. Lord. I guess that's kicking somebody off the piano like a girl. But
you got another one coming.
But
Girls got all the money.
So maybe I don't know. All right, so let me get back. I know KT really want to hop on this physicality part. So can you please, KT, explain to me how this physicality part is keep jumping in when we are talking about a skill level? Go ahead, KT.
There you go. Ain't kick me.
Not good. You good.
I already know that's it. But I mean, it is what it is.
Slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see it.
It says, drop this misogynistic ass KT. Goddamn. You got dropped like a girl, I guess.
It's just crazy. It's just like he wants to have a one up on the fact that our strength is not the same. We literally have the WNBA and the NBA due to the fact that both men and women can learn the mechanics of the sport. However, it is best suited that they deal with the same type of strength level. What is beyond that? Like, what is like the comprehension of that? Why do you have to have this one up? Do you want us to say, yes, you're stronger than us? We know this, okay? We know as a collective, men are stronger than women. Is that all you want to hear?
Don't provoke me to anger, or else you'll be in danger.
All right, now, go ahead, Diva. We got to play a new song too.
Yeah, pull that big schlong out. 7,500.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, let's get my brother paid today.
Yeah, you talked to the wrong one.
What you talking to?
Guys,
I'm gonna get you paid today, Sharon.
You want to
get your business paid?
Yeah, I'm trying to get kicked back out.
Montana D, I don't know what this says. Montana D Deja, 200. All right, we're gonna get you paid today, brother. Good.
Then we've also played the proper song for that as well. Hold on. Shout out to my dude. Okay. He ready to fight today? Go ahead. You speak your mind.
As I was saying, yeah, I think it comes down to mechanics, but also strength. Women do shoot a little bit differently than men, and that's okay. Especially if they had to shoot a male ball. You know, they normally have a smaller ball, but and not as long of a distance. But yeah, it's not the same, and there's nothing wrong with that.
So the court is the same size. The free throw is the same size.
It's the same size as the NBA court.
Yes.
Okay. Cool.
Yes.
But the ball's smaller, though,
Wait,
right?
Sean, I thought it was actually smaller.
Is the ball smaller? I
shit.
didn't know that.
No,
Yeah,
I
so
thought the ball was slightly smaller, and the actual shooting range is slightly smaller.
No, the shooting range. No, the court and the
same
shooting range. Yeah, the court and the shooting range is the same. The ball is a little bit smaller. Yes. The men's ball, I believe, is 27, and the girls is 25. I believe it's something like that. So it's 2 inches circumference difference. Well, that's because of their smaller nature. So, but it still doesn't take the fact of that's the argument of physicality. We agree with the physicality part. And even when we go to just even men playing basketball, to be honest, for the majority of men, they cannot compete with the NBA because of just height and size, not because of skill set. It's plenty of dudes that is in a 6'3" to 5'10" has way better skills than a lot of people in the NBA. As we can see, someone came to shoot a free throw, but it's not the skill set, it's just the size factor that they have, right? And all I'm saying is the same thing with the young ladies as well. They have the skill set to say that it ain't no such thing as throw like a girl.
Let's take baseball for example too. I would say the female baseball, women's baseball is a softball.
Women don't play baseball.
And they throw a different way totally than the men throw. I'm not sure why.
That's a totally different sport. Softball and baseball is two different sports.
But I think it's for why. I'm curious. I never did the research.
It's
softballs are heavier.
Hold on. Yeah, the softball is much heavier than a baseball, but it's literally because of male chauvinistic. So women can actually play baseball the same way men do, but because of the chauvinistic part, they throw a much heavier ball and they still getting up to 70 miles an hour with a softball, which is absolutely ridiculous. Actually,
I can't even hit that softball.
And if it was to throw overhand and they was to hit that small ball with that bigger bat, they would be knocking things out the park just the same. But yeah,
I wasn't here, but are we trying to say like that men and women are comparable when it comes to sports in certain ways?
Mechanically wise, yes. Not physicality wise. We recognize that women are physically weaker than men as from the age of 15 and up. That's when it's tend to separate physicality. But before then, ain't no such thing as run like a girl or run like a boy. Once you learn the mechanics, you just learn the mechanics. If you are athletic, you are athletic. It just comes to you naturally, and we could just hone in on that natural ability. But to actually say somebody throws like a girl is a dig and a disrespect to our female counterparts.
You know why I don't think it is? I would just say on average, right? Because once anybody can learn the mechanics and look like a sprinter and things like that, right? But when it comes to like on average, certain things the average woman just cannot, it's hard for them to do. For example, like girl push-ups versus boy push-ups. A lot of like normal women just can't do a push-up. My woman, who's a college and professional basketball player before, right? In Ireland, she can't do a push-up right now because she's just been being a girl for the last she's just been being a average girl for the last 10 years and not playing basketball and just kind of working on her glutes.
Yeah, but most men can't do push-ups neither. So when I went into the military, I just had to do one, and I could barely do that to get in. But by the time I got out, I was doing just as much as the men my age at the time.
I do push-ups every day.
So that means here I am hitting 50 push-ups.
Get it, MJ.
And y'all couldn't even do as many sit-ups as the women.
And also we still recognize the physical ability. We understand that men are physically stronger, but when it comes to if this is something that you do on a day-to-day basis, we understand that majority of men need to do assisted push-ups as well, because that's what it's really called. Majority of men cannot push out more than 20 push-ups. It's actually been a study already showing that majority of men today cannot do 20 unassisted push-ups straight.
Or correct.
And somebody in the chat said there's literally a different push-up for women, not in the Army, unless they changed it. Because the only place who did different push-ups was Air Force. They did them on their knees, but not in the Army though.
And it's called the assisted
We
push-up.
don't do it on our knees, Bob Cherry. We do the
regular. Y'all used to do them on your knees. Yes, y'all used to be on your knees.
Speaking of Air Force, AR, do you do your push-ups on your knees, sir?
That's a crazy question.
I'm glad they changed it though. If you said
living on his knees.
Hey.
So no, we do understand.
Whatever gets me a new car, you know what I'm saying?
People that are adjusted to doing push-ups and doing physical with their shoulders and all those different things, because there's a bunch of different muscles to actually get you to do an unassisted push-up. Most people think it's just a one thing. Is your back, is your shoulders, and it's your chest and your biceps. So you need all those to actually get into this goddamn push-up situation. Majority of women are not focusing on the upper half as physicality because they just have a different mechanics. That's why they depend on their legs more than their upper body versus men. We depend on our upper body versus our legs. It's just what happens naturally. And this is why women have to start off in the assisted situation of push-ups.
Sharon, do you believe that you can run like a girl?
No, I don't think there's no such thing as run like. If it is a such thing as a run like a girl, I want to run like my girl Gabby Thomas. I want to run like my girl Sha'Carri Richardson. You know what I'm saying? Like I want to run like those. I want to run like FloJo. Like those women are extremely athletic and they have a real strong skill set of running. My favorite two runners, by the way.
I think you should look at the average girl run, right? If you look at the average girl, like just scare her, and if something scare her and she just start running, look at that and then tell me if you would like to see a man run that way.
Yeah, your men run the same way.
Sorry.
When we run, most of the videos you're gonna see we in heels or something stupid like that. But watch a young girl or young woman run in her sneakers. What would be the difference?
I'm talking about in sneakers and shoes.
But you can't use that reference because you said scared, right? Now, I have seen many videos of men who were scared, who was
yes.
and running, falling like they little white girls in horror movies. So stop it.
I mean, even if a woman isn't scared, right? They just run a different way because they women. Like, so for example, if a woman has big boobs, she's gonna be holding her boobs trying to run, and it just look like something a girl would do. If a man ran like that, it looked crazy.
We ain't holding our boobs when we run.
If a woman got big, if they big, she gonna hold them.
Did you see that? Hold on. Did you see the Afro Man video? He got a video where he's running throughout the video. What do you think he looked like? He running like he's running.
He must be running like a girl.
He gotta hold his boobs, bro. He gotta hold them joints.
I gotta check it out.
You know what I'm saying? So
it's funny.
If Fatty was to run down the street, he's gonna have to. He gotta hold them joints, bro.
Oh, that's crazy.
I didn't even know you had a ponytail, Mark.
Yeah, I got hair.
Oh, okay.
At first, I thought it was somebody sitting next to him at first, but yeah. So, I believe people give men way too much credit of being athletic when majority of men are not athletic at all. Majority of men are not athletic, and you go to any basketball court or any football court field, you will see that majority of men do not have athletic ability.
Do you feel the same way if we isolate it to just black men?
Yeah, even if yes. Unless you go by the project's black men. The project black men, they might have a little we might have a little bit of ability of athleticism because we was running, because we didn't have nothing else to do. But if we just go totality in the black, out of the 40 million black men, majority of them are not athletic at all. Majority of them can't see, they can't throw a ball, they can't shoot a basketball. If they was to run, they're gonna pull something. They're gonna pull something.
And most of them overweight, remember?
Yeah, they gotta hold their chest like this when they run.
You know, I would agree with you. I would agree with you.
I'm gonna just leave that video in the back chat for you.
Okay, I got you.
I think our athleticism is a little bit overstated, right? Yeah. But I don't know if I would agree to the extent that you're saying it. But absolutely, it's definitely overstated. And I think basketball is just one isolated sport. But if you put a soccer ball in front of us, we would look stupid. Most of us, right? So.
Yeah, and I think the issue is that we got to get rid of that trope of throw like a girl, fight like a girl, where we have too many examples of women able to have that skill set and be very skillful at it. If you used to ask my daughter to run like a girl, she would just run, and you would not be able to have a distinction between the two, because I don't treat my children like a boy or a girl when it comes to physicality sports. So they all gonna be able to play sports the same. They're gonna run the same. One's gonna be faster than the other. One might be able to do more push-ups than the other, but they don't have the idea that you could do one like a girl and one like a boy. They're just gonna do the task at hand. My daughter she doesn't know how to skateboard like a boy. She see her father on a skateboard, she's on a skateboard. She don't even like think of it in the sense of I'm doing it like a boy. She just learning how to skateboard. And we
So you
gotta
think
get
it's harmful?
it's very harmful to have the idea that you are doing something like a girl, because if you keep that ideology up, even girls themselves, they're going to perpetuate that and do athletics in a wrongful manner. They're going to do it wrongfully on purpose because they believe that's how a girl is supposed to do it. They're supposed to be like, instead of actually just doing the mechanic.
We should start like, so girls who don't do well in school, we should tell them they learning like a boy.
I actually agree with that.
Like a boy.
That was insane. That was insane. All right, hold on. Let me see. What is your thought on that? Young girls that are not doing well in school, we should start telling them you learn like a boy. Would you agree with that?
That's interesting.
A black
That's
one.
interesting, because I do find that boys, like I got 2 girls and a boy. My son hates school. My girls love it, right? He just want to get up and he just want to bounce off the walls right now at this point in their life. So if people learning like a boy, when you introduce that, it does sound a bit crazy, even though I think that it can be true. Like if a girl is showing signs that she bouncing off the wall, she can't sit still, then I would think that is exhibiting characteristics of learning like a boy. However, is that helpful, and is that a bad thing to start to perpetuate? Possibly. So you may have a point there.
Okay, because I definitely have a daughter that be bounced off the goddamn wall for sure. Yes, she is highly athletic. One of her best friends is he came in 3rd place in nationals in racing as a 6-year-old, and she keeps up with him, and we didn't put her into training for track yet, and she keeps up with him, and that's naturally comes out of her body.
Some kids got it.
Just because just because they kind of grew up with each other, chasing each other around, she naturally wanted to run faster. She wanted to catch him. So naturally, what happened? She got faster.
Yeah.
You understand? So she keeps up with them when they just go running. So we's like, maybe we need to put her into track and field just because.
Yeah.
But still, if she had the mentality that she had to run like a girl,
yeah,
that would hinder her, and she would never even actually attempt to catch it. She was just, those damn fast ass boys, they're just too fast and strong and athletic. She would never even have the mentality to try to catch him, which she is almost at the same level, 3rd in nationals.
Yeah. And that is how they teach us, when we're girls, they teach us to be daintily, wear dresses, play with dolls. And if you was out there wanting to play with the boys or run around, then you stop being a tomboy, stop being with them boys. And so that's why we have the daintily, the women who would drink their champagne with their pinky in the air.
But what I can give my credit for is that he was able to concede that that logic has to make sense. That so if the girls are doing bad in school, it might be, even though it would be detrimental to them, it might be fair to say with this logic to say you learn like a boy. So at least he's being fair, because a lot of men ain't at least being fair.
So what is detrimental? Make this a thing, ladies. Start telling little girls they learn like boys when they ain't learning good.
Goddamn.
They'll know they want to be a girl, so they gotta shape up, huh?
Sharon, to your point, I think people either got it or they don't. Like my sister, oh my God, was she fast? My sister was fast. I always wanted to beat her in a race. I could never do it. My sister passed, but before I never could beat her in a race. I didn't race her as an adult, but when we were younger, my sister was she should have ran track. She would when we was at gym and we played baseball. We played baseball one time. She was older than me, but we happened to be in an intramural class. She had hit the ball and she had ran to first base. All the boys on the bit God damn, she fast as shit. She just was fast.
And also happened with my daughter. Whenever I used to take her to, because I got a grown daughter as well. Whenever I used to take her to the park with me, the boys be like, "Oh shit." What the she'll buy them, elbow them, because I taught her how to play basketball. I didn't teach her how to play basketball like a girl, and so they be surprised that she could play and she could take a bump, she go for a rebound, so on and so forth. She didn't look at herself as weak, and so when she got bumped and hit the floor, it didn't look like, oh my God, she fell down. Guess what? When we played basketball, plenty of men are falling on the floor and twisting their ankles like little, like it's going to happen. It's a sport. It doesn't mean she got hurt because she was a girl. It's just a sport, and things is going to happen. Elbows, ankles twists, and all these different things. But nobody bat an eyelash when a weaker man cannot compete in the sport at all. You know what I'm saying? And so it's just an interesting thing when we have this idea that you could play like a girl, and it's just a weird thing to do to our young ladies. I would never do it to my daughter, and I would never do that to my sister. And even the video that we played, the young man, he was probably like 10 or something like that. She said, don't you think that you are disrespecting your sister? He said, no, I'm not disrespecting my sister. I'm disrespecting girls.
Yeah.
That is crazy, the cognitive that he didn't even recognize he was talking about his own sister.
Yeah.
Because you don't think of her as a girl. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
My daughter tried to hit me with that one. My daughter one time tried to hit me with the I'm a girl thing. And she's 7, right? And she's at wrestling, and it's time to do push-ups. I'm like, yo, I know you can do better than that. Like, I know you can do better push-ups than that. She like, I'm a girl, and she's crying. I'm like, no, do your push-ups. Like, cut that out. I'm not trying to hear that.
And so when you are attempting to be an actual good parent, you're trying to install strong values in your kid, that whole boy and girl shit goes out the window. No, you need to still do the best you can. It doesn't matter if you're a female. You can still get your body up to the strength of doing a regular push-up. You don't need to do an assisted push-up. And when we start attributing that to a girl push-up, it plays a psyche in our kids' minds that we don't even recognize sometimes.
Yeah.
Saying
It's
that
gonna
you
be a
could
long,
like a girl.
it's gonna be a long time before your gender limits you to a ceiling, but we ain't there yet. So
yeah, and I think we got to start getting that adjusted now, so the younger generation that is already following the wrong paths. There's a bunch of 12-year and 13-years following Sneeko and Andrew Tate's of the world and all those other negative man spaces, and we need to have a group of men that breaks that character and show them with reason how it is nonsense, so we don't have a new group of misogynistic young men in the world disrespecting our young girls. And then now I gotta, at the age of 60, gotta whoop some little 20-year-old dude ass.
yeah, we just gotta have the conversations and see, like, all right, what things have we always believed in that's bullshit we need to throw out, and what is reasonable. We just gotta have that conversation, because it's two sides to it, and maybe it's somewhere in the middle we can meet. So
okay, so I'm glad we got there, and we need people to be a little bit more sensible about the conversation that we have, instead of just trying to be right. I think one thing that happens a lot, especially with our brothers, that they lead with their ego in the conversation instead of actually having the truthful logic to the conversation. Like, you don't have to be right, my brother.
Yeah,
Just
no, my try to be down the middle, and if he don't know something, he'll look it up, and that's what I liked about him.
Well, that's because he has some
athletic. She just fake hate me.
And the real reason that Mont probably don't want to tell, because he has some beautiful, powerful women in his life that he could look towards and say, I could see where that happens at, right? So he have a sister that was running fast as hell that pushed him to want to run fast. So fast that he know he faster than her now because he got to that level because he probably works out. But even in his mind, he like, yeah, let me race my sister. I'm gonna make sure I beat her because he has that competitive spirit with his sister still.
When she passed away, sorry for that.
Sorry to hear that, Mark.
Appreciate that. Yeah, Bombshell, you just fake hate me. Everybody fake hate me though. Nobody really hate me.
Well, yeah, I don't hate nobody. Just because we had a disagreement, that's doing that one stream. That's it. And I'm a jokester anyway, so I might talk about you, but baby, don't take it serious.
So earlier, I don't know if you was hearing the conversation. Earlier, we was having a conversation about how they vilify Black women. Why do you think in today's time they still vilify Black women? The example that we was using was Jasmine Crockett, Tiffany Henyard. Did we have any more? We had also played a video of these. Condoleezza, and they always try to vilify them in some way, and they use the things that they are positive known for, productively known for, and they would turn that into some kind of net negative for being a Black woman. Why do you think they do that so much in these spaces?
Well, I'm not sure your particular examples of what they did, but if we're looking at, I think politicians are a bad thing to look at because you never know who's being honest and who's not. So you can look at Jasmine Crockett and say that she's performative, but if we had like real life actual examples, I think that would be you know, a better to kind of analyze real life examples and not like politicians, because they got to perform,
So I think the issue is, even though we can lean towards her being performative, we see Jasmine Crockett on a day-to-day basis. We know intelligent Black woman that has the so-called tropes of wearing a weave, and she's able to go through her professional side and quickly switch and go into a sassy side of attack mode with quick, because she's that quick, witty, and intelligent all at the same time. So she is a good representation of what Black women are in today's society. But for some reason, with all her great attributes, the only one they're going to focus on is when she is punching back on somebody.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think
because they never actually go with, hey, she was attacked first. They would say, well, you should have been more, pretty much, like a better word, she should have been more stoic in the situation and not allow the other person that's disrespected her for her to respond in that same way. No, how about we say she responded in the proper way? Because if she was angered or she felt disrespected, you are supposed to respond to anger and disrespect a certain way. You're not supposed to treat it kindly.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I think that if people are looking at a situation where she responded to somebody going at her in a way that she felt comfortable, I think that's unfair. I know me from what I've witnessed of Jasmine Crockett, it does seem like she's trying to appeal to a certain demographic of Black people. I see that, and maybe it's genuine, maybe it's not. I don't know.
What
but I see
of Black people?
More of a people who are the ones who like the rah-rah stuff a little bit more. So the ones who like to shake the table, which could be tons of different Black people who like to do that. But those are the ones that she wants to appeal to. Not that, like, for example, me, I'm cool, calm, I'm collected all the time. It's very rare where you're gonna see me get out my body. Very rare, right? But that's just how I am, and that's what I believe in, and that's what I preach, and that's the type of people I like to be around. But there are other men who like, yo, nah, fuck all that cool, calm, collected shit. Like a lot of the guys hate me because I don't be trying to rip the heads off the women, and they hate that shit. They be like, no, man, you had the opportunity, you should have. No, I'm cool. Like, I might have a conversation with her. Hopefully she understands my perspective, and we can understand each other's perspective. But it's a demographic of people who just want to rip, they just want to rip their heads off. So if that makes sense.
Yes, I understand what you're saying. But so all of these things we see them through our own lens of perspective, right? So whereas you see them, or people like her, as wanting to shake the table and whatnot, then people might not see you as calm, cool, and collected. They might see you as docile, someone who will allow people to disrespect them, somebody who thinks you should kowtow or kneel to white people, right? So it's all in the person's perspective, our individual perspectives.
That's fair. No, I'm not mad at that.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of get that all the time as well too. They think I should be a little bit more aggressive with some of these rim bros that come up here and try to regulate me, but they don't really move me. You probably you have a confused face about what a rim bro is.
What is it called?
A rim bro.
Say it again.
Rim bro. That's red pill incel manosphere. No good.
Oh, okay.
That's what we call them over here, rim brother. All right, so just in case.
Okay, cool.
You know what I'm saying? And for me, I don't really feel attacked when they try to do all their antics and all those things. And so a lot of people get upset at me as well because I'm a little bit more calm. Or as MJ, what you call me, a masochist?
Yes.
Yes. So, I like the punishment. I accept violence at all times. Let's go. We can get into the scrap, y'all. We can go ahead and scrap. I don't mind. I'm somebody that anytime I got into a fight, I got jumped. It is what it is.
Yeah. They can't stand when somebody is trying to understand the perspective of a woman. They don't like that shit at all.
That's a good observation as well. Why do they want men to not understand a perspective of a woman if that's what we are trying to date?
Because they're just mad at them. They just want to make them pay. They want to humble them. That's what they want to do. They just focused on humbling them and maybe even making them forcing them to be a subordinate versus trying to show good leadership qualities so that they can want to follow. They just kind of want to stick them in their place and stuff like that. So that's my what I think.
And that's the real issue that I have with the word and like do something like a girl, because once we have that ideology in young boys' head, they always will put themselves above a girl because you doing something like a girl is less than what a man can do. And that's how they have this idea growing up that they are above a woman just because they clitoris fell out.
Yeah. I was on the other side of that growing up that I didn't like. My mom and my sister. I grew up with my 3 sisters and my mom, my grandma. And my sisters would always use it against me, like, yo, stop arguing with women. Like whenever we going into it, like, yo, you arguing with a girl, right? And my mom would even say it sometimes. I'd be like, yo, what are you talking about? Like, I'm allowed to have a conversation with you. But they would kind of like weaponize that as if only women can argue, but we would really be just kind of like trying to get our points of views across, but they would position it that way. So I was on the other side of that.
So I do think a disagreement and an argument are two different things. I do believe majority of these men, they come on these panels just to argue with women and not have a discussion. So I think I would need the context behind why they said it's also used as a term of to belittle a man. But me and PhD had disagreements all the time, but I don't think either one of us would say that we argue with each other. So I do. It depends on the context of the conversation. But disagreements, I think is real healthy.
Yeah, Sharon takes getting cooked very well, so we never have a problem. I just grill them lightly on each side. Nobody's
And so and normally other brothers, if they would hear something like that, they will immediately go in attack mode and not take it for what it is. Like we could argue, disagree, and also have jokes on each other, and it's still all just we having a good time within the discussion. And it's okay for Diva to be possibly funnier than me. I don't see how. You know what I'm saying? She's steady. And it is what it is. And if we could get more brothers to understand that you don't need to be in competition with the person that you say you love and willing to die for. This is the problem that I keep having. They keep giving this example of what happens when you hear a rumbling in the night. Hey, that doesn't happen that often. Cooking every day, that's happening, that you expect that every night. It ain't every day somebody's breaking into your house. If that's the case, either you need to get a bigger gun, you need to get a dog, or you need to move, because somebody breaking into your house that often that you got to do it is a problem. You need to fix a tire every goddamn week. It's a problem it's a problem. You're not solving this problem as a man. These are things that they keep saying that the man has to do, but this happens maybe once every 5 years. Like if you have a tire blown out on the side of the street, you most likely gotta go to a goddamn tire shop, because that donut ain't gonna do shit. Most of the cars nowadays, if you drive an electric vehicle, they only have a goddamn spare tire. You just gotta call roadside assistance. They'll change it for you as well. So a lot of the things that men are saying that they gotta cater for women is something that happened once, maybe every 2 or 3 years, and they're not recognizing that.
Oh, sorry, I went on mute real quick, but you making a point that some of the things that men say that we have to do, we rarely have to actually do.
Correct. We do that maybe once every 3 years. When we got to fix something in the house, that's not an everyday task. most of the men, they live in apartments where they get somebody else to do it any goddamn way. Changing tires and oils, that happens once every to change your oils once every 3 months, and majority of human beings, they take it to a goddamn shop to go get it done. And plus, it makes more sense if you have a brand new car to take it to the shop, because now you have a record of you keeping your maintenance, so it makes the trade-in value much higher, right? That's just common sense. Changing your tires is probably once every 3 to 5 years, depending on how often you drive. It's not something that happens that often. So like a lot of things that they putting out there, a rumble in the night, that most men never encounter a rumble in the night, ever. Most men never fought in front of their girl. Yeah. Most men never even show that they train in front of a girl. They never say, "Hey, babe, come pick me up," and they walking in and he's sparring on some dude. They don't even do that. So all these things that you say men do is something that is conditional to maybe happening. And the thing that you want a woman to do is constant every single day they do. They gotta cook, they gotta clean, they gotta wash clothes, because your ass, these are things that's constant.
Well, Sharon, what do you think about this? When it comes to the rumble in the night conversation, when you hire security, right? Let's say you keep security with you when you travel. How often do you suspect that their security will have to fight?
I would, every time I get into a situation, I want them to get into the fight.
Okay. How often do you think, let's say out of a 365 days, how often do you think the security that you hire to escort you will have to put their hands on somebody and like get physical and duke it out?
Me personally, if I was to have to, the way how I'm thinking, because if I had to get it, I would think it would probably happen 4 times out the week.
God damn! Who you got after you?
Bro, you don't understand how these dudes be want to whoop my ass.
That's funny.
Let it go, Sharon.
They be telling me all the time, Sharon, you need to get security when you go outside to these meetups and shit. Like, they be want to whoop my ass, bro.
Damn.
So for me to use the security, he would either be pushing people away from me and making sure they don't come too close. Kind of on some Jay-Z type. Jay-Z is not hiring security because he's scared, but he literally need to keep people away from taking pictures, trying to get him to sign autographs. So he needs that. So that security guard is interactively touching people and moving people probably every day. Rihanna's probably every single day. You know what I'm saying? Okay. So it's very important for those type of people. For somebody like Anton, his security is pretty much useless. It's just there as to show that he is somebody bigger than what he is. Yeah. You don't really need a security guard.
Yeah. Well, I think I would venture to say the average person, if we hire security, like if we use one of those Uber security services where they kind of pull up and they escort you places and stuff like that, I would argue they probably most likely would not have to do things very often to where they got to get physical. Unless, of course, if you Rihanna, like they gonna be pushing everybody out the way, let it through, stuff like that. But the average person, I don't think they will end up using the brute benefit of security most cases. And I think that's kind of how it is with having a man. Of course, anything that happens, I'm responsible. Like any threat or anything, I'm gonna have to do that. But understand that you walk around with security everywhere you go. And most women, you should feel much safer when your man is there, whenever he is going somewhere with you. That should give you that feeling of security of like, okay, I can go out and I'm good. Like my woman, for example, like when we go out, you can drink as much as you want. Cause I don't drink. I'm good. I don't drink. I'll drink with you a little bit, but I mostly don't drink. But I want you to feel comfortable to you do what you do, right? Mm-hmm. And you know that you're gonna get home safe because you got your security guard with you.
So the problem is majority men don't move the way how you are even thinking that far ahead to even not. Majority men, they are drinking with their shorty, trying to have a good time because that's the only time they can actually have fun in the bedroom with their shorty. So they are just as in danger as they should. That's why we see so many videos of men getting knocked out when they are drunk. Most people will not even get into a fight if they were sober because they would have to understand, this is not the situation I'm supposed to be, especially with my girl there. And they will move themselves out the situation, especially if you know how to fight. You try to avoid the fight even more because you know the danger you can do to somebody. You could possibly take their life with a punch, especially a drunk person. Before hit their head, they done. And now you going to jail just because you trying to be ego driven. You try to escape those things. So majority of people that's going out, they are not even forward enough thinking to not drink with the girl. They want to have just as much fun as their girlfriend. They on the couch next to them doing the same dance moves.
Yeah, but I just don't think that there's too many instances where a woman has been with her man, both sober, and somebody still came up and was like, give me or do whatever, and that man couldn't do nothing about it, right? He got mugged and robbed just like she did. Men are not some type of protective force field.
Matter of fact, in recent times, Hitman Holla, what happened? She wound up shooting the people that ran up in the household, right? And this is a well-known rapper. He's a gangster rapper.
All right, first of all, Hitman Holla ain't no gangster rapper, but
he's a blood. Well, he's a gang member rapper. My bad. But guess what? Cinnamon, she was out there busting shots in the house, right? So that's number one. Another content creator, he was in the house with his girl in the house. Some dudes, 3 dudes, broke into the house in real time. What did she do? She went to the gun stash and she started letting off shots while he was running around the house like the so-called woman, not knowing what's going on. I hear gunshots in the house. Babe, you okay? She's like, motherfucker, get down. Wow. So when it comes to protecting your household or protecting your family, as long as you train properly, women are more than capable to let off a gunshot or two. It's just what it is. And it is okay for us to be honest. Hey, y'all know he gonna be there, like he gonna go to the dishes and he gonna throw a dish while baby girl gonna be like, bah, 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 bah.
Hey, I ain't take her to get her concealed carry for no reason. You know what I'm saying? She better use that.
Hey, listen, if I'm hanging out with MJ, I'm hiding behind MJ. I'm gonna put my arm on her shoulder and I'm gonna follow her. She gonna get me there to sit. I'm like, nah. You know what I'm saying? So I know, you know what I mean? But anyway, but I just think it's a BS understanding that so-called because this man is with a girl that all of a sudden she is just automatically protected, even though majority of men ain't never been in no fight. And most of the time, other men that do fight, you can see a man that never been in a fight normally, even if he don't have cauliflower ears. And if he do have cauliflower ears, you need to leave his ass alone. That means he trains wrestling way too goddamn much. He trained it so much that it makes sense for him to drain it. That's ridiculous. So, you know. They said I need to write a movie script. Goddamn, my bad. So I don't know. I think we need to just get honest behind these conversations and stop having this gender banging situation as women are never been a part of protecting the family. Women forever. Matter of fact, the best civil rights movement person ever is a black woman. She the one she done shot her goddamn husband and all. To get the black people up to the north. Like, we got to stop this idea that black men or men in general are the only ones that's doing something for the communities for protection. It's just not a true statement. Even when men went to war, women of different communities was holding it down. I don't know why men try to inflate their situation. Every day my wife go out by herself and go be a part of the world without me being there. It's just insane. They don't know do she have a man or not?
Would you consider yourself a leader? The leader of your relationship or your household?
Absolutely. Yeah.
What are the ways that you do protect your woman?
By allowing her to lead in the things that she needs to lead and trusting her. So just because I'm a leader doesn't mean that it takes away from her being one as well. I do not want somebody that is just a docile female that gotta ask me to do every single thing. So I entrust in her to be a leader as well. So anything that is on her side of the leadership role, I trust her 100% to do that. So she don't even have to question me and say, hey, what you think about this? She just go ahead and get it done. She never asked me, what should we cook? Do you think we should put the girls in this program? She already know what is needed to be done. Kid want to do piano, get the kid in piano, tell me how much it costed, and now I got to figure out that part.
Do you have you taught your woman a lot of things that protect her, or?
How about I taught her things to protect her? The things that I taught her for her protection is probably all hypothetical. Like I taught her how to act if we was to get into a fight, because one time she seen me actually get busy, and so from there on, I was like, I won. I did. When I don't get jumped, I win.
Okay. You wouldn't lie to me, right?
Huh?
You wouldn't lie to me, right?
No, I don't need to. I got my ass whipped plenty of times, so, and that's why I learned how to fight, because I got my ass whipped so many times.
Okay.
And so after that, I had to give her a protocol to what we got to do, because I don't want her to attempt to jump into a fight. That's not your position. Your position is actually to get away from the fight, and she has a certain protocol that she got to do, especially if we with the kids. There's a certain protocol that she got to do if something was to happen.
Okay.
So things of that nature.
Okay, cool. Well, I don't know about the average man, but I'd like to think that men protect their women in more ways than just physical, by even just, using their wisdom to protect their women. But also, from what I hear from you, your woman is pretty much already on the same page as you with everything. Like you got her and she was like, oh, I'm just as competent as you in these ways. So, it's not really much you got to tell her. She already know it, she cool.
And I also demand that from my woman. I do not want a woman that I got to lead her in every aspect of life. I'm trusting you with my life as well. Because certain things that you do in the world, it can put me in or out of danger as well. So you got to be having your head on a swivel just as much as mine, so to speak. Granted, when she with me, she, her swivel's a little bit less.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a little bit more, she's like, I can finally, she get, like when I'm driving, she's more like, shit, I'm just look at these Instagram.
Yeah.
She ain't paying attention to the goddamn GPS. I'm all lost and shit. And then I get onto my ego. I know we're going to get there eventually. Goddamn, I don't need no damn GPS.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But
no, for sure. I guess I could empower my woman more to be a leader in certain ways, and kind of where I don't have to do certain things, but I kind of baby her. So, I guess that's the way we choose to operate. So, like, I guess she don't got to be as competent. I don't,
Hey, I would tell you, free yourself, my brother. Allow her to be great. You know what I'm saying? Because she's going to appreciate that freedom that she has to think on her own. Because sometimes I think us as couples, we tend to lose ourselves sometimes. Mm-hmm. And we lose the ability to think on our own and be our natural selves with our partner, so we could complement our partner. And then we start to move on what we think our partner thinks we should move, instead of being the general the best person for our partner. I think that tends to happen when we concern ourselves too much on doing the right thing. Just be the right person, and that's going to be the right thing. You know what I'm saying? You don't got to worry about doing the right thing. Just be the right version of yourself, and everything else is going to work out. So when we have our disagreement, it's just a disagreement, then I can understand, oh, that's why you do that? You mean to tell me you... for example, we don't eat candy, but we always have candy in my house. And the reason for that, I want to find out much later in our relationship, is because she equates that candy to not being in poverty, because with how she grew up, candy was a privilege. And only the fancy people of her neighborhood had candy. So even though we are very healthy, the idea that she sees it there, it gives her some kind of piece that she needs for herself from being that poor child. Like, you know what I'm saying? And so now that I understand, I was like, oh, okay, well, as much candy as you want. All right, now I understand why you do it. It's a different thing.
Yeah, for sure. I think relationships are going to look different for everybody, you know, and I think people can be different in different relationships. So if you're called to be more of a leader as a woman, then you'll be more of a leader in that relationship. If you're called to, you know, kind of sit back and chill a little bit more, then that's what your role in that relationship will be. As long as both of you guys are comfortable with how y'all showing up, you know, I think that it's cool, awesome. I know for me, the dynamic that we like is kind of like of course, she leads the household. I don't gotta anything she need from me. You just let me know what you need, and I'll give you take the card, buy what you need. You know, if you gotta sign the kids up for this, like do what you need to do. But in certain ways, you know, she prefer to be a baby. You know,
give me an example of the baby.
I guess when it comes to, let's say, situations within her life and like her family, whereas me, I would just instantly like, how do I solve this? She wants to just kind of like lay on me, whine, talk about it, and eventually I'll come up with a solution. You know, maybe you should do this, and maybe you should look at it this way, and things like that. Like in moments where I would have been completely stoic and like not even like this stuff don't matter to me, I'm gonna just solve it. She don't have to be stoic. Like she can just let go, chill out, and I baby you, I'll fix it for you.
Okay.
You know? So.
All right, but she's looking for advice there, so I can understand that. So, for example, some of the things that I had to don't call me on my lunch break type of thing. If you know I'm not doing nothing, don't call me just to call me. I don't like that.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
that's my time for peace too. That's right. Don't call me at my goddamn lunch break.
I'll be blowing you up every day,
and I'll be like, "What your hands want now? You know I'm trying to sit here and meditate." What you gonna say?
I just need to know what you up to.
I'm up to sitting down, meditating, drinking, eating this food that you made for me, babe. So if you don't mind, I don't want to chew in your ear. So I'm gonna just get back to that. You don't need to call me during my lunch break.
I'm gonna call you tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of your lunch.
Thank you, babe. You know, it'll be that quick and short. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I wouldn't just stay on the phone just to stay on the phone. If she just need to check up on me to make sure I'm okay, whatever that thing is, because women do have an intuition. I want my woman to have that intuition to call me or have this. I want them to trust that gut feeling to just call or whatever. So I do want that. But also, we don't need to stay on the phone just so you can hear me chew. I ain't dealing with that neither. You can call me as many times as you want, but after I finish saying what I said, whatever you said, that's it. Bye. Click. And if you text me, I might text you back an hour later. I don't know. Maybe. Let me see. Matter of fact, speaking of text messages, hold on, let me see. I got 800 missed text messages. I tell people all the time, if you don't phone call me, then I don't think it's an emergency, and I get to it when I get to it. Shit. That's just what it is. And I think if our brothers and sisters just be more honest in the relationship about who they are and what they expect from their significant other, I think relationships would be much easier as well. But people are afraid to just be themselves a lot of times. So that was a good conversation. I appreciate that. I don't know why people are afraid to just have the honest conversation of who they are. Like I said, I ain't afraid for my girl to ask me if I'm insecure, and I don't mind saying yes, I am. Yep. Look at Cueva Dolces. Get your ass.
Like I'm in. Ida, you gaining weight. What's going on? You ain't training no more?
You see his face getting all fat and plump.
I know. That's why I said it. You can't hear? Drop down and come back.
Yeah. Drop and come back. Drop, come back. All right. So why he do that? You know what I'm saying? So I think that's another thing. I think if we was just to have the conversations like that, Diva, and really like get to the different understandings and how different dynamics work, I think we'd be much better off in the relationship conversations. So people could really understand how the different strokes for different folks actually work. Understanding it between if somebody's getting babied and when my attitude is and when her attitude is. What you think, Diva? If we have more honest conversation about relationships, the ups and downs about them?
Absolutely. And if people, resign themselves to understanding that they entitled to, go after whatever it is they decide they want for themselves, and everybody else has that right to, right? So just go after what you want and stop trying to beat other people across the head to be what you want.
Or to prove that what you chose was the right thing. Like, that's what you chose. It's okay. Right. It's okay. Like, a lot of these brothers that fell in love with the hoe, hey, be happy. It's okay. We don't mind that you fell in love with that. All the things that she learned through her experience, you love it, go ahead. I like it then. It's all right. If you want to be a cross-dresser like Chrissy Noem's husband, hey, go ahead and be a cross-dresser. That's what you and your girl like. You heard about that, Diva? Diva didn't hear about it.
Yes, I heard about it.
You did hear about it?
Yes, and it was crazy.
Oh, man. That is insane.
But that's the nature of it. Look, if you ask me, all white males into that type of stuff.
Okay, I thought you were going to go after me
again. What happened?
I thought you were going to go after my Gemini-ness again.
No. I'm talking about the lady husband. So the Noem lady's husband, the Daily Mail. I don't know how they got the photos and whatnot, but they got some photos of him dressed up as, well, with these big, huge boobs. And he got some type of like fetish for women who have like abnormal proportions. So like Barbie, like, proportions, real big boobs and, small waist. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So he was in there talking to him, asking him, what was he? He was paying them money now because, they do that for a living. But he was asking them different things about, so basically he liked to cross dress. He liked to cross dress.
That shit was crazy. Maybe I'll try to review it tomorrow, mañana. I don't know. But that's insane, though. In my opinion.
It is, but again, that's how they be. It was a woman on YouTube. This was years ago, though. It was a white lady. And she was saying, like, that's the thing I would tell black women. Like, y'all be too invested in relationships. Like, for us, we understand that this is basically a transaction, right? So I'm getting with this man because he can provide for me. Now, whatever else he got going on, whatever. We keeping up the public appearances, and at home, we might be each doing our own thing. But that's why she was saying, like, yeah, we will know that type of stuff and still, be with the man, or, that's not our primary concern. Like, We're not here to have love relationships with these people. Like, it's quid pro quo. You want this image, I want your money.
God damn. That's kind of crazy. I mean, but hey,
these men into some weird things. I've been saying that for years.
Have you?
Yeah, I remember they used to call me.
What they used to say?
But they wanted me to, complete their fantasies. Well, listen, that's some stories I could tell you. I don't think you remember last time you shut the screen down. Okay?
Right.
Oh shit! What I do?
They kind of give a little example. They will buy your socks, your stockings, your underwear, fortune jars, all kinds of things.
Oh shit!
And I told the story about the one guy who you wanted me to, tell him what to do. I gave him assignments with toys. For some reason, I have the video clips to prove it.
Oh Lord! That's crazy.
I had a video of a man sitting on the glass, sitting on a mason jar. He set when I say set on it, yeah, and then it cracked while I was in his side of him, and then you see the blood rushing. Yeah.
That's what you call busting it wide open.
That's busting it wide open. Yeah. He put the mason jar on the floor, and then he lowered himself onto it, and you see it go in and disappear, and then it just cracked. I don't know what kind of mason jar that was. It broke.
To be honest, they really don't want women to come on and start really saying what they have to go through with some of these men. That's for sure. I know that for a fact because, Lord, some of the stories I heard women say about men, I'm like, man, that is crazy. You know, but if I was to bring these things up, they're gonna say that it's me. Why would any man talk about those things? I'll be trying to leave it alone, but every day.
I am some of your show.
Damn. I mean, we are in overtime.
I don't know why people think I'm lying. There's no reason for me to lie. You could go on the internet and probably find that video that I'm talking about. Because I used to have it on my website.
I'm sorry. Why would they think you lying when they publish the numbers for the men who go to the hospital and they have to remove whatever they done shoved up there?
Right.
And sometimes it's a live animal.
A gerbil. One guy, it was a famous guy who had a gerbil running in his rectum. He had to go to the emergency room to get it out. Now that wasn't, he didn't call me. I didn't have him do that. Okay, that was but
so no, Robin, I need Robin, I need you to do it for me because I don't know how to do it. You do it for me. Shit. God damn it. Well, I'm here right now. You go ahead and do it for me. Say, hey. Go check out my peoples. Y'all need to work together. I ain't scared. What you mean scared? Everybody's scared. Girl, please. Here. You're all right.
You're so silly. Raheem, which pretty woman actor? Which one? Not Richard Gere. Please tell me not Richard Gere.
Oh, and that is true. Cortez mentioned 2 girls in 1 cup. Now, I heard that it was so grotesque, I could not look. But, yeah, I remember that going around. When somebody told me it was about, I'm like, I'm not into it. That's way too
I mean, you watched the
I think it was Richard Gere, wasn't it?
That's what they saying. I refuse to believe Richard Gere had gerbil booty.
Hey.
I will not believe it.
Hey.
When they found out that choking themselves while in the midst of that, they were doing that kind of stuff back then. This was in the 90s.
Was it David Carradine that died that way?
He died, but a lot of men was doing it. When they hear something is, Imagine calling you on the phone saying they're about to do it and they want you to talk them through it.
Oh man, I mean, hey, some men they are proud of being in the same room, pounding other people's girlfriends while that man is in the room. So like some men are proud of those type of things. I don't know why, but hey, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't be proud to say, hey, yeah, when I was pounding this girl, it was a dude in the corner just popping himself off while I was doing that in the same room with me. That's crazy. But I'm the crazy one. I don't know, man. I think I'm too much of a prude sometimes, Diva. I guess. I don't know.
Well, I've been wondering, just because I've been watching a lot of like dance videos and like acrobat, the little short reels on YouTube or whatever. And so, and I think I said this before, like Black men seem to have a different relationship with their bodies. The level of control they have over their bodies is amazing at some points, right? Like this man could actually do this with his body. And so that got me to thinking, like, is there some validity to that and why they're so like sexual? Right. And just but being in your body, right, will make you that way. Is that not? I haven't thought it all the way through. So it may sound crazy. A lot of stuff I say sound crazy to people.
So KT, I guess we ask you, KT. So you could pop it on the handstand too. You be doing tricks like that. You know, let me flip over real quick. Let me show you what I could do, babe.
They got this song. I'm gonna ask you, Diva, have you heard it? And that man dancing, fucking ain't easy. It's work. It's work. You didn't see it yet?
And I don't think so.
Fuck you out your skirt, girl. Lord, them black men, Lord have mercy.
Lord God. I mean, I do have a little vortex going on, but I ain't as hey, look. I ain't going as far as some of the things I be hearing and saying. I'm like, what y'all be doing? You be on your head upside down. I ain't with it.
Not you not being no fun.
Hey, who do faces now? Well,
the little one didn't hear me, did she? Oh my God. I feel
she
bad.
heard you.
Oh,
She heard you talking that frisky mess.
I'm sorry, little one. Yeah, but listen. The white men trying to start to catch up too. They trying to do the dancing like the black man. They trying to learn about control and everything too. They trying.
They definitely attempting to catch up. What we got? What's his name? Something Tatum. He was looking just like Cuervo Dolces. He did that movie with just the
you know what, Channing Tatum.
He said Channing Tatum. We all know his name. Yes.
What time you going live today, Bomb?
Today? No, I don't know about all that. I heard about the roach crawling on somebody's shirt. How you got a big ass roach crawling on him and he didn't know it? Did you see that, Gerard?
Who?
The Saint and the Sinner. Girl, he was live in a big ass roach.
You a damn liar.
We gotta see it.
It's a big ass roach crawling on him. Big ass roach.
Oh no.
It's a big roach. I don't even know.
Oh my God. That
crawling
is...
on his shirt. Why he talking about how wealthy he is. Oh Lord.
Oh my God. Let me see if I can find it. It's on what is it? Where is it? Oh my God.
Let me see. I know LLTV had it, but I think I might have a clip. Let me see with my phone now. Let me see. Because somebody sent it to me, man. I saw him talk about it this morning. That shit crazy. It was a big roach.
Oh my God.
It wasn't even a small tiny, and it was in front of him. It just didn't go on his skin, but he's walking around on the front of his shirt while he was talking.
Is his video still up, or we had to find the person that clipped it?
Wait, let me see. Cause
that is funny.
Oh yeah, let me see who.
That's crazy.
Oh, that tickles me.
Okay, yeah. Oh, it's a big roach too, Lord. It's a short. Big roach. It's a big roach. How do I send it to you?
You can share it.
Oh no, it's on my phone. Wait.
Send it to my. Send it to my Instagram.
Oh, to your Instagram?
You can send it to you.
Wait, give me a second. I'll figure it out. Let me go to.
Where was he? Was he on the street? Hopefully, he was just on the street or something.
He was live.
Not in his house.
Yeah, it's in his goddamn house. That big ass roach.
Was it a pet roach?
It was big enough to be a pet. It was big enough to be a pet. Damn.
Damn.
Okay, I see. Let me give you the link to it.
That is too funny.
Okay, I'm gonna put it in the back.
That's too crazy.
Big ass roach. That's crazy, man.
Yeah, that sucks. Did he acknowledge that it was there? Or he just knocked it like, what happened?
I don't think he knew it. I don't think we ever knew. Like he acting like it ain't there. I don't think you can't even tell that it's there. You see what I mean?
Oh, no, that's.
Did he freeze on us?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Holy shit, that look crazy.
You see it? It's
oh
a big
my God. That is wow. That's like that movie, Joe's Apartment or something like that. Holy shit. I forgot the name of it. Oh man. Yo, this is crazy. Y'all can see it?
Yeah.
Oh my
You might have
God.
to make it bigger if you can, but
I don't think it can since it's
Oh,
there we go. Let me see. Let me let it play, see if we need to make.
Because she knew that's not who I am. I've been consistent. I'm reliable. What the hell was that? That's what a man is. A man is consistent and reliable, and I can turn off my emotions to work no matter what the circumstance is.
Oh,
I will never crumble or break.
Yeah.
What's that, brother? Ever. That's what a man is. When we say man up, we saying be a motherfucker like me. Oh, hell no. Big ass roach. Oh no. Oh hell fucking no, bro.
It's a
No wonder was making that sound.
become a lady.
Right?
Wow.
Please tell me I got my butt spray. What can I do? Because she
That is wow.
Was it real though?
Yes, it's real.
And look, hey, AI is a powerful thing, but that would be a crazy.
There's actual live, you know what? Because people were saying that maybe it was AI. Nah, it was on this live. That motherfucker, it looked like a roach, the Mexican roaches. That's what somebody told me, you know, because it don't look like a regular, you know, they got different type of roaches. Down south, that they got the ones that fly on your ass. This wasn't that tight. This was a, ooh, Lord, it was so big.
Yo.
He quite like that.
Damn. If that is 100% real, man, I don't know what to say. Hopefully that is so. Hopefully, I don't even know. I want to say
I say that don't motivate you to want to have a wife that clean up. I don't know what else will. I think each other advertise for getting married.
yo, man, like I don't know when the last time, like, man, I can't deal with that.
But don't y'all got racks up there, don't y'all?
No, not really. Not the way how people say it. That's it's in the subway. Like in the subway, yeah.
Hey, yo, stop lying.
Yeah, it's in the subways. They ain't just running in the streets. The only time you see them or late at night when they're about to do garbage in the street. That's it.
Late at night when you at the bodega and they buying cigarettes just like your ass, that's when you see them. Them things everywhere and they gigantic.
But it gotta be garbage night. If it's garbage night, yeah, you'll see them.
Yo, Manhattan is y'all like good part of town and it's still dirty, fam. No,
but that's outside. But
yeah, that's outside.
Man, yeah, this man is in his house. Bugs is everywhere. Okay, we can't get escape.
We talking about inside your house. That means he had a grown size roach crawl up his leg and then crawl up his shirt.
Right.
That's
if he was in Florida, they would have flew on him.
Nah, that
crazy part is that he didn't feel
dirty
it
for sure.
No, I mean it was on his shirt. It didn't touch his skin.
Yeah, it didn't get on his
If
skin.
you ain't know it was there, you wilding. That's crazy work.
Yeah, he didn't see it, and that's why people were saying he claimed that he got a studio, you know, and got some people back, and nobody said, "Hey, you got that bug on your shirt." Nah,
Yeah, because like I mean, anything can happen, right? We get that, but the fact that I don't know that it was,
got to run.
I think the problem is that it was so. I think the problem is that it was so normal that he didn't even like it. Clearly, that's a normal thing. That's the issue that I have.
I'm just trying to figure out why you looking around. We know how you queen up in there.
I ain't gonna lie to you. Like, look, I would call it. I see an ant, anything that is crawling. I'm calling exterminate so quick, fast, and hurry. You understand? I grew up in the projects, bro.
I say, so y'all don't have like quarterly the people come out and spray your yard and all that stuff.
Well, I mean, if you live in a place where it's separate, you shouldn't really have that issue.
Up here, it's not like down south where they
it's not. Yeah, it ain't like that.
And that's usually, and if you live in apartments, they and they got problems with roaches, they may do some shit like that. But I've been living here 12 years, and I ain't never seen no roach indoors.
Yeah, that's
in my garden though. I see all kinds of bugs.
Like in the projects, okay, you can see a roach because no matter how good you clean, 2 doors down is a crackhead, right? So in the projects, all right, they'll trap a little bit. But nah, bro, that's a lot for me. I ain't gonna lie, that's traumatizing for me.
The last place I lived, we was there 16 years, but for like 14 years, I've never seen a roach. And then some people moved next door to us, and when they moved out, it looked just like that water bug thingy, that roachy that was on him. I saw one of them in my house. I had to call the landlord. I'm like,
hey, do something.
Yeah, you gotta do something.
Yeah.
No, when I first moved into my house,
what you said, Diva?
When I moved into my house, I had 3 fruit trees out back. A grapefruit tree, an orange tree, and a lemon tree. And then I had some bushes in the front, 2 bushes. I didn't know roaches lived in trees and bushes.
Absolutely.
And everything is bigger in Texas. When they say that, they talking about the roaches. I'm talking about big as your hand, and they all fly.
Oh no!
I used to have a curfew. I'm telling you, I used to have a curfew because if I tried to leave or come back after dark, they would be like on the outside of my house.
Like, hey,
right?
I said to Ron. And we had went down to Kissimmee, right, to go to the Disney World, and my wife booked like one of this nice places. They had like a pool in the back. It had some roaches. I looked at my couch. I went to the stove. I went in my couch. Said, "Why are we missing $2,000?" She said, "We gotta go. We gotta go. I already done booked somewhere new. We gotta go." I said, I'm like, do not play that bull thing.
Hey, listen, look, whenever I do take my kids to the project to go see the people that we need to go see, man, we get out there, I grab they I'm shaking their asses out, goddamn it. I don't want none, man.
I can't see how people go to places to eat like that. I be seeing people just eating and cooking. They be cooking with roaches just walking by. Like, hey, the food gonna be done yet? That's crazy to me.
It's protein, baby.
There's a whole video I just watched where he got rats. The rats were just hanging out, waiting for them to finish cooking under the stove. Now, like I said, I'm from the bayou, so you might have had, I don't know, there's a difference between rats and mice, I guess. Somebody told me, I didn't know. But anyway, to me, they're the same. Okay.
Oh, no. They different.
They different.
It's a difference for sure.
I went to a 5-star restaurant in New York, and I seen the trash outside. I said, "Oh, this is where the roaches come. I mean, this is where the rats come eat out here."
Shit.
Do that.
I got me tripping out here. Goddamn it!
It's time to hit the show.
That's
it. Like exterminate the whole house.
Now I'm about to go clean my house just because y'all got me stressed. Diva, you got any final words?
You see that big roach on his shirt? That's crazy. Talk about that roach, Diva.
Peppermint oil deters insects, y'all. Use it.
Say what? Say it again.
Peppermint oil.
All right. Yeah, y'all go put some peppermint oil in your goddamn mop bucket. We got any final thoughts, Diva?
Bye, y'all.
Bye, y'all.
Nothing wrong with being.
Hype me up.
Let me.